All right, let's see if we're up. See if we're up. All right, the audio's good there. What about on YouTube? All right, the audio's good there. Cool. We are a go. All right, let me make sure everything is good. Let's get my OBS up. Okay, well, here we are. Gonna just wait up for about 5 minutes and see what I want to do. We could start off with some Ukraine stuff, but I want to actually go into my local politics first today.
Kia ora, I'm Nadine Higgins and welcome to the Prosperity Project. It's shaping up to be one of the hottest topics of the election before campaigning has even begun. Your retirement. Should KiwiSaver be compulsory? Should newborn babies get an injection of funds? Should NZ Super be means tested? Or should the age of eligibility rise? The government currently spends about $1 billion a fortnight on superannuation payments. So who shouldn't be counting on getting the pension in future? And if you won't be getting it, how much do you actually need to save? Shamobeel Jacob is Simplicity's chief economist and head of policy, and today he breaks it down for us. Kia ora, Shamobeel. Thank you so much for being with us. I wondered if we could start with some of the mind-blowing numbers. How much are we currently spending on superannuation, and how big is it forecast to get?
So this year, we're going to spend about $25 billion on New Zealand super, increasing to about $30 billion in 2030. So it's increasing really, really fast. And to give you a little bit of context, we spent $23 billion on education. So we spend less on education, the feature of New Zealand, than we do on New Zealand super. And we spend just a little bit more on health. So this is one of those massive line items. And when people say that New Zealand super is important and it's beautiful, all of those things are true. The question is, what are we willing to give up to keep this thing?
And I guess that's coming to into quite sharp relief because the budget is tight and that super bill is getting exponentially larger. If we boil it down to the demographics, there's more older people, right? They're living for longer and we're having fewer babies. Is that basically the long and the short of it?
Absolutely. So if you think about our kind of tax and spend system, it was designed at a time when we had lots of young people around. We had lots of working age people. So we introduced New Zealand Super in the mid-1970s. This was under Muldoon. We gave up our compulsory super scheme. And the idea was we have lots of young people. We can do a pay-as-you-go system. And at that time, we had 8 working age people per retiree. Today, we have 4. And in 50 years' time, we're going to have 2. So that burden of paying for these older people has doubled in the last 50, and it's going to double again in the next 50. It is very much a demographic calculus, and it's definitely heading away from us.
Some politicians, though, still insist that this is the sacred cow, and more than that, that this is still affordable. What do you make of that?
Look, in many ways, in public policy, anything is affordable if you're willing to pay for it. So it's a tautology. So the question is, where does the money come from? Either it comes from more taxes or it comes from spending less money on other things. So the big question for New Zealanders is, are we willing to pay a lot more in taxes to keep paying for New Zealand super as it is? Or are we going to see the degradation of public services that we have seen in recent years that will only worsen over coming decades? Because if we do nothing with super, that will absolutely increase. It will increase fast, and it's going to be relentless. Are we going to teach less? Are we going to look after our people less with health? Are we going to invest less in transport? Are we going to spend less on defense? Those are the trade-offs that we have to make. And fundamentally, I think, when you look forward for the next 10, 20, 30 years, there will come a time when the young people who are paying all the taxes, the workers, are going to rise up and say, I don't think so. And you get a very disruptive change. And I think that's the big issue is it's not that we can't possibly pay for it. The way that we would pay for it would be, I think, unfair and politically unsustainable into the long term.
Yeah, there's kind of a generational inequity emerging, right? Because we're either going to have to pay for it, as you say, by accepting lower services for potentially higher levels of taxes, or even just servicing the debt. Because there isn't a, well, I was going to say there isn't a pot of cash, but there is the super fund. So, what do you say to people who say, well, you know, there's almost $100 billion there, we're fine?
Yeah, they'll cover for 4 years or even slightly less of paying for that money. So the purpose of the super fund is actually not to pay for New Zealand super, but to help us transition away from a compulsory or not a universal super to one that is different. So when it was set up at around the same time as KiwiSaver. So the idea was over time we will have a save your own retirement scheme so that voluntary scheme was going to get bigger and better over time. So many of us would start to become financially independent. And eventually we would move towards something where people would be means tested or there'd be some kind of rationing that would take place. And to transition that so that people who are currently already very old and don't have much time, we can look after those people so they don't miss out. And the next generation will have to deal with this new thing. So it's very much what I'd call a smoothing mechanism rather than a fund that's actually big enough.
When you say the next generation, who are you talking about? If you are under 50, under 40, under 30, which cohort can't expect to have New Zealand super in its current form?
We can't predict the future, but what we can say is if we want to build something that's sustainable, then we need to give people at least 30 years to save for their retirement. That's a minimum. So that's the kind of time frame that I'd like to see a transition take place. So we are being responsible and saying we have left it very late, but we now have a plan that for that next generation, we're going to do everything we can to make the system sustainable for them in the future. But these generations in between will transition them gradually through time. So you got to give people time. Otherwise, the politics just won't work, right? Already you can see the resistance. People say, oh, no, you can't take it away because I planned for it. It's like, yes, you did, but we will help you and we'll help the next generation. But
Yeah, like just because it sucks because you may have planned around something, but like these kind of policy changes need to be made because for the future it's very disastrous for us as a nation if we just keep going down the hole we are.
fundamentally, I think it is really a story for our grandchildren rather than for us.
A small amount of relief, as you know, there's 25 years into my retirement that maybe there might be some, if I'm honest, that might be some level of super. However, if we're saying we need to give people 30 years and no one's kind of putting it on the table yet, does that just kick that transition further and further down the road?
It does. But at the same time, if you look at our history, these changes can happen very fast. So we had a compulsory savings scheme, a super scheme, in the 1970s, only lasted about a year. And then Muldoon canned it. If we had hung on to that, we'd have $1 trillion today. So we would have been sorted, but we're not. But
I was going to
that was
ask you
Shout out
exactly
Muldoon.
that because people might remember, was it the Dancing Cossacks ad that, you know, made everyone fear that we were going to have some sort of communist society? But no, what we would have had was $1 trillion.
what we've had would have been a prosperous society, a society that had saved, that instead of being a country that doesn't invest enough, doesn't have enough capital, we would have had abundance. So unfortunately, that ship has sailed. But I guess the Dancing Cossacks was also a moment that showed when push comes to shove, we can make big changes and we can do it relatively quickly. And that's why we should start sooner rather than later, because the changes we want to make in the future, if we do it gradually, it has less of an impact on people. We're not going to make those big wrenching changes. We can do it gradually. But at the same time, when I go around the country and I travel a lot around New Zealand, what I hear is a much more realistic assessment from the people of New Zealand on where this is. People understand that the system is not sustainable. Nobody believes the politicians when they say this is a sacred cow and it can never change. Everybody knows at some point in time it will change.
Yeah. So, how would it change? Would you be advocating increasing the age of entitlement? Because, of course,
remember, like the only way to change the KiwiSaver system is to increase employer matching, to put more funding into it, or to increase the age. Those are the two viable, long-term
Of course, there
solutions.
are, quite rightly, plenty of people whose bodies are worn out at 65 and they genuinely cannot keep working past that age. Or would you means test it because people are working longer? You know, look at Winston Peters, he's 80 and, still a minister. So, does someone earning a couple of $100,000 really need to draw New Zealand super?
I think there are two kind of policy choices. One is around increasing the age, and the other is to do means testing. The increasing the age, I feel
Yeah,
uncomfortable about, mainly because it would be very inequitable for those people who can't keep working physically.
yeah,
And the
that's true.
reason why that's inequitable is because our welfare system treats anybody who's a beneficiary but not an old person very meanly. The
Mm-hmm.
amount of money you get on, say, a disability benefit is very low. So it would be essentially saying if you're poor, you're going to be if you're bad health, you're suddenly going to be very poor. You don't deserve what somebody who's old deserves. So that inequity is quite problematic. But more pragmatically, the issue with the age is it doesn't actually solve much of the problem. It's such a small amount because you're only delaying 2 years of payments, right? It doesn't actually save you a lot of money. What we want is means testing. So to give you a contrast, in Australia, about 40% of people are uh, independent in their retirement, but 60% of people receive some form of government support. That's what we mean by means testing. We don't mean that 80% won't get it. What we mean is about 40% of people won't get it. So all of a sudden, if you take, for example, our current bill, which is $25 billion, if you take 40% off that, suddenly our entire fiscal position becomes sustainable. And that's what means testing is the thing that we have to do. And the reminder that I give people is people really hate hearing this. New Zealand Super is welfare. It is
Do
welfare.
you get
It's a
hate
Yeah.
mail for
benefit.
that, Shamabil?
Oh, absolutely. But when the same people go out and do the benefit bludgeoning, all that kind of chat, I go, you are one. Don't be a hypocrite.
Hmm.
But fundamentally, when it comes to means testing, we do this for every other form of welfare, whether it's for working for families, for people with kids, whether it's for job seeker benefits, whether it's for disability. There is significant, complicated means testing that we do. So when people say, oh, it's going to be so complicated to means test New Zealand Super, I'm like, bugger off. It's going to be very easy. We do this quite well already.
I love how you call a spade, Shamabil. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, if you can't expect to get the pension, or at least not the pension in its current form, how much should you actually be from simplicity? And you've lobbed a few grenades there already, Shamabil, about welfare and entitlements. What I'm interested in, though, if we do not have universal super in future, how much is enough to be chipping in to our KiwiSaver? Some people suggest that it's 6 plus 6 and 12% like Australia's doing.
Yeah,
Some
should
say
be.
5 plus 5. We're obviously doing 3.5 plus 3.5 at the minute. Some people are not contributing at all. So what do you think the magic number is?
Well, there is no magic number. So with public policy, you have to kind of pick a number that's good enough. And the 12% mark is roughly good enough. So if you compare that to, say, the Netherlands, which is more like 18%, over there, people kind of retire with the same kind of income they had at work. With our kind of 12% target, you will retire, but you will have less income in retirement than you did while you're working. But that's not a problem because you have less expenses when you're retired, right? You're not getting to work and all the costs of going to work,
Yeah.
all those things disappear. So 12%, 10%, I mean, that's just like fighting between nerds. It doesn't really matter. It's close enough.
Okay, but what about, because obviously one of the features of KiwiSaver at the moment is in your youth-ish, you can use it to buy your first home. And at the
Sure.
moment, the age that people tend to do that on average is in their mid-30s. So if you empty it out in your mid-30s, are you going to have to double down for
Yeah,
that?
you should not be able to like empty out your KiwiSaver. Your like, cause that's like an investment fund. Like to do, I know it sucks because like some people are genuinely struggling, but like it's just such a useful tool, man. You should not be pulling it out early.
Next 30 years to get back to where you need to be?
Yeah, look, our recommendation to members who have the ability is always if you can afford to put some extra money away, please do, because KiwiSaver as it stands currently is not enough. But the way that I think about it is KiwiSaver is no longer just a retirement scheme. It's a whole of life saving scheme. So if you look at the recent proposals for baby KiwiSaver, so to getting kids into KiwiSaver from birth, it then becomes something that might be a resource for your education when you turn an adult, right? It could become that thing that helps you for your first home. It could be your retirement funds. It can become something different to what it was when it first started, and that's absolutely okay. Do I have a problem with it becoming that? No. But if you want it to be really good for all of those kinds of things, we do need to save more than the 12% because the 12% is only enough for retirement. So my recommendation to people is go to Sorted or one of those trusted websites and work backwards to what you want in terms of the quality of life that you want. For most people, especially if you're kind of above the average income, you should be saving more. You
Yeah.
also have the capability to save more. And that saving doesn't have to be in KiwiSaver. It could be in an investment fund. It can be in something else. But that regular habit of saving is really important. And for a lot of people, if you want that good quality of life in retirement, you probably do need to save more than your minimum if you're above the average earner.
What can we learn from other jurisdictions that are doing this well? I mean, we like to compare ourselves to Australia and their massive super pie. Are they one that we should be modelling ourselves off?
Well,
Yeah, like the original KiwiSaver law was supposed to be modelled off the Australian one, but because we had a lot of opposition at the time in Helen Clark's government in 2012, we got a watered down version of it.
I think that's exactly what happened with KiwiSaver. So KiwiSaver was really kind of inspired by what happens in Australia and the compulsory scheme that
Oh,
we
yeah,
had
there you
had
go.
for a very short duration. And the idea is we try and get people into the scheme, we save gradually, and over a period of time, a big chunk of us will have enough financial resources to retire independently. Not everyone, but a big chunk of us, right? About 40% in Australia. Australia does things a bit differently. There's a lot more incentives, subsidies, lower tax rates. So their system is much better than ours. But I don't think we can completely emulate them because we've left it too late. We just don't have
Yeah.
enough buffer in our fiscal system,
Yeah,
in our
the thing
tax
is,
revenue, to be able to
it's
do
like a
it.
cascading effect because they had it for longer. Obviously, the capital they put in was able to snowball for longer, so we have limited options in that regard.
Afford all that stuff. So unfortunately, we're going to have to get a B grade kind of saving scheme rather than an A grade saving scheme that they have. But it's probably going to be good enough within the context of what we have in New Zealand.
Do you think we've kind of got a C grade at the moment?
I do. Part of the issue for me is we just we just don't we haven't really committed. So when KiwiSaver started, it had a pretty clear plan of how it would get bigger and better over time. But for pretty much in the successive periods, we've seen it essentially being weakened by multiple governments, particularly the national government, because they hated it at the time. But the recent move has been really fascinating to see the National Party really lead with, I think, quite courageous changes to KiwiSaver. So all
Yeah, like I think the policy that they've done is like we're gonna have 6% employer matching in 2032, which is good because 6% is the target we should be reaching to give the funding to actually keep KiwiSaver alive and make it useful. But it's a little too late, a little too sorry.
all applause to them for that. Um, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's the direction of travel that matters. The thing that worries me is we still haven't kind of really committed to KiwiSaver being the option for us to have a better retirement system into the future, because that's what it is. It's an option. Because if we have a KiwiSaver that's big enough and strong enough, if enough people start to save enough money, then we can make those difficult trade offs in terms of do we do means testing? How do we introduce it? Who doesn't get it? How do we make sure we do it in a way that's not socially disruptive? Because that's what we want, right? We want to look after as many New Zealanders as well as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to get those people caught in the middle that don't have enough and also get counted out of superannuation. Do you have any thoughts on what the appropriate level is? Because, I mean, we're having the debate at the moment about what is.
Do you think 6% is enough? Yeah, I think it's enough. He brought it up here. 6 to 9% tends to be like a good range. The Dutch do 9, but if you have 6%, you're not wasting too much on like traveling. Because like when you're retired, some expenses don't have like transport or like other fees you might use to get to your workplace. So like 6% is enough, I think, because employer plus employee equals 12% total.
Does it mean to be super rich? You know, who should pay higher taxes? And I don't know that we've necessarily landed on an answer that would be palatable.
No, we haven't. And again, I think that is a big conversation we have to have. For me, it's really about saying how much wealth would you count as enough to be able to live comfortably? Because we can't set a means testing regime that really kind of penalizes people for having worked all their lives and saved and then go, now, welcome to a bad retirement. We can't do that. So it has to be people who genuinely have enough money. So I think again, looking at an Australian type model will give us some pointers, but I don't think we're ready for that yet. I think we need to first get KiwiSaver right before we transition
Yeah,
into
we need
thinking
more
about
funding.
how
Like,
much is in.
we need more funding in the pot. That's like the big thing, because like this kind of investment fund, it needs a snowball to even be formed to start, rolling and becoming bigger. So right now, the biggest conversation right now is literally just funding.
Enough for that quality of life in retirement.
When you say that we haven't fully committed to KiwiSaver, what do you mean? What would we need to do that would constitute commitment to it as an option?
For me, commitment would be compulsion. And it sounds really rough, right? It sounds very draconian. But the reason why I'd like compulsion is because once it's in and once it's embedded, it becomes very difficult for future political parties to mess with it.
Yeah, it's not draconian. Okay, it's based. It's based. It's not draconian. You should be putting money into what is basically like a awesome sauce fund. Like, there's nothing bad about it. It grows the economy, and it pays pensions. Like, it's like the least evil thing in our politics.
I want it to become such a piece of that social and physical infrastructure of New Zealand that we can't get away from it. It becomes that norm of how we do things here, which is what it is in Australia, right? You try and tinker with that. People are upset. That's my money that you're trying to take. So compulsion would be, I think, a way into it, but I'm very conscious that that would have quite a big impact on particularly low income earners who are currently not contributing. And so compulsion in my mind should be compulsion of the employer contribution only. And it's that should.
Yeah, there you go. He gets it. Because I think it's like 67% of Kiwis, 67% of Kiwis match up to the current employer matching rate, which is 3.5%. So just like that naturally makes me believe that if you increase the employer matching, the matching of normal Kiwis will also go up too.
Increase gradually over time to 12%. So then we give people the transition from here to there. But also, we should make hardship withdrawals a little bit easier. Currently, it's literally your last resort. And I don't think you should have to suffer all the other indignities before you can access your own money. Like I said before, roughly about 60% of people will probably live a good life on New Zealand Super. For them, we should allow them to draw some of those funds for when they need it during their working life. I don't want them to suffer during working life. So
I'm gonna get myself a coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, I'm back.
so that they can have a better retirement.
Yeah, it can be a bitter pill to swallow if you genuinely can't survive in the here and now to actually
Totally.
be told that you must prioritize your retirement. You're like, well, what if I can't afford to feed myself until 65?
Totally. And I think, poverty is a real thing in New Zealand, and there is a lot of pressure on a lot of New Zealanders. And we have seen this expansion of poverty. I was looking at the statistics recently. In the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, 80% of Kiwis would buy fruit and veg every week. Currently, 40% don't. So, you know, there's a lot of people who are giving up on or just making big sacrifices on things that I'd say are just basic things that I'd expect Kiwis to be able to afford.
You mentioned some of the policies already. I do need to take a quick break, but when we come back, I'm going to get your thoughts on some of the proposals heading into this. At the start, there are a lot of proposals heading into this election about KiwiSaver, and some of them look to be very positive. But the first thing it made me think is, people must feel like the government is forever tinkering with KiwiSaver. They're locked in, but the government's not locked in to keep doing it the same way. Would you agree?
I think so. I think the last 18 years, we have seen quite a lot of changes, quite a lot of tinkering, and generally for the worse. But I think this election is going to be a watershed election where most of the political parties want to make KiwiSaver stronger and better. Because I think there has been a come to Jesus moment when our politicians have finally realized that can kicking is getting harder and harder. Because every year we are making big sacrifices, their political choices are limited, and they're not happy about it. So KiwiSaver, I think, is maturing in the political space. I think it's already well accepted by New Zealanders. So I don't know about you, but I feel more optimistic that despite the evidence of the last
Yeah,
18 years,
like
I feel like
the
the next
National
18
Party's
years.
already started to do stuff on QE7, so he's correct. Like people may have their feelings, but like the politicians know this is fucked. You gotta fix this now.
We're probably going to see more positive changes to KiwiSaver than we have seen so far.
Well, we've already talked about your thoughts on compulsion, that's a good thing. But one of the things I thought was quite interesting is we did away with the $1,000 kickstart for everyone who started in KiwiSaver some time ago. But now they're talking about, well, depending on the political party, $1,000 or $1,500 for basically a newborn into KiwiSaver. Is it a good thing to get a new baby locked into a long-term
Yes,
savings scheme?
yes, it is.
The answer is absolutely yes. The literature is actually very, very strong on the
King. Yeah, because like if you $1,500 over 18 years, that's a lot of fucking money that can be generated.
lifetime impact of having financial resources. So there are two ways that really impacts children. So the first is actually uplifting the financial interest and capability of the families. So when they see that their kids have access to money, that they have savings and it's growing over time, they can have a really good role modeling effect for the wider family. And that's something I think we'd love to see for New Zealanders. The second thing is they can now start adulthood with a little pot of money. So you don't start in the big world with nothing. You start with a pot of money. And yes, you're right, it's a long term investment product, but in reality, it's already a whole of life savings product. And we are going to see changes in the future that will allow you to access it for things like education. Already, you can do it for hardship and for your first home. So I think what we're going to see is that it is going to become one of those resources that is a real level playing field for all
Hmm.
children, which I'm really, really supportive of.
Speaking of levelling the playing field, one of the proposals that I was kind of excited to see was contributions during parental leave, because already women's balances in retirement are so much lower than men's for a number of reasons. But one of them is that they bear the weight of responsibility for raising the kids. So that's got to be a good thing, right?
It is. So that actually was my favorite part of the policies, even though I wrote about everything else. That was actually my favorite part because all the evidence shows that women's incomes are slightly above men's until childbearing age. And then
Yeah, that's
women
true.
take a big pay penalty and they never catch up. Not only are they out of work for caring, their career trajectory never returns to what men do. And so there is this kind of baked in sexism in our labor market, and to see some signals that we're going to address it, we're going to try and talk about it as mature adults, I think is a really good step in the right direction.
I'm pleased you ended that on the positive note because it was sounding quite depressing there for a second. There's baked in sexism, but hopefully I can get back on that career ladder. Um, The default rate's rising. Obviously, we're already committed. We're at 3.5. They are due to go up to 4%. But what do you think of the proposals to actually raise that to 6? Is it fast enough? Is it too fast? Because I guess for some people, parting with another 0.5% or 1% is a big deal.
It is. And that's why I think we should do it gradually and with quite a lot of transparency. So if people know that it's coming, it's so much easier for them to plan, especially if it happens during a period when the economy is good, wages are rising anyway, so you don't feel it as much. But I think, again, the pressure is going to be very much on the lower income households for whom they're already living paycheck to paycheck. And to lose that income is going to be a really big issue. And that's why I think my solution is better, in that if we only make the employer contribution compulsory, it means that at least employees are not having to kind of chip in that extra money from day one. So it makes it much easier for the progression to happen in a smoother way. But there is no way to get around compulsion.
Yeah. Do we then need to get rid of total remuneration contracts? Because
Totally.
that
That's
basically
stupid.
means that both sides come from the employee, right? So they get a double whammy.
Yeah, total REM contracts are actually not in keeping with the spirit of KiwiSaver. They should be banned pretty much, in my view. In reality, though, it's always the worker that bears the cost of KiwiSaver. So in reality, what happens is, for an employer, when they hire you, what they see is the total cost of hiring you. And when you have KiwiSaver, some of the money goes into your KiwiSaver account and the rest goes to your bank account. That's the only difference to the business. There is no difference to the business if the total REM contracts don't exist. So in my mind, it's actually neither here nor there for the business. It's not a business issue. All the international literature shows that the incidence or the cost of pension schemes or pension contributions is borne by the worker.
Even though that's the case, if you're on a total REM contract and the percentage is rising, you are literally seeing your income go down every time the percentage goes up. Whereas at least if it's theoretically on top, then you can plan on the basis that actually I only have to put in another 0.5%.
Absolutely. And I think there is broad agreement within the political spectrum that the total REM contracts are a problem. It's not a huge and widespread practice. So I don't think it's going to create a huge disruption if we just got rid of it. As we have seen with the last few governments, legislation can be done very quickly when they want to.
Yes. And I think lots of Kiwis have started paying a bit more attention to their KiwiSaver because the amount of money that's in there is becoming more significant, but also the total KiwiSaver pile is becoming more significant. So as a country, do we actually need to start looking at that as a resource that we could be investing in some of the things that we need?
Absolutely. I mean, already in the last 18 years, we've gone from zero to $145 billion. In the next 50 years, it's going to be over $1 trillion. In fact, with the increases in contribution rates and all of those kinds of things, we could be looking at trillions of dollars of savings in New Zealand. And that to me is a real source of opportunity. For a long time, New Zealand has been a country that hasn't had enough savings. So we couldn't invest in the things that we want to invest in. And we have an infrastructure deficit. When you think about roads, hospitals, bridges, that's where the big opportunity for me is. Can you imagine us investing in our own things, building our own things for our own benefit? I think it's totally possible. So there is this real opportunity that I think is coming down the pipe for us if we choose to use it.
The one thing I did want to ask, the more funds we have under management, the more I start to think about is the regulation around the fees and the disclosure, are they all still fit for purpose, or do we need to have a really sharp eye on ensuring that our KiwiSaver providers are doing right by their savers?
No, I think you're absolutely right in that there is never an end point in good regulation. It's an evergreen issue. We should always be looking to make sure it gets better. So certainly at Simplicity, we kind of talk our own book, but I think fees is a really big issue. The estimated fees this year is going to be $1 billion. I do not see these fund managers working very hard for the $1 billion. I really resent that we pay all this money as a country for pretty much vanilla product from a whole bunch of people. So, no, I do think we need a lot more disclosure, a lot more scrutiny, a lot more pressure from our regulators. As it gets bigger, I think we do need to make sure that we're doing right by our members and by New Zealanders. If we're going to make it compulsory, it needs to come with some really sharp regulation to make sure everything is really good. But having said that, we haven't had any failures of KiwiSavers per se. Now, people haven't lost their money because somebody's stolen it and had a holiday in the Caymans or whatever. So all of those things so far are still working pretty well. So I feel like we have got the bones of the architecture pretty good. Rules and regulation in New Zealand are still pretty well upheld. We have a court system that's pretty good, a regulatory system that generally functions pretty well. So those things are good. But it's about making sure it's evergreen. And certainly on the fees, I'd love to see a lot more scrutiny, a lot more focus, because any fees we don't pay to others, that's money that the members could have.
Well, here's hoping that some positive change, whichever way this election swings, some positive things come out of it for our retired selves in future. Really appreciate your time, Shamabeel.
Thanks, Nadine.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Thanks for
I want to do some Ukraine stuff now. I saw a really good video somewhere here. Give me a second. Yeah, here we go.
Hello and welcome to another Frontline Recap. Now, today I'm going to look back at the videos that of the interviews that we've had this week, and we've chosen a few that are there to highlight the points. But please go and watch all of them, because Ukraine has got out of the headlines at the moment. There's an awful lot of stuff that's happening, and we're still continuing to get some fantastic people who've got a detailed understanding of what's going on the ground and what's happening in a wider geopolitical.
Wait a minute. Actually, wait. I think I actually want to get something. I'll be back in a minute.
That is me. I was just gone. Ouch. Carry on a bit more.
Good stream. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
What's up?
What's up? How's it going?
Are you going pretty good? You still playing Destiny, or did you hop off?
They both got off, so I'm just
This
sitting around.
fucking guy. Yeah.
Yeah, they joined for it, and then they both had to get off. So
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I'm just doing some. I did some like local Kiwi saver stuff, and I'm gonna do some Ukraine stuff for a bit.
fair enough.
I'm basically waiting for my two concurrent like NZ viewers to come in to do some New Zealand politics, so I'm waiting for those guys.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Perspective. But I'm going to highlight a few things for you today. As I say, don't just watch the highlights, go and watch the whole video. But to set the scene, I've got a couple of little videos for you to look at. This is Donald
Other
Trump
plans for tonight?
talking about President Zelensky.
Oh,
Have a
give me a
look at
second.
this here.
You like winners? Do you think President Zelensky is winning?
Sorry, you were saying?
He famously
Are there any other plans?
Nope. Yes, straight in politics. As I said, tomorrow I'm gonna be playing Terraria with. I guess if you want, we could probably do something today.
I'll be down.
Yeah, like I might do this for like another 2 hours, give or take, and then yeah, we could really do anything after that.
Fair.
He's doing pretty well. He's holding his own at least. A lot of people dying on both sides,
Not fair enough.
but I think he's doing pretty well.
I'm gonna end my stream. I'm gonna come back to it later tonight when we actually
Yeah.
He's got great equipment.
Fair enough.
He's got fighters.
Yeah, let me know when you're done, and I might see what happens then.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
And this is Donald Trump saying President Zelensky is doing well. You're the reporter. Do you like winners? Do you think President Zelensky is winning right now? And Trump coming out and saying, well, he's doing pretty well. Oh,
Trump is the ultimate loser, dude. He's the ultimate loser. Like, this guy like actually shit on Zelensky and like denied him aid, and now that he's winning, he's like, oh yeah, he's winning, I guess.
my
Such a
goodness, who
dickhead,
would have thought
dude.
of that? You know, 18 months ago in the Oval Office, whenever Donald Trump said to Zelensky, you don't have any cards, and Zelensky said, I'm not playing cards. Well, that's come back and hit Donald Trump, I think, quite badly. And I'm not criticizing Donald Trump here.
You should
he
be,
just
but
was badly advised, because Zelensky had in his back pocket a series of cards which were called Operation Spider's Web, and he's taken Operation Spider's Web, which were the audacious drone attack against Russia's strategic bombers, drones being launched from the back of articulated trucks, and turned
Trump
that
is
into
perfect.
A massive campaign.
Yep, he definitely is. He's actually the most perfect human being in the world. It's yeah, no, it's just scum behavior, dude. To like absolutely shut down Zelensky's throat like a year or two back, and now be like, oh yeah, I guess he's winning. I guess white people get to be protected. True. You're so
attacking
protected.
Russia-
Works for me. Yeah.
attacking,
Okay.
Russian critical infrastructure across Russia, and that's having an impact. So,
Just kidding. Yeah, I could tell.
Zelensky is doing pretty well. Next footage I want to
Get
show
him
you
out.
is
Like, dude, yeah, but I need Americans to wake up, bro. Like, this was supposed to be like the decade of the West winning, and you guys just had to elect the wrong fucking person for the job. Like, if those midterms, if I don't see a fucking blue fucking wave, I'm gonna cry myself to sleep.
is more on the frontline side of things, and this is footage that has come from the Ukrainian 49th Separate Assault Battalion and around the Battle of Konstantinivka in the east. Have a look at this here. And what we're seeing,
I feel like Trump being elected was a big, yeah, it was the big like. If you take away the narratives, just yeah, even he was yeah, like when you look at from a policy standpoint to a governorship standpoint to just effectiveness, Kamala was just a better choice, objectively speaking. Like, I'm sorry, there's no other way you can go around it unless you're either A, a misogynist, or B, retarded, or both. Yeah, like it was just the stupidest election, dude.
with this footage and the debate that's going on, you've Vladimir
He was a billionaire, didn't care about politics. The problem, it's not even with, he could be the poorest man on earth. The problem is he's a massive egomaniac. He had to, yeah. Now, he's just an egomaniac. That's literally it. That's Trump's politics. That's where it begins. That's where it ends. It's like stroking his ego.
Putin has turned around and said that the Russians are close to capturing Konstantinivka, and Ukrainians are saying
Nepo
they're not.
babies. Yeah. It's just so cringe. Like, everything about Trump is cringe, dude. Like, this is the guy who insulted a Golden Star family and, like, fucked on POWs, but, like, actively, like, dodged the draft and was yet bone spurs, quote unquote. I had to swear, but I earned that.
We see this all of the time, and Putin continuously comes out and says this sort of thing because his commanders on the ground are saying that they're close to capturing it. The reality of what's going on is the Russians are inside Konstantinivka, but they're not inside.
I'm in Alabama. He's cringe. Oh, brother, are you a Southern Democrat? Oh my god. Because if you're a Southern Democrat, because like any Southern Democrat I've seen, they're the most based motherfuckers in the world. I'm neither. Ah, that's tough. Why? Why you not? Is there a reason why you're not like you don't have like a political inclination? Democrats are nasty as well. Are you one of those people? Like, to put in perspective for you, like over here in New Zealand, like we have the Labour Party and the National Party, which obviously represent the Nationals, like centre right, the Labour centre left. I don't agree with like what most Labour does, and they may have their own problems, but like you gotta understand that like you gotta vote in the right people just to get like a framework in. Because like this is just like a you could say it's all a game, but like, this is objectively a fact. Like would states be going through what it is now currently if a Democrat was president? Because like truly the only answer to that is no. Trump won. Trump won, but I'm saying if Dem won, like would the states be going through what they currently are?
That are needed to capture, hold, and secure the city.
It's not because of money. Like the main reason Trump won, or we can no, it's the main reason Trump won is everybody thought that if they elected Trump, they'd get the 2016 economy back. That was literally the only reason. Like COVID really fucked over a lot of our politics. With all the inflation rates and all that stuff that happened to standard of living and cost of living. It was the same thing over here. Like the Labour Party resided over COVID, and they dealt with it pretty well. Like we had the least amount of COVID deaths per capita in the world, period. But people still voted in our centre-right party. Why do you think Obama got in? Well, Obama got in because no, he didn't. It's because George Bush started an illegal war, and 2008 housing crisis kind of got people to think differently about housing investments. Like for example, like if money truly like I'll put it like this, Matthew, like if money truly meant everything, how the fuck did Mamdani get elected? Like all that APAC money and all the lobbying money was for Cuomo and like the Republican guy. So like, but like Mamdani still won. Like trust me, money is not everything. You know a lot about the corruption over here, but actually don't. No, like I'm pretty well aware of the corruption, what goes on, but like corruption is like if people truly want a candidate and they're mobilized on a candidate, they will win. Like it's just a fact. It's like for example, like money is everything. Yeah, like I don't know how to like if you kind of dug yourself in that hole, I can't really dig you out of it. But if I was to like for example, if I was to find a politician who was the part of the kill all babies party, and I threw like $1 trillion to them, they still wouldn't win. Like you need to have some level of like attraction politically to have a platform. Like money is not everything. Money just helps fund campaigning and like fund messaging. That's all it does.
There are probably in the city of Kostanivka between 140 and 200 Russian.
We aren't in that scenario. Which scenario are you talking about? We are in the money world. True. I don't know how else to like talk to you about it because like yeah, like looking at Mamdani's election or looking at the fact that like Republicans are strong in the South because Southerners just generally speaking are more conservative. Like even if you took the money out of this, people would still feel the way they do. It's not about the money. The money literally just facilitates the campaigning.
Soldiers at any one time. They're in small packets. And they're in different places across this built-up area. And it's very difficult to try and deal with and clear out or to defend against small groups infiltrating.
Rich people protect rich people. You for real. Yes, I'm very for real. Like, I'm not saying money has no fucking, like, no... It has no, effectiveness in politics. Obviously it does. But it's not the whole story. Like, again, I'm going to repeat to you, like, the Mamdani story. Like the man had the least amount of funding in that race, and he still won by like a large margin. It wasn't even close. Like if the people truly mobilize and they're like behind a candidate, that guy will win.
Different areas who are then taking pictures of themselves.
You sound like a Final Fantasy main character who has to see. Yeah, okay, man. Let's see. Like, look, I'll put it like this: if money truly is everything, the Republican Party gets the most funding in comparison to the Democrats. Like, if the Democrats end up winning these midterms and eventually the presidential election, wouldn't that shift your opinion on money meaning everything?
Georeferencing those pictures, they're putting them up onto social media, putting them up into formal reports to say, hey, I've got a picture of myself here with the Russian flag, therefore we have captured this building, we've captured this street, we've captured this...
Rich people help each other, we fight down here. Learn your place. True. The problem is, like, I'm just a very big pragmatist when it comes to politics. Like, corruption is like a thing you can talk about, but like, for me, it's like an objective fact. If the Dems won, Ukraine support would still be happening. If the Dems won, there would not be an illegal war in Iran. If the Dems won, ICE would not be going around state to state executing United States citizens. If the Dems won, they would not have tariffed the world globally and like shut down all international trade. Like, there are just some things where it's like just not like negotiable. Like, there are some things where it's like there's an objective fact here. So it's like you can have your problem with the Dems, or like, for example, I have my problem with the Labour Party here, but like you have to be very pragmatic in how you treat politics. It's not a game. Like, these are people's lives that end up being fucked over because of someone being like apathetic about the system, or people not mobilizing themselves behind a candidate. Oh, this human did that because of all that, all the way back to 300 years. I'm bored. True. Let's advance.
Block.
Yeah.
The reality is they haven't. They've taken a picture, and in many cases, Ukrainians are then pushing them out of there, and then they pop up somewhere else. So it's a game of, for the Ukrainians, whack-a-mole, and the mole just happened to be Russian moles. And we're seeing Kostanivka turning into another city attack in the same way that Russia did with Bakhmut and Pokrovsk. So, this is going to be very, very bloody and take an awful long time for Russia to get through and take it. And Ukraine is just defending, and that's what they want. The commentators are saying this is the start of the fortress belt. It is the start of the fortress belt, but there are another 3 cities in the fortress belt, and Russia just doesn't have the manpower capability to be able to work its way through in a Bakhmut or Pokrovsk-style attritional war to get those cities. So Ukraine is having an effect elsewhere, and if Ukraine was doing nothing, then I'd say Russia has the advantage at the minute. But what Ukraine is doing is it's destroying Russia at the operational level, destroying its ability to continue to fund the front line.
Yeah, like, it's been really impressive what the Ukrainians have been doing. Whose grandpa didn't take his night pills? That's part of the problem. Whose grandpa didn't take his night pills? Are you talking about this guy?
Its logistic routes supporting what's going on the front line, its command and control elements.
I actually semi-agree with you on that point. Like, I'm sorry, baby boomer leadership needs to die. Like, these people have fucked over everybody too hard. You get people to advancing, yeah. Like, we need people in their 50s to start taking leadership positions, because holy shit, the baby boomers have had a monopoly on power for too long.
Russian defense industrial base, that will have an impact on Russia's ability to push forward, and we'll see that going slower and slower and slower. But it's setting the scene for what's happening. And so 3 interviews this week. The first one is with an old friend of the show, Sean Pinner, a British man but former Ukrainian soldier. Have a look at this here.
The general consensus in Crimea is that a lot of Russians are trying to...
They care about hating skin color. It's not that they care about it. It's just they just use it as like a fear-mongering tool to get people to stop caring about their own issues. Like, settle out, yeah. Like I guarantee you these politicians don't actually care about it. Like, the whole point, especially a lot of these MAGA guys, they'll talk about immigrants and like different races of people as like a tool to like get people afraid and like get them to like vote for their stupid ass candidates, and all they do is end up like never funding shit or never doing shit, and they just keep using trans people, different races and immigrants as like a vector of like a policy platform, which is not.
Crimea now, because firstly the military families were told to leave Crimea quite some time ago. So the military, whatever military's there is probably a skeleton.
You see, yeah.
Would have gone, and you've got
Good
private
job, yeah.
residences.
No, like, I'm well aware. Like, I know again, especially what MAGA stuff is happening. Like, I'm well aware of what's happening. Like, if you look at any from the Soviet Union to Nazi Germany, if you look at any totalitarian history, there's always in-group, out-group politics. You'll be on my Final Fantasy team. Yeah, like Trump's entire, like, the man has, like, Trump has probably passed, what, like, in both terms when he was president, 2 pieces of legislation, and they're both tax cuts. That's it. Like, everything else has been executive orders. The man cannot govern for shit. So, like, his entire policy platform is based on hating immigrants, hating trans people, and hating different races. That's literally it. That's the be-all, end-all of his entire political platform.
sell them at discounted prices now. We know that because they want to get something for the properties. They don't have much confidence. The Kerch Bridge is now higher on the hit list because of obviously what's going on in the Southern Corridor, and Ukraine has fire control. And you've got one of Russia's
Hey, Aliana. How's it going?
premium drone units, Rubicon. Now
He grabs one by the generals and ends up, yeah, like it just it has to do with the Republican media apparatus. Like, everything will slip by. Like they'll excuse everything. But we're like, yeah, yes, good, Bobby. I'm doing amazing. I'm doing great, even. We're just doing some Ukraine stuff, supporting our Slavic brothers. Yay! Thank you.
being moved to sort of help with the defense of the Southern Corridor, which you know, if, for example, if the Ukrainians were able to get complete fire control on that and stop the logistics going into Crimea and take out the Kerch Bridge, then you could look at the whole Russian southern access collapse because there'd be no logistics. So for 4 years, Ukrainians have been fighting, not knowing where this war's going, to actually now having at a time when the Russian media is saying, you know, this is the dark at the end of the tunnel. You actually, you know, it's flipped. The Ukrainians have now got a route where they could end this. And I personally think that if they can take Crimea, that's one of Putin's central pillars. You know, where does he go from there? You know, by extension, the Kerch Bridge is Putin. It's symbolic. He's made last 20 years, telling Russians that Crimea belongs to Russia. If Ukraine takes that could be a Putin killer, and I think most Ukrainians understand that. It's
These humans should die according to this human because this human will do something. Yeah. It's just yeah. It's just the most stupid shit, man. I never got it.
the winds at our back for a change, and now you're starting to see Putin talk peace, and now you're seeing all these mixed messages. You're seeing the silence because of the gains the Ukraine's making. I mean, it's a real contrast from where Russia was, 3-4 years ago.
And for years, people have been talking about whether and when Ukraine will take out the Kerch Bridge. And you managed to ask people when you went to Firepoint about that very question, didn't you? What did they say?
It didn't seem high on the priority list. They have no problems in saying they can take it out, and I don't disbelieve them for 1 minute. If they wanted to, they would. I think they've left it open for people to evacuate. It's certainly not the bridge it was before the start of the war. It can only take restricted traffic now, so it's not a major logistic route. But
my dream gun is up for sale on the website. I've been pursuing an antique 7-shot 32 with an extra long cylinder to accommodate a high pressure and more powder. I'm actively salivating thinking about it. You went to that shop and you saw that gun. You went. If God was here, he would not do anything because he would. True. Well, exactly. Yeah.
I think it's certainly up the priority list. I'll be astounded if they do make further progress in the Southern Corridor and make that into more of a strategic gain. That bridge will still be standing by the end of the year. I mean, that's logical that they will just cut Russia off from it completely. So I can't see how, without mobilizing, spending more money, moving troops, how Putin can actually, manage to sustain keeping.
Yeah, he can't. Like, Putin's fucked. Like, either he does a general mobilization or he continues stagnating in the war as it is. Remember how I flooded your Earth? Yeah, true. God is such a benevolent guy. He completely genocided humanity because he didn't like how they were living.
So, it's definitely
hiding behind the elephant
and Putin doesn't want anybody talking about this area. So, he hits monasteries. He's going to fly drones into NATO countries. He's going to make so many distractions that we won't be talking about the Southern Corridor and Crimea, and that's already happening. So we're still waiting for a big strike currently that we were told retaliative strikes for the Moscow refinery being hit, and that still hasn't materialized. So that's kind of strange that over a week later that still hasn't, they haven't hit Kiev and the cities. So I mean, it's escalating, as I've always said. It's a war still evolving. It's still developing. I mean, I don't know where Russia can actually go. Essentially, apart from make the packages more complex and make them bigger. Generally, the next step would be, conventional warheads and tac nukes. I don't know. There's not much wiggle room now for Russia, so that's quite. There's quite scary where we're going with that, and I've been saying that for some time. The further Ukraine develops, the further Ukraine can hit into Russia. That's just going to escalate.
Russia right doesn't want to fight. Yeah, like the problem is that they genuinely thought it was gonna be like a 4-day campaign. Like they genuinely thought that like even though it's a meme, that's genuinely what they thought because they thought that they could do to Ukraine what they did to Georgia, where they went in, broke away Abkhazia, and were like, okay, we've got like a little puppet state here now. They wanted to do that with Donetsk and Luhansk, but obviously that failed because Ukraine actually put up a fight. Americans make everyone fight. That's fun and gets money. Yes, the Americans wanted this war to happen. That's why they're sending so much aid and so many military contracts to Ukraine. Oh wait, they're not. Trump canceled all of that.
The war and why should Ukraine stop now is another thing I was sort of saying. If looks like they're gonna take Crimea back, why would they stop? As they're gonna want to keep going and take back Crimea and take it's just so where we go now, I have no idea.
So
it doesn't
do you
look
see
like there's any peace on the horizon.
So you see escalation rather than this bring anyone closer to any negotiating table then?
I think it will. I mean, the only way you can get Putin to negotiating tables, he feels that he's going to lose, but he'll only come back again in a few years. And most Ukrainians know that. Look at Crimea. Once he took Crimea, he came into his.
Can I self-delete without going to hell? Is it like part of the Christian canon if you commit does that mean you just go? It's not hell, but you go to like what is it like the middle ground or whatever, purgatory.
Ukraine, so he isn't going to stop. But the only way you can get him to the table is if you're beating him, and they're military exhaustion. They can't act their will on the battlefield anymore. They can't. Doesn't seem like there's going to be a breakthrough from the Russians. I live 2 hours from the front line in Dnipro.
Purgatory, yeah.
Certainly not a city. It's a city in war difficulties, but I wouldn't say it's a city under stress. We still got fuel. We can still drive places. The shops.
Seems more interesting than this, yeah, dude. Like, trust me, bro. Like the whole populist slop that's been like spreading throughout Western politics on the left and the right, bro. I've hated every part of it. It's killing me inside. It's the most like stupid shit ever. Like, I just want to autistically like talk about policy and not about like these grand narratives left and right populists are spewing. It's the most stupid shit ever.
Essentially Kiev's a thriving city still, and it's not. I would say it gets hit, and war difficulties and wartime, but it's not a city under stress, and it's not a Kharkiv or a frontline city as such, Dnipro. So, it's not a Prokhorovsk. It's not getting cab bombs and like Kharkiv is or around the areas of Prokhorovsk. But the war is inching closer. But at what cost for the Russians? So I think at some point he's going to have to come to the table, or he's going to have to go.
All the innocent people you put up for dibs is concerning. What does that mean? Money. Are you talking about me? Him. This guy. What? I talking about this guy or Trump? Both actually. So you're talking about this guy and Trump. I just want to clarify. The guy on screen. This guy is advocating that. Well, not advocating. He's just saying the truth of like. The Russians, because of a stupid war they wanted to boost Putin's ego, it's failing, and the only way they can win is if they totally mobilize their country. That's not a wrong statement. That's just fact. Now, Trump is actively like giving away human life because like supporting Ukraine was not only a moral thing to do, but like it was a self-defense of a country in Europe against a war of aggression. It's like, yeah, human lives are dying, humans want things. Yeah, they do. Yeah, but like Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine's defending itself. We should support them. Like lives are gonna be lost anyways because of Putin's stupidity. Like that's gonna happen regardless. But at least we can alleviate the suffering by making it so the Ukrainians can defend themselves instead of running out of artillery shells every other week, which just prolongs the war, by the way. Because like right now the war is in stagnation because there's not enough Western support.
or war and mobilise the country, which would be deeply unpopular for Putin.
So this is Sean speaking to.
Why are we in there? Business. Yes, it's business. That's why after Trump got elected, he pulled out every single defense contract. Is the reason why 100,000 Pennsylvanians lost jobs in munitions plants that were sending munitions to Ukraine. That's the reason why America's completely pulled out of the region during this current presidency. Like, I'm sorry, like that's just not like a factual statement. Like, there's actually a lack of business going on in Ukraine, at least from the American side. The Europeans have started coming in, giving out, I think it was like a $300 billion grant to the Ukrainians for rebuilding. We want to rule. Fun, brother.
Kate Gerbeau, and discussing why Ukraine's southern push could put Crimea and therefore Putin at risk. And this goes to what I was talking about with Kostyantynivka. The Ukrainians have now pushed into the southern area. They've recaptured the Kinburn Split. The Kinburn Spit. I had said in the beginning that I'd misspelt spit as split, and I was going to get this wrong, and I did. So the Kinburn Spit is a large bit of territory in the Dnipro Delta that gives a foothold to then push across into the top of the routes into Crimea. But it's not just the symbolic.
Ukraine has a shitty state. Aliana, elaborate. What do you mean by that? So does Alabama. Sure, I'll elaborate. Yeah, just let me know.
Capturing of that, pushing the Russians out of it. It's the fact that Ukraine is now dominating all of the land routes that are going through the land bridge from Russia down into Crimea, and have destroyed the northern bridges going into Crimea. The Russians have replaced them with pontoon bridges. The Ukrainians have come in and destroyed some of those pontoon bridges, and with trucks going across them. Resupplying Crimea is becoming very, very, very difficult for Russia. What does that mean? That means that Crimea cannot be used as a secure logistic base. It cannot be used as a secure air base. The people in Crimea are beginning to suffer. They've been told that they can't get any fuel anymore because it's only for government agencies and for the military. And it is becoming, instead of a jewel in the crown for Vladimir Putin, it's becoming his biggest headache. And that's what the Ukrainians want to do. They don't need to capture it by physically invading a la Normandy D-Day.
Did you know a new law was passed in Ukraine, made it legally impossible for men to be raped by women, legally on paper, since women cannot penetrate men, and rape constitutes the penetration of women. Rape a man in Ukraine, by our standards, by their standards, is just sexual assault. My sources is Ukraine's. Can you send me a link to that law, or like a link that talks about that law? Cause I'll go through it on stream if that truly is the case. But even then, I'm guessing that law doesn't actually like it's a shitty law if that is the case. Sure, yep, cool. But like I don't know if they're awake right now. Yeah, see if you can find it. Yeah, so they're more advanced. Oh yeah, so they're more advanced than us. But yeah, like look, a country will have its problems. All countries like have their problems, but like that doesn't stop me supporting a country defending itself from an aggressor.
So they can capture it by laying siege to it, knowing full well that you create that crime.
I'll send it to you as soon as I have them. All right, cool. Thank you.
Crimea cannot sustain itself. But if they can do that to Crimea, all of the routes to the land bridge, and therefore the routes that are supporting Russia's operations in the east, including into Kostyantynivka, are within Ukraine's influence. And Sean brings this out perfectly. So go on, don't just watch this clip that we've got here, go and watch the whole interview.
It's not right, yeah,
Next
it's not.
interview was with another old friend.
All countries have their problems, and the problem is the state, but look around. Yeah, look, Aliana, I understand you're an anarchist. Obviously, your whole perspective is different, but like right now, we're dealing in the present, and Ukraine is a state trying to defend itself from an imperialist power objectively. So, um, like, yeah, it's just very easy for me to be like, yeah, Ukraine is the moral actor here. But look around, yeah.
Show and a personal friend of mine, Mr. Breton Gordon, former tank commander and CBRN chief, and he's just published his new book, which is called Tank Command. Go and buy his new book; it's brilliant. But he's talking about Russia pulling their air defenses from
Hey,
Ukraine
Simon. Welcome to the stream, brother.
and Crimea to defend Moscow. And in Crimea, they're not just pulling them out; they're actually pushing some of them down to the Kerch Bridge in the southeastern tip of Crimea. But this shows the effect that the
Moral actors don't bomb beaches littered with civilians. There can be wars where both sides are bad guys. I would agree with you. Okay? That's why Russia is not the good guy here and Ukraine is. Like, the Russians actively bombed housing in Kiev. The Russians have actively used Belarus as a staging ground to continue bombing Ukrainian civilian housing. It hasn't been until this year where Ukraine has actually started to like attack into Russia and into Crimea because the Russians are using Crimea as like operations base to keep fucking with Ukraine in the south of their country. Like collateral damage will always exist in war. Like defeating the Nazis when the Allies moved in to do D-Day and all this stuff. Like some civilians died, but we would obviously like never look at that operation and be like that was a bad thing. The Allies should not have done D-Day. That doesn't mean it's okay for Ukraine. Like it's not. Yeah, they don't target civilians. It's very clear. Like if you look at any of the reporting and any way they conduct the strikes, the civilian death is very much a collateral. Like you can bring me any like report on these strikes and like they were all targeted specifically to military infrastructure. Are we cheering? No, no one's cheering. But it's like it's just the reality on the ground. Like yeah.
Ukrainian long-range attacks are having, the nervousness that
like for example, like the Ukrainians are very specifically attacking Russian oil refineries and military infrastructure. That is very much their goal. The Russians have been throwing missiles to Ukrainian residential housing blocks to the point where they accidentally struck a Romanian one by accident because they tried to strike one in like Odessa. I saw a video of Ukrainian missile being used at a beach in Russia. Could you send me that video if you have it? Because I from what I understand, and I don't think they use missiles. They're mostly using drones. I'll find the video and show it to you later. It was reviewed by Provocating Popularity. Okay, cool. Yeah, send it to me because like from what I understand, they're literally only using long range drones to do a lot of their strikes. They've been striking a lot of oil refineries in Moscow, Krasnodar, Ufa, like places like that. It'll take me a bit to find it. Yeah, no problem. Take your time. I found a video of a monkey farting based
about the Kerch Bridge. And we have to remember that Vladimir Putin opened that personally by driving across it in a big orange truck. The Ukrainians blew it up about 2 years ago with a truck bomb. The Russians repaired it. It's critical, providing a critical rail and road link.
Thank you for the patience. No problem.
Resupply into Crimea. The Ukrainians have destroyed the rail ferries that go underneath it to provide the resupply, and their attacks on the bridge have severely restricted the capacity that the bridge can take at the moment. It's only a matter of time before the bridge goes boom again. And then Moscow, we're seeing the drone attacks in Moscow, and that's affecting Putin's centre of gravity. His centre of gravity being keeping the Russian people out of the conflict because he won't get dissent growing then. Well, that's not happening now, and therefore that's why Putin is bringing his air defences. What's that going to do? It's going to weaken the front line, and we're already seeing that with the Ukrainians having greater successes with their glide bombs from their MiG-29s and from Western fighter jets and stuff that are coming in. We're seeing a change happening because of Ukraine's operational level attacks, and Hamish, as ever, brings this out very eloquently.
Ukraine should be doing.
Can this guy turn off his phone? Like he's recording a video. I don't need to hear your fucking 10,000. We get it. You have hoes, okay? I don't have to hear these 10,000 messages coming through your phone. Why is his chest so red? Because he's a bonger, okay? These guys see like 2 degrees of sunlight and it's over for them.
Level attacks, and Hamish, as ever, brings this out very eloquently.
Ukraine should be doing. This what we call it the deep battle. attack deep behind the front lines to cut off the logistics, attack air bases where aircraft can fly from, attack critical infrastructure, the oil.
Yeah, because he's a Brit bugger. Yeah, that's what I just said.
The Russian oil industry is going to take years to recover from it.
Look at them flags, yeah.
But Ukraine is developing this new way of war.
Aliana, as proud members of the Commonwealth, you have to salute that flag. You know that, right? He covered his chest, yeah.
From what I understand, they are sending over thousands of drones at a time, and Russia seems unable to stop them. And what they're doing is they're bizarre. I mean, this might sound a bit Heath Robinson, but they are using basic.
Fam, I used to hang my insides upside down. Oh, based. You were one of those Canadians. Maybe that can be one of the main policy points of the United Girl Cock Party you should start. No saluting the Commonwealth. And guns for trans people. The two policies of your party. Yes, I have fucked the ops. I'm proud to be an American where at least I know my chest looks normal. True. Yeah, at least, yeah. You guys have a lot of problems, but having, absolute fucking, tomato skin because you see a bit of sunlight is not one of them.
Hot air balloons, which have drones and missiles attached to them. They go up to 10 kilometers in the atmosphere, way above where Russian air defense can take them down. And then because through AI and through looking at
that's
airflows,
me. Okay.
Which all go from the west to the east, so Russia can't replicate this. And what
the third policy would be a random good idea, like working towards the city being supplied by water distilleries rather than lead pipes from the 40s. The problem is, though, that lead pipe causes some people to be retarded, and those people are really funny. So you would lose out on a lot of comedy if you did that. So I don't think it's a good policy for, entertainment stuff.
What's happening is these air balloons are flying into Russia, and when they get near their targets, then through AI, the drones and missiles are then released to hit the targets, and Russia just can't knock them down. And the other thing is the massive use of decoys, because a lot of these balloons look like electronically like big aircraft or big drones, and because they're flying so high, the only way Russia can take them down is by firing their S-300 and F-400 missiles. These are £1 million a pop that are ostensibly being fired at a balloon that costs a couple of $100. So this is overwhelming.
That's what we have American border wells to deploy the suckers. Okay. That's fair enough. To be fair. Wait, that collar is choking him. Yeah, he can loosen up here, He's not a complete formal event. Look, Aliana, I've heard some Canadian lingo, okay, and I've heard the accent. That shit's funny as fuck, okay. The Americans also are good for some comedy, but man, your street language is fucking funny as hell. It's the funniest shit I've ever heard.
This is why it's been so successful, but the ability to strike deep is really. I mean, we always say cutting.
I have a Toronto accent. I was. A booty. I would say a sentence sorry, yeah. I would say a sentence to mock the Toronto accent, but I genuinely cannot do it. I genuinely cannot do it.
If you like,
such a wagwan that I've heard the song. I've heard the song. I just want you to know, Drake is your guys' biggest cultural export, and he's the absolute zesty freak.
If the body of the snake is not there, it can't feed the head, and that is exactly what we're seeing to the Russian troops in the Donbass at the moment. But psychologically, everybody in Russia now knows, and you just have to go onto X or other social media to see fires burning in Moscow and
Drake was undergrass.
Yeah. Russia just can't.
What's it like in Toronto City? Okay.
Suppress that. So I think that deep tactic, the deep is absolutely fundamentally changing this war in Ukraine's favor. And I can tell you, military commentators like me, and I know the Minister of Defence, and I'm sure the
Drake goes to the
Department
same
of
Diddy
War
parties as Kendrick, but at least Kendrick makes better music. I'm pretty sure Kendrick. I'm pretty sure he wasn't at any of the Diddy parties because first of all, he was a West Coast guy, so I don't know why he'd be at a Diddy party. And I'm pretty sure like the motherfucker didn't go to any parties, period, because he was a introvert freak. Hey Jonathan, how's it going? Drake's from North York. I don't want to hear him about being a thug motherfucker. Not even from Toronto. He is, yeah. Like I'm pretty sure, like although he's biracial or whatever, like he had like a pretty decent upbringing. Yeah, he was on Degrassi, yeah.
US and all NATO countries are looking at how Ukraine's doing this.
Canada most of his young life, yeah.
And we're all working out how we can replicate.
Because yeah, he also had a mother of a certain ethnicity.
It seems to be the war for the 21st century and beyond.
Absolutely. It's a war of drones, Hamish, and you can see even just the amount of investing going into drone technology. But just on back on those hot air balloons, are you saying that Ukraine are using them as a Trojan horse?
Well, in a certain degree, absolutely. Yeah, some of them are absolutely a Trojan horse, but others are carrying weapons. And what they're doing is extending the range. So these balloons can fly at,
I have Nakila playing. It was a thing. You should have been paying attention. There's a reason. Maybe sure.
10 kilometers high.
Actually,
the range. Others
are using them as a Trojan horse.
I can see it. I can see it.
And through creating data links, will then fire up and attack their targets. So, but how many are just decoys or Trojan horses, if you like, is difficult to tell. But it is overwhelming the defense systems, and as we mentioned.
Basically, I just said that, Drake's mother was from a certain ethnicity, so that's why I played that.
The fact that they're now, we knew that the Russians were moving air defense systems back to protect Putin's palaces and Moscow. They're now, there are few sophisticated air defense systems left on the front line now. And you can just imagine if you're a soldier sat in the front line and the one thing protecting you has been taken and moved back to Moscow to protect Putin and his mates. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Zelensky has effectively told Alexander Lukashenko to shut down Russian military infrastructure on Belarusian soil, or Ukraine might.
Who cares his ethnicity? He's got a good voice and being used by higher-ups, being rich. True. I don't care about his ethnicity. I was just pointing something out,
Might do it for him. I wonder, because the Kremlin has said that Putin will speak to Lukashenko, although Putin hasn't come out and publicly acknowledged this. Is it worrying that they could potentially conspire or plan together, Hamish?
Well, I think we know that Lukashenko and Putin have been, have been the closest partners for a very long time. Again, I think it's a smart move by Zelensky and the Ukrainians, because we know that their drone production is huge, and Zelensky said recently
14-year-old daughter did makeup. Oh, okay.
More drones than he actually needs, so he could probably do that. And Lukashenko will be seeing exactly what the Ukrainians, are doing in Russia. And I think it's interesting. I think it was yesterday. Some of the key advisors close to Putin have been saying, well, Putin might be ready to talk to Zelensky again about a peace deal. But rather strangely, they said, well, we'll talk about the peace deals that we were talking about in Ankara and Istanbul some time ago. And the situation has massively changed. It's very much one sees Ukraine very much in the driving seat, which is why it's frustrating for people like myself.
I have insider sources at the Kremlin. I can confirm that Putin is twerking out of fear every morning that 2 in booty shots. You know what? I don't even need a source. I completely believe that. We're getting bombed for that.
And you who have been living these things that President Trump isn't more engaged at the moment, because he could really make a huge difference, and it seems that the Russians are now
I'm the
getting
source.
concerned.
You're the guy. You're the one guy. You know all. If it comes to Putin's booty cheeks, you're the guy to contact.
That Trump, who in the past has seemed to, give them a lifeline, actually, Trump might realise that this is a real opportunity to have success for Ukraine and end this war in a much better position than he's sort of ended the war or stopped the fighting in Iran in a sort of not a terribly satisfactory peace deal.
And a final interview that I'll point you out today is with former British ambassador to Ukraine, Simon Smith.
There is no political evolution of this world without me, for I am alone the man who holds the keys to the future. I am the revolution. The revolution is me. That's a statement right there. He's ahead with a patch.
And Simon is talking about why Russia now faces a serious decline in the long term. Have a look at his interview here.
But the idea that Moscow...
This guy just looks like a more fucked up version of Keir Starmer, no? Let me see if I can find like a good face shot. Like, we can see it, right? This guy's just a more fucked up version of Keir Starmer. Putin put out Putin. Okay.
would make such a break with the kind of cooperative structures that it had built up with, through the G7, through its relationships with the United States, with Europe, and so on. The idea that it would so comprehensively trash those by launching an invasion of Ukraine, I think that did come as a surprise to many decision.
Wish Putin's dad, never mind. I don't want to be killed by the KGB now. It's the FSB, okay? You gotta lob correctly. It's the FSB now.
Makers in Europe, and it therefore kicked in a kind of period where there seemed to be a lot of sort of running to catch up. But of course, the fundamental situation on the ground was, as I say, that because it was probably a sound military conclusion at the time to say there is no practical way in which Crimea can be thought to be defensible against this invasion. That seemed to me at the time to be kind of taken as read very quickly. But again, put the other way, if you're sitting there and you think, well, this invasion has happened, what is
At least you want to be in hell.
my recommendation going to be to the folks in London? Is it going to be, right, you should get an army together and start repelling the Russian forces from Crimea? I think if I'd made that recommendation, I probably would have been sent home straight away. In fact, it would have been regarded as a sort of unreal...
So what did you say?
I think we put a lot of our emphasis on getting serious about sanctions. Again, to be honest, my personal conclusion was very much...
Where will these two guys be in hell? They seem nice. Look, Matthew is just like, he's in his own world, okay? Let him schizo out.
Along the lines that Russia has got too much to lose in the relationship
You're super nice. True.
With the way in which the Russian economy is sort of interlinked with the global economy, the way in which
Borg.
sort of cooperative structures have been
they just hate your
built up
world.
with Russia in various international organizations since the breakup of the Soviet Union. My own judgment was that there was too much in there that a sensible decision maker just wouldn't want to lose all that. But at the same time,
I have a business idea. This better be the most convoluted shit I've ever heard in my life. All right, give me your business idea. We're not pausing until you give us your business idea. Let's set up a military business and sell our arms to everyone in the world. But the problem is I only have 2 arms. How many people are we gonna get for this? Because like I can only give my 2 arms away, and so can you. There's a limited supply of arms to people. You know that, right?
It was clear there needed to be a very strong demonstration to say, look, the message to Russia being, you've enjoyed the benefits of cooperation. You've enjoyed actually quite significant amounts of foreign investment in Russia, for example.
Just so thumbs onto your legs and pass it. You know what? That's actually you know what we can do then? We can double dip. We can sell our arms and then put our thumbs onto our legs and then cut our legs off too and sell them. We can get 4 limbs off one body. We'll make our own country in Antarctica after mass exterminating penguins are setting up you to being caught.
Based on a constructive relationship with Russia, and that is actually going to change. That will change in the form of sanctions, personal sanctions, institutional sanctions being placed on Russia as well. And I think that then kicks off a period where there is, again, we come back to this feeling of incrementalism. There is a feeling that if you keep increasing the pressure and you don't sort of overdo it. So there was a lot of talk at that time about let's not be disproportional. We're not going to stop talking to Russia about this, but we're not going to stop talking. We're not going to cut off relations with Russia, but we're just going to make sure that they will.
If the government does try and ban you, just coup your own government. True, Jan 6 the government because they don't want us to sell our arms away. It's like Sweetie Todd, but no blood.
Come a point when Russia realizes the pressure is getting, the stresses that are being put on them will persuade them to think again. And of course, that didn't happen.
So that was 2014, and here we are today. And you, from what you said a little bit earlier, I presume.
Oh, really? By arms you mean weapons? I didn't know that. I thought you actually meant my actual arms. That's crazy. Yeah, selling weapons makes more sense. I thought you wanted me to sell my limbs. That's so profitable in its own right.
That you do not think that what happened in 2014 meant that you could foresee what happened in 2022, and you also said that President Putin, his sort of lack of awareness of what the reality was may well have contributed towards that and his assessment of what he could achieve. I'm just wondering.
Aliana, you get it.
When you take all of that into account and everything you just said about 2014, what would your advice be finally today?
I think the lesson we've learned is certainly the lesson learned in 2022 was don't make the mistake of, in a sense, projecting your cost-benefit analysis onto a very different decision maker. Because I think to a certain extent that's what we
so high right now. Are you smoking or are you doing edibles? So guns and bombs and planes and tanks and AI robots that have 5 guns, all of them will sell them. True. And our arms. Don't forget, we have to sell our limbs too.
Again, we thought you could see the evidence that a force was being generated capable of invading Ukraine. You could see that preparations for an invasion were going to happen, but we'd seen this before. We'd seen other periods during which there was evidence that forces were being generated or were being deployed on maneuvers, drills, and exercises, and so on, that might have suggested that Russia was going to invade. And yet, what we did was to say, no, this is posturing. This is still, if we think ourselves into the mind of decision makers in the Moscow Kremlin, there is still kind of no way this adds up. There's no way it makes sense that such a massive risk, with the sort of cooperative relationships that Russia has with the rest of the world, that's worth it. to the extent of sending an army of 100,000 plus troops into Ukraine.
And Simon, again, eloquently, he's been there at the center. He knows it. He understands.
If we know the customer is a depressed 17-year-old teenager with poop thought, then we will say we are unaware of this particular individual disposition or identity. My favorite businesses are fronts for money laundering. Yeah, like, this is the fact, okay? All crimes are gay and retarded except tax fraud. Because you actually benefit objectively without really harming anybody, except for the government. Or just like whatever, you know? Fraud is the only cool crime. All of the crimes are gay and retarded.
Understands the Russian economic position. He understands the relationship that Russia has had with the West and its need to be with the West, and understands how these international relationships are now destroyed. And it's to a point where Russia and Russia's position in the globe, from a Western-facing perspective, has gone. Russia has now turned to a more Eastern-facing perspective. But we have to ask the question as to what Putin is mortgaging to get Xi Jinping's support. And when is Xi Jinping going to call that debt in? And how is he going to call it in? We haven't seen anything more of this yet. But Simon gives a very comprehensive explanation of the complex relationships that Russia has across the world, and how this is impacting...
I like crime as long as it's not happening to me.
Russia's future. And how it's impacting Russia today as well. So go and watch his whole interview, because it's, the clip just gives you a small flavour of it.
Everything I'm saying
all of the interviews. But that's all I have for recap today. And please, if you like what you've seen, repost it. But sign up for sign up for Frontline membership.
I'm neutral towards crime happening to me. For all I know, I deserve it. But what if someone stole your guns? Do you think you deserve that? Would you feel neutral about that? God, I'm mad at that. There's no place like London. Yeah. Alright, I'm back. My family are more likely to steal my guns, so I have to make it clear to them I will physically fist fight anyone who tries to take them.
There's a silent war going on inside of the war between Russia and Ukraine. Partisans behind the front lines risking everything to support Ukraine. These are the people operating in the shadows today in an area where even the slightest suspicion can lead to brutal torture and often death.
BRB VTuber friend is calling me. A VTuber friend? Gah. Your friends are degenerates? Come on. You're better than this.
But they want their story told because, according to one partisan, quote, I want every Russian soldier who has set foot on our land to carry that paranoia with him. Suffocating. Relentless. Every second of every day. I want him to look at the grandmother at the market.
Hey, I'm an XV. There's an important part of that is XVTuber. You've transcended the degeneracy, okay? You're a better person now. I went under a different name. Aliana is my real name. Oh, you just doxed yourself. It's over.
At the doctor in the clinic, at the ordinary passerby on the street, and to see in each of them his own personal destruction. End quote. So today we're joined by Ken Harbaugh to discuss his coverage of the topic in a new article in The Atlantic. Ken is a former U.S. Navy fighter pilot and president of Valor Media Network, and he was gracious enough to let me tag along with him into Kherson a few weeks back. Now, if this interview strikes a chord, I'd ask that you consider donating through the 501c3 in the description to help the Ukrainian soldiers in Kherson as they desperately need a new boat motor to maintain their current operations. More on that at the end of today's video. And with that, let's get to the conversation. All right, Ken, great seeing you again. We parted ways in Odessa, but you were talking about this piece in The Atlantic while there, so excited to get back on here and talk about it, man.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be with you. And it's cool to have been downrange with you and to meet up like this, talking about something that I've been working on for 2 years, but you were there at the very tail end when it was all coming together. Great hanging out with you in Ukraine. I'm sure we'll go back, but this is the culmination of really several years of work on this story.
It's understandable. I mean, and you broached the subject of covering the resistance while we were there. And I think I mentioned there's just very little coverage of that at baseline. Now, before getting started with some of these stories, I do want to ask, how do you present that? Like, the war is still going. There are still active resistance operations across the occupied territories. How do you walk that line in something like this of telling the story, but being careful not to burn tradecraft or sources or whatever it might be?
It's a great question, and I'm so glad you asked it. And the first thing I have to say is that the Ukrainians want this story out now. They have been very hesitant over the last few years to talk about operations inside the occupied territories. But for a couple of reasons, they feel like now it is really important to get this story out responsibly. And they're not going to talk to just anybody. And I think the fact that I've spent the last couple of years embedded with well-known combat units and have a track record of being able to be trusted with those embeds, that gave them the confidence to give me access to some of these partisan cells. But one of the main reasons they want to talk about it now is that they see Russia on its back foot. And if you study the history of resistance movements, at moments like this, one of the most powerful forces you can deploy against an occupier is fear. And they want every Russian soldier to be terrified, paranoid all the time. One of the agents inside occupied Mariupol, codenamed Sestra, said, I want that Russian soldier to carry that paranoia, that fear with him every second of every day, so that when they have an interaction with the bus driver, with the baker, with the old lady walking by their barracks with shopping bags in hand, I want them to see them as a link in a kill chain. They want that fear. The Ukrainian military, the Ukrainian partisans want that fear just permeating through the Russian occupation forces. They're also worried, though, that there is a conversation in the West, and in America in particular, that peace will have to come in exchange for territory. And the Ukrainians you talk to say that's not peace. If you look at what the Russians do in the occupied territories, if you look at Bucha, if you look at what's still happening in Mariupol, giving them part of our land is not peace. It's a death sentence for more Ukrainians. It's more torture chambers. And we want the world to know that we are fighting for all of Ukraine, not just the parts that you see in the headlines, not just Kyiv and Odessa and Dnipro. We're fighting for the occupied territories as well, because that's Ukraine and those are Ukrainians.
When I think of resistance fight, I mean, the French in World War II is kind of the big one that always comes to mind in Nazi-occupied Europe. But you think of things going boom or trains going off the track, and I feel like we haven't seen a ton of that. It's been more information. Just this week, the SSO, Ukrainian Special Operations, put out a note saying that their resistance elements notified them when a supply or a repair train was coming in, so they hit the repair train. So it seems like a lot of this is more the information aspect and data, intel, rather than kinetic operations. Is that a safe assessment?
That's the overwhelming story these days. And it didn't used to be that way. It used to be very kinetic. It also used to be really symbolic in the early days of the occupation. Just speaking about the symbolic resistance, Ukrainians used to, paint Ukrainian flags out in the open. They used to play patriotic songs through their windows or out in public. That's a guaranteed trip to the basement now. The FSB has become so repressive in these areas, and the basement, of course, is a Ukrainian euphemism for these ubiquitous torture chambers across the occupied territories. So that symbolic resistance has gone, and it's also heavily discouraged by resistance leaders. One resistance leader told me, we need intel, not art. And he was speaking about this tendency of, Ukrainian kids in the occupied territories to tag, Russian buildings and things with Ukrainian symbols. It's not worth it. Like, what they need is intel delivered to the Ukrainian military to deliver these strikes. But some of the stories that I gathered in the course of this reporting that I wasn't able to include in the final article were about those early kinetic operations. And if I can share just one, because it's a window into the not just
Please.
the bravery, but the unbelievable humility of these Ukrainian partisans. I was told, this is a couple years ago now, that I had to meet this hero of the resistance. That's how he was described to me. I had to meet this guy in Kherson who had done some unbelievable things in the opening weeks of the invasion. I walk into this cafe in Kherson covered by camouflage netting because, as you know, even back then, still an omnipresent drone threat from these Russian FPV drones. And I see a guy in the corner of the cafe who didn't fit my image at all of a hero of the resistance. He was wearing like farmer's coveralls, still covered in dirt, missing a few of his front teeth. And he just kind of waved off my first few questions. He even said, I wasn't a partisan. I wasn't a member of the resistance. I got frustrated. I said, why are we talking? Why did people tell me I had to speak to you? And it came out over the course of the next hour that this guy had a farmhouse near a critical choke point that the Russians had taken, that they were now mining to thwart a potential Ukrainian counterattack. This farmer would see these Russians lay anti-tank mines by day, and at night he would throw a rope over his shoulder, belly crawl through these fields to where he remembered these mines being buried, dig them up, tie them to his back, and then crawl into the Russian positions and lay them under the Russian tanks so that when they fired up the next morning, they would blow up. And
Jesus.
I mean, my jaw just dropped, right? And I said, how many times did you do this? And it was the only time.
You got motherfucking Ukrainian farmer John dragging mines towards Russian tanks. That's fucking based.
He smiled. He said many times. And it was that kind of kinetic resistance early on that defined the resistance, but that's gone away. And what the Ukrainian partisans are doing now is, in fact, far more lethal than strapping a mine to your back and crawling through a field at night, because they are delivering all of the intel just about for this middle strike campaign that is choking off places like Crimea.
So we're seeing the effects of this right now. I mean, middle strike is leading the news in every way. The resistance is involved in some of those targets.
Yes, we are seeing
Nice
the
cutoff.
very last link in a long and complex kill chain. And I think it's important to report on those last link, and you do a phenomenal job of sharing those clips of the devastation along the M14 highway. But the part that doesn't get told, the story that is hidden, is the supplying of the intelligence, a lot of which is coming from these partisans. And they are relaying it in some really creative ways through encrypted apps to their handlers. It gets to the Ukrainian military units, and they launch these strikes. And the tightness of that loop now is really, really impressive, including vetting of targets. One of the aspects of this intelligence collection and the vetting loop is the use of Ukrainian diaspora outside of Ukraine. I talked to a woman who grew up in a village that is in occupied Ukraine right now, and knows everything about the village she grew up in, which is now.
I'm gonna get some nom noms. I'll be back. All right, I'm back.
Epicenter for some of these attacks. And when they get coordinates from an agent inside Ukraine, the Ukrainian military wants to make sure those coordinates are verified. One, because they don't want to hit civilians. Two, they want to make sure their agent hasn't been co-opted or their identity taken, and they're now using the encrypted app. And so they reach out to these members of the Ukrainian resistance outside Ukraine, and they say, for example, we've got this coordinate for a building. The agent says it's a warehouse. They say it's a specific warehouse with a basement that we think is holding ammunition. We think it's an ammunition dump. Does that ring a bell? And this woman said, absolutely. We used to make out there in high school all the time. I know it well.
That's a pretty interesting way of finding out targets.
And then they'll vet the target and they'll launch a strike. And the speed of that loop can be really, really tight. I mean, it doesn't usually happen this fast, but I was talking to one agent in Mariupol who said that she was still in a chat with a Russian soldier when a drone struck his position after she had gotten coordinates from the catfishing op. 15-minute turnaround in that case.
Is catfishing and kind of the honeypotting, is that something that we're seeing a lot of still? It feels like that's going to be working.
Gooning is killing Russians.
Right. Yeah, that is a story as old as war itself. I lead with that because it's catchy, right? Because it grabs the attention. Most of the intel is coming from just field work, tradecraft, identifying positions through observation. But some of the more sensational examples are coming from those online relationships that agents are developing with Russian sources who have no idea that they're talking to an agent. They think they're talking to, their next date, and it turns out they are themselves now part of the kill chain. So yeah, that is definitely happening. And there are elements of that I can't talk about, but
obviously because it's classified shit, but yeah, the fact that gooning is killing Russians is a crazy thing.
The Ukrainians' innovativeness in this area is fantastic, and they even have a course. Supposedly, I could not get confirmation, except in a conversation I had with an SBU Academy instructor who, as soon as I mentioned this, he sort of leaned back and smiled. It was all the confirmation I needed about this course at the SBU Academy, in which cadets actually have to build an online relationship with a Russian occupier in order to pass the course. And in order to get the highest grade, they have to deliver target coordinates to the professor by the end of the course. Yeah.
Serious course.
Yeah.
So
state mandated psyop dating. That's crazy, dude.
We're seeing the battlefield is transparent in so many ways that it hasn't been before. There was a story recently of satellite imagery with like a 2-hour delay showing Ukraine the effects of some of these strikes. Of course, there's the drones. What is the value of, because it's incredibly risky, what is the added value these partisans on the ground are providing to that?
So a lot of the targets that they're identifying really can't be found any other way. The Russians have moved into, it's not like they're in World War II style compounds with barbed wire and watchtowers and checkpoints and stuff. They're living in apartment buildings, in hotels, or what used to be hotels. One of the sometimes the Ukrainians are actually targeting individuals. Like they're targeting senior commanders. They find out where they live in the community. And that's the kind of strike that requires a really quick turnaround, because I have to imagine these Russian commanders move pretty frequently. But it's intel like that is hard human. I mean, it's not the type of stuff that satellites or SIGINT can get very readily. But if you're embedded in the community, if you're a part of the community, if you're the local baker or delivery person, some of these partisans are even volunteering for aid organizations just like the Ukrainians, the Russians have some NGOs that provide equipment and care packages and things like that to Russian units. And Ukrainians are part of those. And if they're delivering aid packages, care packages with, toothpaste and soap to a Russian unit, that could well be target development. And again, the Ukrainians want this known. They want the Russians to be afraid of every interaction they have.
A Russian man's going to be so scared of going into a date because his date could be a Ukrainian honeypot who's like trying to target his location. That's so crazy.
There was a report from a group called Molfar that came out a few months ago, and it was about that. It was a Russian volunteer handing off supplies, and he was showing his audience, the donors, hey, here's the guys we gave this stuff to. And based off of a patch, they were like, oh, that's an air defense unit. And they just went 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is.
Jesus Christ.
Just off of something like that. So if you've got people actually on the ground handing it off, that could be a trove of information.
Yeah, it is. And the Ukrainians has just gotten so good at not only collecting this, but transmitting. And the Russians are working really, really hard to counter it. I mean, every single phone sold in the occupied territories now is controlled by the FSB for all intents and purposes. They come preloaded with an app called, and this is about as Orwellian as it gets, the app is called Druj, which means friend in Russian.
Oh my god. There really is some 1984 shit.
And the friend app on your phone in Ukraine, in occupied Ukraine, reports back to the FSB every photo you take, your location, every text you send. If you try to delete it, it makes note of that and keeps running in the background. And if you are caught passing through a checkpoint with a phone that does not have this app installed, or even worse, has an encrypted app like Signal on it, you're going to the basement.
Can you talk a little bit about what that means? When you say go into the basement, you say Russian torture. This to me is kind of the crux of partisan activities, what they're risking.
Yeah, this is in some ways a no-go area for me, not because of OPSEC, but just sort of the emotional barrier that I insist on. When I'm talking to someone who's been through this experience, I don't ask them about it. And I'll give you a good example of this. I was talking to a young girl who was 11 years old, almost identical to my daughter at the time. She was 11 at the time the Russians occupied her village in Kherson, or just on the outskirts of Kherson. And before our conversation started, she apologized to me for her stutter and said I didn't used to have this problem until the Russians took me to the basement.
Fucked. That's so fucked.
And you don't ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, no shit. What the basement. Jesus.
Something like that. You don't ask she was 13 years old at the time. You don't ask a 13-year-old what the Russians did to you in the basement. But I do know, having interviewed the head of the women's center at the major hospital in Kyiv, that the steady stream of sexual assault survivors that they treat from the occupied territories ranges in age from 4 to 75 years old, that they have become a world leader in gynecological reconstructive surgery because of what the Russians do in these occupied territories, an accomplishment that they are in no way proud of, by the way. And it forces you to wrestle with, or to answer for yourself the question, why are women the backbone of the resistance? Other than being very good at it, they have a really good reason to hate the Russians.
That's the type of stuff where I never know how to...
The Russians have done so much SA that the Ukrainians have become the best at gynecological reconstruction, dude. That's so fucked. That's so fucked.
correctly approach that is that type of
Yeah.
information needs to be known, but it's hard to even think about it, let alone talk about it. And to your point, I can't imagine interviewing somebody that went through that and trying to ask details to tell that story. That's wild. 2026, that's happening. That's insane.
Yeah, in Europe.
Have there been any concerns or instances of kind of collective punishment? That's something I think of with partisan activities is a shot rings out from this Polish village, so the Soviets burn it all down, or the Nazis burn it all down. Is there anything like that you picked up on?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There are the headline examples. Bucha can't be described as anything other than a.
Sorry, just joining. What's the topic? This is Ukraine stuff. I'm gonna just go back a bit for you because there was some really depressing shit.
Conversation started, she apologized to me for her stutter.
So listen to
said
this.
I didn't used to have this problem until the Russians took me to the basement. And you don't ask a follow-up question to something like that. You don't ask she was 13 years old at the time. You don't ask a 13-year-old what the Russians did to you in the basement. But I do know, having interviewed the head of the women's center at the major hospital in Kyiv, that the steady stream of sexual assault survivors that they treat from the occupied territories.
The worst part is this is not even the worst part. It gets worse somehow after this.
Ranges in age from 4 to 75 years old, that they have become a world leader in gynecological reconstructive surgery.
The Russians have done so much SA that the Ukrainians have become world-class leaders in gynecological reconstruction. That's fucked. That is fucked.
Because of what the Russians do in these occupied territories, an accomplishment that they are in no way proud of, by the way. And it forces you to wrestle with or to answer for yourself the question, why are women the backbone of the resistance? Other than being very good at it, they have a really good reason to hate the Russians.
That's the type of stuff where I never know how to correctly approach that. Is that type of information needs to be known, but
is it like them kidnapping people or just finding kids out in the field and assaulting them? No, it's like taking people, like she said, to the basement. And like the Ukrainians apparently use the basement as just like a term of like taking someone away, basically. So maybe that might be it too. But like I think it was a literal basement in this case. Also, just keep in mind that range you use from 4 years old to 75. That is a fucking wide range. Jesus Christ.
It's hard to even think about it, let alone talk about it. And to your point, I can't imagine interviewing somebody that went through that and trying to ask details to tell that story. That's wild. 2026, that's happening. That's insane.
Yeah, in Europe.
Have there been any concerns or instances of kind of collective punishment? That's something I think of with partisan activities is a shot rings out from this Polish village, so the Soviets burn it all down, or the Nazis burn it all down. Is there anything like that you picked up on?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There are the headline examples. Bucha can't be described as anything other than a bloodlust-driven collective punishment. I mean, I've been to the mass grave there. It wasn't soldiers. It was bullet holes in the backs of heads with hands tied behind them. Mariupol, the theater bombing. I hope you've talked to James Verini. If you haven't, you should. I mean, a Russian pilot dropped probably two bombs on a theater with 1,000 women and kids in it to terrorize the city of Mariupol for the gall of defying the Russian siege. Yeah, this is happening all the time. And sometimes it's not mass collective punishment. Sometimes it's just setting an example to intimidate, terrorize, create some kind of psychological pressure on the resistance. The example that the head of the Mariupol resistance gave me was the torturing of two young teenagers, tortured so badly that their bodies were never returned to their families. And it was incidents like that that led the resistance to impose an absolute ban on children participating in the resistance. Kids early on did help the resistance, largely because it was so disorganized, because they were figuring it out as they went. But now there is a hard and fast rule that if you're under the age of 18, you're not going to be a partisan. Worry about something else. You can be a patriot later. In fact, the actual quote the partisan commander gave me, he said, when they turn 18, they'll get their chance. I asked him their chance for what? And he said their chance to be heroes. And I knew what he meant. He meant when they turn 18 in the occupied territories, then they'll get the chance to die for their country. I mean, and as a father, that hit me right here and made me think, I never, ever want my kids to have a chance to be heroes.
So no children, and that makes sense from a
That's
couple
a
different
bar.
perspectives.
That's a fucking bar. Holy shit.
Very few military-aged males in the occupied territories, I would imagine. So women. Seems like women are the backbone here.
They are. And women that the Russians, because like chauvinism and sexism.
No, dude. So this guy he didn't cut out the essay of that 13-year-old, but he cut out whatever he just said. So what he just said was super fucked. Holy.
Is just riven through their culture, especially their military. Women that the Russians normally wouldn't suspect. But the Ukrainian resistance has reached the point where they want them to suspect everybody. Again, we're at the stage in the war where the resistance has made the decision. We want the occupier to be afraid all the time.
Have you noticed a difference? There's some of the areas like Kherson and Mariupol that is a new occupation compared with areas of Donetsk and Crimea. Were you able to tell any difference between how the resistance operates in different areas? Is it maybe stronger in some of the newer areas, stronger in the older areas?
It's stronger in the newer areas. Some of that might be, honestly, logistical and geographic, but it's also, I'm sure, a function of the Russians' behavior in these areas. In some areas of Donetsk, there is more historic sympathy. In fact, in some of the newer areas, initially there was real sympathy for the Russians. They were just so steeped in some of the propaganda. Some people believed that the Russians were coming to, eliminate the Nazi scourge. That sentiment evaporated pretty quickly. There was, I think we together heard the story of this old woman in this village near Kherson. The Russians took over her house, saw a metal box on the wall and said, "Open it up. We know you have money or jewels or whatever." She said, "It's a water heater." The response was, "That's not a thing. There's no such thing as a water heater." And they didn't believe her until they shot it full of holes and water started pouring out. She was a Russian sympathizer until she actually met Russians. I think that has happened throughout the occupied territories, the newly occupied territories. Whatever sympathy there was evaporated the moment Ukrainians actually got to meet Russian soldiers.
Do you know, are some of these resistance folks making the decision to stay and fight versus leaving?
Yes.
I know
yes.
it's not as easy as just walking across the line, so I don't want to present it that way, but it seems like they might be able to smuggle themselves out based off of everything they're doing. So they're choosing to stay and fight.
They're choosing to stay. And this is, for me, the most unfathomable part of the psychology. Many people got out. In fact, many people who are active in the resistance are active from outside the occupied territories. All of the commanders just about are in free Ukraine. Anybody with comprehensive knowledge of the resistance, they can't afford having them in the occupied territories. In fact, those in the occupied territories, in many cases, are operating as units of one. I mean, the idea of the autonomous cell reaches its logical minimum in a place like Mariupol, where you might be an agent for the Ukrainian military and have no idea that there are 5 other agents in your apartment complex. All you know is that you're communicating with your handler over this encrypted app on this secret phone. Russians are dying every day, and the network you're part of is vast, but so secretive that you can't possibly know the other members of the network. It's not like the French resistance in Paris in World War II, where they commiserated in basements over wine and coffee, right? They don't get to do that. They are incredibly, incredibly lonely, and some of them have made the decision to stay and fight? I've gotten this question before. Like, what drives that? And I don't have a good answer for it. I just suspect that in every population, you have the 1 or 2% who collaborate. You have a handful who, well, you have the broad middle who just, they want to stay out of it. They just want to survive. You have, a chunk, maybe 20%, who.
Oh, wait. Did this guy fight in the conflict? Sounds realistic. Just curious what this guy's experience. From what I understand, he's actually been in Ukraine and he's been one of the people on the ground. So I think he has that kind of experience. I don't know if he was an actual fighter. But from what I know is that he definitely was someone who was talking to Ukrainian people and the partisans very directly.
Want to help the resistance.
Like this channel specifically, Preston Stewart, he has a lot of good stuff with connecting a lot of Americans and Europeans who have gone to help out Ukraine directly. He talks to them, a lot of them as a primary source.
Actively, they'll help when asked, and then you have this small sliver of the population. Maybe it's just intrinsic to who they are that decide they're going to risk their lives, they're going to stay and fight, and I don't know what leads to that, what character traits make that person who they are, but it's not your typical. I mean, like that partisan in that cafe in Kherson. This is an old farmer, but he was one of that sliver of 1% who decided he was going to answer the call, even though no one even asked him, because his country needed him in that moment. And there are those members of the Ukrainian resistance who are doing it for no reward, no recognition. They're doing it because their country just needs them to.
It's incredible. I'm so glad you're putting this story out there and making people aware of it, and can't wait until this all ends and we can hear some of the absolutely ridiculous things I'm sure that's been going on behind the front. I know folks would be interested in finding a way to support this. That's not going to be a thing. These are highly secretive organizations, but there is a way to support in that general direction. Can you tell us a little bit about the unit down in Kherson that we're working with right now?
The 34th Coastal Defense Brigade is one of the only, perhaps the only unit that conducts regular operations on the left bank inside occupied territory. They do it with a river assault team that is able to cross the river and deliver troops to the other side, but they also conduct evacuations, and they are in desperate need of an upgrade to one of their motors for one of their river boats that conducts these evacuations. And I think we can put a link in the show notes or somewhere. But Valor Media is handling the donations for this unit, covering any of the admin costs. So every cent that you give goes directly to support the 34th Coastal Defense Brigade and their desperate need for this motor upgrade.
Is it possible that these guys would be the ones evacuating partisans when time came that they needed to get out?
Yes. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
now you mentioned
that's the overlap.
Yeah. They one of the things I remember you mentioning with this motor is that the motor they have is just a little too slow. And that doesn't sound like a big deal, but when Russian drones get a little bit faster, like you just can't do anything with that.
Yeah. So, I mean, since I guess this is a tactically savvy audience, I'll just paint the picture for you. When these guys are able to operate on the river, it's in typically pretty bad weather days. They're not going under clear open skies and glassy water to cross the Dnipro because they're sitting ducks in that situation. So they're going when it's bumpy, when it's when it's windy, when it's rough, which means that they don't have a really stable platform for shooting down the Russian drones that end up finding them. And in many cases, they are really having to move fast to evacuate folks from the left side. They have minutes, sometimes seconds, to load the boat and get back out into the river. But on the way back to free Ukraine and some air coverage from their own side, they have to outrun these Russian drones. And they can't really do it with the motor they have. The Russian drones are have about a 5 km/h advantage on them. So I'm trying to picture myself in one of these seats in this boat, watching this Russian drone going as fast as it can while you're going as fast as you can, and they're closing the distance second by second. And the boat is bouncing around so much that you can't shoot it down like you normally would be able to if you had a stable position, like some of the anti-drone crews I'm with. They're very good at shooting down these drones, unless you're in a boat that's bouncing all over the place. So their answer, and really the only answer, is a little more speed. And if they had just a little more horsepower in that motor, they'd be able to outrun these Russian drones without having to rely on shooting them down from an unstable platform.
It's wild. It's an area that's not getting enough focus, not just the partisan activity, but also down in Harris Island. So, Ken, thank you so much for your coverage of this and taking the time to chat about it today.
Thanks, Preston. As always, great talking with you, and thanks for the help with the fundraiser.
All right, so thank you so much to Ken for taking the time to walk through all that today. There's a gift link to that article in the description. Ken was kind enough to share that, so you can read it in its entirety. You can share it with friends and family. It's a pretty powerful piece, to say the least.
Holy shit, they've already raised twice as much as the original goal was. The original goal was 20K, they've already raised 41,000. Jesus. That's crazy.
Vladimir Putin is starting to show signs of weakness. At an emergency meeting, the Russian leader admitted to fuel shortages as Ukraine ups strikes on energy resources. But he denied any real impact. As the nation begins to burn through its reserves, though, you have to wonder if this could eventually halt his military campaign. And if he has no oil to sell abroad, that would make it tricky to fund this war.
We must minimize the consequences of terrorist attacks on our peaceful civilian facilities and infrastructure.
Man, fuck this guy.
At the same time, you are well aware that problems remain for both motorists and businesses. Unfortunately, there are still queues at gas stations. The required grade of gasoline is not always available. And of course, we understand the difficulties facing farmers during the summer period.
And the fuel crisis is spreading. There's also an election coming up, and Putin sounded worried at a party congress about unity.
Russia is facing harsh and, without any exaggeration, unprecedented pressure from Western elites. They cannot defeat us on the battlefield. They are trying to destabilize the political situation and sow internal discord.
It's funny, like, he's just saying what the Russian intelligence is doing to the West. They can never beat the West in the battlefield, so they're psyoping Europe and America to, like, destroy themselves from the inside.
But that is not working either. Russia has always been strong and victorious thanks to national unity.
True.
It is precisely this unity that haunts some of those who wish us ill. As I have already noted, they would like to undermine our national unity, to call it into question. They have never succeeded, and they will not succeed now.
I'm now joined by Ivana Strutner from the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. She specializes in Russian security strategy. So how do you read Putin admitting to this fuel crisis?
So he had to admit something. He didn't say that this is a grave concern, but he definitely had to address, because domestically, Russia is struggling. And imagine.
Putin. All right,
If
perfect.
Russian center of gravity is energy, and domestically there are problems with fuel, so Putin is really in trouble. But I would also say that it's too early to predict whether Putin can be overthrown and whether this can bring thousands and thousands of people on the streets of Moscow or St. Petersburg. However, we need to put this in the context of Russia also completely changing the information space and shutting it down over the course of the past few months, because Putin understands that there are more and more people inside Russia who are very dissatisfied with economy. Some of them are not angry that Putin is waging this awful aggressive war.
Perfect. Are you angry on the economy? Or do you think everything is fine?
Against Ukraine, but they're upset because Putin is losing the war. And I think this also brings a very important point to the West, that Putin just announced that he is ready to negotiate with the West. But he's not going to negotiate from the position of strength. He's going to negotiate from the position of despair. And now is the time to put.
Firstly, I'm angry because of blocking internet.
More pressure on the Kremlin.
So is that what we're seeing here, a rare sign of weakness?
I would say so, because Russia is definitely not performing well on the battlefield, and Putin is increasingly becoming dissatisfied with that. Domestically, the Russians are very dissatisfied with economy, and that the war has been going on for years and not just for 72 days, as many people inside Russia had been hoping for. And finally, we are also talking about the reimposition of sanctions coming from the West. So Putin is really not in a good place. But this is also really an opportunity for the West, as Putin now wants to go back to the negotiation table. The West should not fear all his threats, because now is the time to impose more sanctions and to deliver all the weapons that Ukraine needs to put Russia on the defensive. And finally, we already saw over the course of the past few weeks, even more intense drone, bringing basically drone war to Russia. And that tells you all you need to know, that Ukraine is not, doesn't want to lose this war. As a matter of fact, they are in a very strong position to make sure that Putin will have to end this war.
Well, Ivana, I find it interesting, on the same day that Putin acknowledges fuel shortages after these Ukrainian drone strikes, he says Russia is facing unprecedented pressure by Western elites. Is his hope that Russians will rally behind the banner in times of crisis, say?
Look, Putin has a background in KGB, and one of his most powerful weapons, indeed, has been psychological pressure on his own population. And he actually arose to power by portraying Russia as a victim. He has been accusing the West for a very long time of plotting a color revolution inside Russia, and always portraying, the Kremlin as a victim coming, from the West. So I'm absolutely not surprised by his statements from the political party, because he has been really trying, to rally people around those nationalistic narratives. He completely destroyed pro-Western opposition, strengthened the far-right groups, and then positioned himself as some sort of like a pillar of stability, as he likes to call himself. But I think more and more people inside Russia are growing dissatisfied with him. The problem is that his authoritarian rule doesn't allow free and fair elections in Russia. And here security forces are ready to whatever it's necessary to protect his regime. regime. So let's see, what the coming months are bringing. But what I would like to see is more sanctions on Russia, especially when it comes to energy sector, to basically even more destabilize his pillar of stability, and more importantly, to provide Ukraine with the weapons that Ukraine needs to put Russia on the defensive, because Putin is willing to negotiate, but don't forget, he's this time negotiating not from the position of strength, but for the position of despair. And finally, even when we bring him to a negotiation table, we should not be living in a fairy tale that he wants to just end this war. He would love to pause and then to reposition and to continue.
Yeah, the basic of the peace deal needs to be Crimea needs to go back to Ukraine. Russia needs to root around any claim on Ukraine, and Ukraine needs to be asked to enter NATO, or at least entering NATO. Sorry, like those are the bare minimum.
That's why powerful sanctions are absolutely necessary as soon as possible.
Well, you mentioned sanctions, but at the same time, he's considering an export ban for diesel, for example. And you were saying to us how central energy is to Russia and the economy. Oil and gas have been the main source of revenue for Putin's war machine. How's he going to fund the war?
Indeed, that's precisely why he's very dissatisfied and he's very concerned. And Ukraine absolutely knows that the best way to stop Putin war machinery is to target the war machine where he's funding the war, as you mentioned, exactly the energy. And not only that this is going to be very important, for stopping his war machine, but also psychologically to show that the Kremlin is not 6 foot tall, as many people in the West sometimes think, because Putin is really not in a good place. And at least, over the course of the past few years, he has been using constantly nuclear threats, escalation threats, etc., etc. And I think Washington and our allies, whether they're sitting in Berlin, in Brussels, or London, are not falling for those threats anymore, which is really a good sign.
Could restrictions on fuel exports, if I can bring it back to that again, even threaten Russia's economic partnerships with countries like China or India?
Oh, absolutely. Look, nobody likes a loser. And China and Russia are frenemies. They have mutual interests.
That's true.
But they also have a mutual
Like China and Russia are not allies. They just hate the same people.
enemy, which is the United States and the West writ large. So that was the source of their cooperation. But China is absolutely not willing to step up and to save Putin. But also Putin, we already saw that couldn't help, his allies, whether they're sitting in Syria, in Venezuela.
Yeah.
So he is also not a reliable partner. And as I mentioned, really nobody likes a loser, and politics is all about power and transaction when it comes to the Kremlin and its allies. So we should not fear all of those things when it comes to energy sector, because neither China or India will help.
And what makes you so optimistic that the time is right now, that Ukraine has momentum on its side? I mean, could the latest onslaught by Ukraine, striking deeper into Russia, be a flash in the pan?
So, as you mentioned, yes, Ukraine is right now striking deep into Russia, which means that this war has been brought also to Russia. And on the other hand, Putin is struggling economically, but also domestically, he's totally paranoid. He's losing his allies. So he's really not in a good state of negotiation. As I mentioned, he's not this time arriving to negotiation table with
China's still drone components in Russia and Ukraine, so it's not an ally. Yeah. China's not an ally of Russia. They just, China and Russia just hate the same people. It's not an alliance. It's friends with benefits.
With power and with ability, to impose certain conditions. Now is the time for the EU, for London, and for Washington to impose our demands, and not to basically seek any concessions. We don't have to.
Security analyst Ivana Stratton.
New Zealand is Russia's ally. if you guys can stop the war, I'm your ally. Okay, you stop fighting in Ukraine. We're friends.
Thank you very much for the analysis. It's been great talking to you.
Thank you very much for inviting.
This is a story about parallel play. If North American trade in autos goes back and forth among the three countries, and trade in agriculture is largely U.S. exports, when it comes to energy, one size definitely does not fit all. The U.S. generally imports oil from Canada and exports natural gas to Mexico. The USMCA may aspire to be multilateral.
All right, wait, give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna make myself a coffee. I'll be back. All right, I'm back.
But in practice, it looks more like two bilateral arrangements. David Gura brings us the story.
Howard Energy Partners has a natural gas pipeline that runs from South Texas to Monterrey in Mexico. It supplies part of the 6.4 billion cubic feet of natural gas Mexico imports from the U.S. each day.
We're the only one that actually crosses the border on both sides of the border with the same ownership. There are other pipelines that end at the border of Mexico and Texas, but then gets picked up by another company in Mexico and continues on. We're the only one that actually crosses the border. But there's probably on the order of 10 pipelines that cross into Mexico from the U.S.
CEO Mike Howard sees Mexico's reliance on the U.S. firsthand.
All business starts with energy, and the energy business is the business that powers every other business. So whether they produce their own energy or not, they need the energy. And so if a U.S. company is not invited to own infrastructure in Mexico, somebody needs to build it. So if they want to build it, that's fine. I think America has the most affordable, most reliable forms of energy to give to them.
Energy trade standards between the U.S., Mexico, and Canada were first established by NAFTA, which included zero tariff treatment for oil, natural gas, and refined petroleum products. The flow of energy exports had been integrated across all three countries, but in the intervening years, that's changed.
Well, the thing about North America is that most of the times it works as two very big bilateral relationships, the U.S. and Mexico on one side, the U.S. and Canada on the other.
Diego Marroquin Bitar is at CSIS.
We have to keep in mind that we have a North American energy machine that it has churned for over 100 years, not just the past 30 years since NAFTA. I think the main difference now is that as years go by, the U.S. market becomes increasingly dependent, increasingly interconnected to the Mexican market and to the Canadian market. You can see it clearly, for example, on oil. 60% of U.S. oil imports come from Canada. The refineries in the U.S. are adapted in order to refine that sour crude oil from Canada. In the case of Mexico, 70% of the natural gas that Mexico imports yearly comes from the U.S. 60% of the electricity generated in Mexico comes from natural gas. So the U.S. is using Canada and Mexico as export markets, and then those two other countries are using that cheaper energy in order to make competitive products. So again, the longer this goes for, the more integrated we are, and the more disruptive trade and investment obstacles become.
Mexico has long recognized its reliance on the U.S. for energy, and one way it's tried to reduce that dependence is by strengthening its own energy sector. But progress has been limited.
Mexico's perspective has changed over the years. We had basically a state monopoly on energy production for over 70 years. That changed in 2014 when the then President Peña Nieto administration liberalized the energy market. That quickly went away when President López Obrador got elected in 2018, and he reversed the liberalizing market reforms. So what he basically did was changing the state-owned firms from Mexico, CFE for electricity, Pemex for oil production, and instead of being productive entities, they became public entities. And what that did was it created a threshold for electricity production in Mexico that needs to come from Pemex and CFE.
Those state-owned firms are the biggest causes of friction between the U.S. and Mexico when it comes to the cross-border energy trade.
So the main complaints are, number one, Pemex and CFE, Mexico state-owned firms, getting priority, getting more lenient treatment compared to U.S. firms investing in Mexico. One of the core commitments of USMCA is you have to treat everyone the same, regardless of where the capital is coming from. And these constitutional amendments that the President Sheinbaum implemented, that President López Obrador also was pushing for, they are giving Pemex and CFE a predominant position in Mexico's energy market, and that's what's one of the biggest obstacles that we have for the USMCA review.
It may seem like the U.S. has an upper hand in the ongoing trade talks, but that's less clear when the U.S. has something to sell that it needs Mexico to buy.
When you look at how your company is growing, how big a role is Mexico going to play?
You know, geographically, it's a big deal. Economically, it's less than 10% of the business we have, but we just completed a new presidential permit to lay another pipeline into Mexico. One of the pipelines we didn't mention is over near Eagle Pass, Del Rio. It actually delivers natural gas to the world's largest brewery. So if you drink Modelo beer, our natural gas actually boils the water that makes the beer. I think it's very important for the border of Mexico, and also for the continuing growth of their economy, is to continue to support any kind of electricity demand or energy that they may need to help their economy. So it's very important to our business. It's not an economic driver necessarily in a majority way, but it's very important to us.
About 1,500 miles north of the U.S.-Mexico border, it's a very different story. But it wasn't always that way. Jatane De Silva was CEO of the Canada Energy Regulator from 2020 to 2023.
How would you characterize the energy relationship between Canada and the U.S. today?
I think it's mutually beneficial. I mean, it's the Americans are very fortunate to be sitting beside a country that has such a vast landmass and so few people, that is blessed with pretty much every energy resource there is, not just oil and gas, but uranium as well. And so I think it's very fortunate for the United States that we have this agreement that has encouraged the integration. And for Canada, of course, the reverse is true. Having such vast quantities of commodities and being a middle power and a trading nation, to be sitting beside the world's largest economy is obviously a great advantage.
Yeah, like the US being next to like a lot of these markets, especially bigger economies like Mexico and Canada, is a really good thing. I'm just so glad that the current president has got a really free trade mindset and not a protectionist one.
And so we're hopeful that any renewed trade agreement will continue to allow that energy to flow freely across the border.
Do you think that Americans appreciate that it is such a beneficial relationship?
In my experience, most Americans are completely shocked when they find out that Canada is their largest supplier of energy. They think it's Saudi Arabia or a country in the Middle East, and so they're often quite surprised to find out that 60% of their oil exports come from North.
Yeah, people forget like the Middle East actually isn't that influential when it comes to American energy markets. It's influential when it comes to arbitrage, when it comes to global energy markets, obviously, because a lot of the oil does come from there. But like the US is energy independent, basically, especially when it comes to oil and like with fracking and everything.
Of the border, you know, in my experience, Americans just don't think about Canada the way Canadians do.
Even though the energy relationship between the U.S. and Canada is a productive one, energy is the main reason the U.S.'s trade deficit with Canada reached about $46 billion in 2025.
NAFTA had an energy chapter, or the proportionality clause, because the NAFTA was signed and negotiated not that long after the last global energy crisis. So one of the American priorities in that negotiation was to ensure access to Canada's vast energy resources. And so a provision was put in the NAFTA that required Canada to sell as much energy to the United States on a good day as on a bad day. As a result of that, Canada built its energy infrastructure north-south and not east-west or west-east. So if you look at a map of pipelines in North America, the overwhelming majority from Canada go south into the United States, even if they go south around the Great Lakes and back up into Canada. And so when the USMCA came around, given the fact that that infrastructure already existed, that basically ensured the proportionality, that and the fact that the US had undergone a shale revolution meant that the USMCA does not have an energy chapter, no proportionality clause. And so I think the question for many people going forward, given the state of the global energy situation, is will the U.S. be looking to return to some type of energy clause in a renewed USMCA?
Do you think that Canada is utilizing that leverage appropriately in these negotiations, or could it be doing more to kind of wield influence as these talks get underway?
I think there was a great debate in Canada initially when we went all elbows up in terms of the president's threats towards Canada and the imposition of tariffs. You know, what do we have that the United States needs that we could easily withhold and that would cause grief in the American economy and hopefully get things back on track? I think now, though, Canadians realize that the better approach is demonstrating to the U.S. administration that we have the best product out there that is helping to make America great again. And you've seen this shift in tone from our Prime Minister as well. He was recently in the United States and he indicated that, you know, a strong Canada is what will help to make America great again. And so just this understanding that there is a high degree of commonality, that there's lots of things that are mutually beneficial in this agreement. And I think for Canada, it's looking at that longer term play.
How does Canada balance its eagerness to diversify, find more audiences for exports, with the fact that the U.S. is so critical, so important to it?
Canada is engaged in a game of 3D chess. I mean, the reality is that the U.S. is a hugely important market for us. So more than 70% of our exports still go to the United States, more than 90% of our energy exports. We cannot replace that market overnight. And also we know it is never smart to just have one customer. So we need to diversify our economy, and certainly that has taken greater priority in light of the tone and approach of the current administration. It is a very fine balance.
I'm curious what the energy relationship is like between Canada and Mexico. Is there one to speak of?
There is certainly a relationship, you know, as Mexico is looking to build out its energy sector. It looked to Canadians' regulations to do that. They looked to Canada's national energy regulator as well as to some provincial energy regulators to figure out how they wanted to set up their systems. We did also see, in the late 90s, early 2000s, actually, we saw the major pipeline companies here in Canada, Enbridge and TC Energy, actually made big purchases. They bought pipeline networks all the way through North America. And then with the changing government in Mexico and the approach to nationalizing their energy sector, some of them pulled out. But, there is a lot of trade and services and expertise that happens between Canada and Mexico in the energy sector even today.
With energy as a multilateral issue where all the parties involved seem to benefit, many of the industry's players agree on one thing, that the best outcome might be the status quo.
We probably want to make sure that energy stays out of the conversation, because right now the free flow of energy that's going on right now is helping the economy grow. If their economy grows, it helps the U.S. and vice versa. So I am interested to make sure that energy doesn't become part of the conversation. But other than that, I'm more interested to understand if there's any other economic impacts that'll slow the energy use or slow the energy growth of Mexico down.
That's awesome. Let me see if let's see this motherfucker responds to his Instagram.
That will be a massive blow for Putin, to have people streaming out of Crimea, trying to get out of there, the military getting out of there, and then at some point, Ukrainians are able to occupy it, not an amphibious landing, but just to take it because Russian forces will have left.
And I'm here with Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. Ben was commander of the US Army Europe from 2014 to 2017 and is a regular contributor to Frontline. Ben Hodges, thank you for joining me on Frontline here at the Chalk History Festival.
Well, thank you guys for giving me the privilege.
So Ben, you are a guest on Frontline, and over the last few years, you have stressed the importance of Crimea in this war for Putin. Recently, we have seen an uptick in drone strikes on oil infrastructure either side of the Kerch Strait, pushing Putin to ban fuel sales in the Russian-occupied territory. Does this spell the beginning of the end of the war?
I would like to think that, but I don't think we'll really know until after it's over where that beginning really was. I think it's indisputable that the momentum has shifted to the favor of Ukraine. Ukrainians have developed the capability to strike deep against Russia's oil and gas infrastructure. I mean, like over 1,000 kilometers with precision, bypassing Russian air defenses. And then they've also figured out how to strike the critical inffrastructure all around.
No, mate, I can't wait,
to
see.
help isolate it.
All right.
And
wait a second.
One.
All right. There was a couple things I was thinking about. So the first thing, like, I'm not really feeling satisfactory as a game right now. So I was thinking, there's a few options that were floating in my head, right? The first thing is we can get that Minecraft thing off the ground now. The realm.
Oh my god, I just came downstairs. Hold on, I'm getting fucking cold. Give me a second.
Yeah. Is there translation subtitles? No, I don't think they are perfect. Let me see, actually. Oh, wait. Here you go.
Ставьте себе в такой...
No, fuck that. Wait a minute. There's no Russian subtitles, sorry.
Man, you're gonna love to hear this, right?
Let me guess, you have to leave now.
Yep.
What happened?
Can you go up the road and pick up some chips because your fucking brother didn't check if there was chips?
Bro.
Yeah, I know.
Alright, before you leave then, let's just quickly get a game idea on. So I was thinking the Minecraft thing, we get off the thing.
It's an okay idea.
Yep.
I think we push that back a little bit longer so we have more time to actually set it up properly and get the
Alright.
people to start it.
No problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying with Minecraft. We give it a little bit long. We give it like an extra, like we maybe start it next week, so
Alright,
you
no
get some
problem.
people who'd be interested who'd actually come join.
Yeah, you see who you hit up people who think would want to join that.
I have someone who said they would be, interested in doing Minecraft.
Yep.
So I'll have to talk to them, but yeah.
Okay, cool. That means in the meantime, do you have Peak?
Do I have it? Actually, I do.
You do? Because I think we can do a Peak
Yeah.
on Peak is pretty fun.
Yeah, sure.
Alright, cool.
I don't know
Alright.
who owns it in my Steam family, but someone owns it, so I have
Someone
it.
owns it. Alright, cool, nice.
Well, actually, you also said Schedule 1. I'll see if someone owns it in my family too.
If you can do Schedule 1,
No, they don't. They don't own it.
they don't own it.
Lame.
Give me a second. Wait, how much does Schedule 1 cost?
Like $20.
I'll buy it for you. Download it while you're getting your chips.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not. It's also on sale too, so this is actually super cheap.
It is. Oh my god, it's 18. All right, sure.
Yeah.
If you buy it for me, I will download it right fucking now.
Yeah, give me a second. Add to cart.
Oh, Peak's already downloaded. Yeah, because I was when instead of Schedule 1, we played a game called Drug Dealer Simulator.
Oh yeah, the worst version of it. Yeah, I remember there was like that huge controversy.
It was actually kind of goated. I liked it.
This is a gift. Continue gift options.
Yeah. I will likely get on after we end up eating dinner. Which
Yeah,
by
that's
that sounds like pretty
no.
much ready.
That
I'm
is
gonna pick
no.
up the chips.
Yeah, it's
Just
no
eating
problem.
the hot chips from the takeaways literally down the road, so I'll probably be like 30 minutes.
Yep. Wait, give me
I'm
a
just waiting for it to
second.
pop on my screen.
Yeah, I'm just doing it now.
Yeah.
Alright, there you go. It's done. Yeah, there you go.
Sweet.
Alright,
Accept
you do
this
that.
gift
You
privately.
do that, and then we'll play Schedule 1 when you get back. And then also I have to leave at 10:30 to pick up my grandparents from the airport. Yeah, so we'll play for like a couple hours.
Yeah. Okay, you idiot.
Yep.
Alright, it's
Alright, then.
downloading. It'll be more than done by the time I get back.
Yeah, no, I definitely will. It's only like a couple gigabytes.
Yeah. Alright.
So,
Cool.
yep.
I
Alright, so-
will. I'll DM you when I get back. I'm just gonna mute until then.
Alright then, sweet. See ya.
Russia, which is probably has more oil and gas resources than almost anybody on the planet, you have queues at gas stations for gas shortages. So I think the Ukrainians have hit on the theory of victory, how they're going to do this. And so far, the Russians don't seem able to stop it.
From that, we've seen these attacks on oil refineries have paralysed Russia fuel sales, with queues previous to the ban lasting over an hour long. It's resulted in Putin's navy reportedly being stuck at standstill. What are the implications of this?
Well, I think there's 2 or 3 critical implications. Number one, of course, the Russian people now are realizing that they've been lied to, that the Ukrainians are fighting ferociously and successfully, and that Russia's military has been stopped. And so now the Russian people, including the ones who were unbelievably in Crimea on holiday, are like, what the hell's going on here? So that's an important psychological factor because at some point, even in Russia, and I always hear they're famous for their ability to suffer. Okay, I think that
Perfect. Do you have a special ability to suffer? Because that's what you just said. Do you have that special ability?
well of resilience is going to run dry, and so this is the psychological part of this. You know, getting really after the center of gravity of Russia's war effort is the willingness of people to continue to support Putin. That's one thing. The second implication, of course, is the practical damage to the logistics infrastructure of at the operational level. That all the stuff that Russia does in the Zaporizhia, for example, Crimea, that part, southeastern part of Ukraine, is being wrecked. I mean, convoys cannot move down the road because the ability of drones to reach them. The bridges leading into and out of Crimea are being wrecked. Facilities on the peninsula are being wrecked, so that Crimea is becoming untenable, not just for tourists, but for the Russian military. And then the third thing, of course, at the strategic level, is the Ukrainian attacks on Russia's oil and gas infrastructure, which dramatically reduces their ability to export oil and gas to China, India, other customers that they have to do to sustain the war effort. So there's a mental part of this, there's a kind of a tactical level part, and there's a strategic economic part. And I think it's because the Ukrainians understand those vulnerabilities and they have developed capability now that can do that. What they need is more scale, and they have to, of course, they have to sustain it.
When you say more scale, what does that?
So you cannot hit a refinery one time and then it's done. The Russians will get back out there, they'll repair refineries. And so to make this damaging, the effect, you've got to hit the right part of a refinery. It's not just punching a hole in the big storage tank, which is cool to watch, but the key part is knocking out the guts of the refinery. And then it's also the most difficult to repair. So you've got to go back in there and hit it again and again. So that's what I mean, scale, having enough. And of course, the Russians will still knock down a high percentage of Ukrainian drones. Not all of them get through. So you got to have enough to overwhelm the Russian defenses.
You mentioned earlier about military logistics. Zelensky reported that the military logistic facilities had also been hit, as well as 4 radar stations belonging to Russian S-400 missile defense system and 2 Panzer systems. What is the significance of this?
Well, of course, if you can knock out Russia's air defenses, then your chances of getting more drones in to hit the actual targets go way up. So knocking out radar, knocking out weapon systems, those are important components of an overall strategy to knock out Russia's oil and gas infrastructure. And I've been impressed with how effective they have been at attacking air defense systems and taking those out. This is how Western militaries would do it also, by the way. We would be taking out the enemy's air defense capabilities, including all the radar. So there's a level of sophistication that the Ukrainians have really developed. It's, I think, beyond what most people thought was possible against the Russians. And frankly, what some people probably thought, well, the Ukrainians will never be able to do that. Well, obviously they can.
Putin inaugurated the Kerch Road and Mail Bridge by driving a truck across it. How do you think he's feeling now?
This is a great question, actually. We don't really know how much Putin knows or what does he get. There's I think a large group of people that believe that he's not being told the truth about how bad things are, how dire things are, because in that sort of culture and their system, you don't get promoted for delivering bad news or for maybe somehow being part of the failure. So I think this is a chronic problem they have with hard bad news getting delivered to the boss. So I'm not sure how much he knows. Now, I do remember leading up to 2022, all I heard was, oh, he's KGB, he's so intelligent, 4-dimensional chess, we're all playing checkers. And so, okay, well, if he's so intelligent, then surely he knows the people that he put in power are all corrupt and are probably not telling the truth. And so if he's so intelligent, he would have figured out and have his own alternative means. So I'm not willing to say if he only knew, that he wouldn't be making these mistakes. I think he probably does have some sense. He cannot not know that in Russia, you got massive queues for people trying to buy gas, or people are not able to go to Crimea for the summer the way they did in the past. I suspect he is probably threatening with prison or execution or sacking most of his military leadership. But it seems that so far, all they've been able to do is increase the attacks on Ukrainian civilian targets. Now, this is a problem. I mean, Ukrainians are still suffering. But they don't seem, I don't see any imagination on the Russian side. For sure, they would like to regain the initiative somehow. But now you've even got Lukashenko in Belarus, number one, apologize to Zelensky for what they've been doing. And number two, supposedly, they have switched off or dismantled these transponder type systems on the border that were helping Russian drones fly into Ukraine after Zelensky threatened them. I think Lukashenko, who's an ultimate survivor, can see that things are changing also.
That's really interesting that you mentioned Belarus, because we also have another international body who's kind of changed opinion on the Ukraine war, and that being Donald Trump. Donald Trump exited a meeting with NATO chief Mark Rutte and said that the war for Zelensky is going pretty well. Obviously, this is almost a year after the meeting in the Oval Office. So what I'm wondering is, do you think this is Trump having a change of heart, or do you think he's seeing all of these events happening in front of him and picking a winning horse?
I hope that the U.S. national security system, the joint staff, intelligence, that they're all communicating to the Oval Office, like, here's what's really happening there. The Russians are in big trouble. And then I hope that the president's decision will be, well, we better save my friend Vladimir. I hope it won't be that, because, frankly, the president's default setting is transaction, what's in it for me, how do we get some business deal out
Which
of
is
this?
retarded, by the way.
And instead, I hope he says, actually, it's in America's interest to get Russia off the table, remove that as a threat, so that if we do have to somehow confront China, China won't have the current Russia as an ally or as somehow help. I would like to think that he would do that. I've never heard them say something that would make me think he thinks that, but that's what I hope would happen.
Talking about other big news, Zelensky has just announced that he'll be starting a 40-day offensive. What would this entail?
When either side says we're starting an offensive thing, there's different audiences for those kinds of announcements. I mean, certainly the military would not have wanted a big announcement of something that was coming. So I would assess that this is already well underway, whatever it is they're doing. But there is an important psychological and information component to this, for your own people, for the Russians, for the White House, and for European countries that are watching what should we do. Most people want to be on the winning side. And so, a challenge for years now has been countering the Russian narrative that it's inevitable that Russia's going to win. There's no way Ukraine. I even heard it today from a very, very respected person saying there's no way, it's never going to happen that Ukraine could push back. So President Zelensky, I think, is trying to change that narrative. So that may be part of it. But whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to include more and more of what we're seeing right now, the isolation, continued isolation of Crimea and rendering it completely untenable. I mean, that will be a massive blow for Putin, to have people streaming out of Crimea, trying to get out of there, the military getting out of there, and then at some point, Ukrainians are able to occupy it. Not an amphibious landing, but just to take it because Russian forces will have left. I think that's probably in the mix somehow. But I think the real main effort is going to be on this continued attacks on Russia's oil and gas infrastructure. Because if they can't export oil and gas to China and India and other customers, it will be very difficult to continue to prop up this so-called war economy, paying people to come fight, all of this. I mean, it's already, I think, a fragile, artificially sustained economy. What I don't know is that Russia has not fully mobilized. They haven't turned to all the men in Moscow and St. Petersburg and said, they've avoided doing that because I think politically it would be a real problem for him. So he still has some options, but I don't feel comfortable guessing about what they're going to do.
And bringing it closer to home, recently Germany ran its first public war game simulating a Russian attack on NATO Easter flight. In an interview with the Euromedian, you highlighted that the simulation left out something critical: Russia's grey zone operations. Can you explain what these are and how it would alter the simulation?
So some people refer to these as hybrid because they're not, kinetic. They're not a rocket landing on a Port of Bremerhaven, for example. But I've never liked hybrid because, I think of hybrid cars, and that doesn't exactly convey urgency. So gray zone operations are those things that the Russians are doing that are below the level of obvious Article 5, okay? Not necessarily kinetic, but it's drones flying over Frankfurt Airport or Berlin Airport or Copenhagen Airport or Warsaw Airport, sabotage of undersea cables and pipelines, assassination of people like...
So my biggest issue with politics is we are too blinded by party and emotional beliefs to see that if we hold off on that for just a decade, our lives will be massively improved, such as if we spent half of the U.S. military budget on free solar, we would completely fund 100% of the grid battery for every residential house. There are like substantive things you can do when it comes to that kind of policy. Like, for example, like over here in my country, there's a lot of talk about shifting gas heating away from civilian use into industrial sectors so that the industrial sectors get access to more gas by implementing more electrification and civilian usage to like allow for shifting of more of these industrial goods so that industry can operate as long as and also civilian homes can be heated. When you talk about political inclinations, politics does matter a lot, especially what parties you vote in. Like, I'm a big pragmatist. Like, I don't agree with a lot of the party that I support here in my country, but like I understand that they've got a better vision. Like, for example, if you're in the States, like, I'm sorry, like in any objective measure, the Dems are just a better party. You could have your disagreements with them, but at least they'll put like the country on a better path. So it's like I would agree to you on a half extent at least. That like technically speaking, yeah, parties aren't the entire thing. There are other like things you can do, but like for example, the best way to increase employment, especially at the time of the economic condition going down, is actually ironically enough military spending, because it's the government, and not just military spending, but government spending in general. because you're creating goods that creates economic demand, creates jobs, stuff like that. But no, I would agree with you that also there should be a lot of investment into green tech. It just makes the most sense for future energy like security.
Right down the road here in Salisbury, the poisoning of Skripal and the shadow fleet vessels going out through the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea. All of these things are illegal activities, and they are designed to scare populations so that populations put pressure on their government, stop supporting Ukraine. Otherwise, the Russians are going to do this to us. Or stop giving Ukraine air defense systems because we need them to protect ourselves.
Well, it's not that I'm saying politics doesn't matter or anything, but more so we have gotten to the point where we fight the parties, not the topics. Like a Republican learned someone was Democratic, they will start tagging them verbally just for being a Democrat, but for all they know, they could agree on topics then they disagree on, but all they see is a party. Yeah, well, it's because at least from what I view, the Republicans don't really have a policy platform. Like, so all they can really do is attack. Like, attack is the best political weapon, because as long as you're in the attack, if you're just defending, if you successfully defend, all you've done is stop the lie from taking place. But if you're on the attack, it just makes it seem like optically that you're winning, or like, you know, you've got a better position. Like the Democrats had like an actual like policy platform. Meanwhile, the entire Republican policy platform was something something the border, something something stopping all wars now, and like obviously nothing like that. Nothing has substantively come out of that.
So I think those are the aims of these gray zone operations.
Goes both ways. I have Democrat friends who attack me. Yeah, but like keep in mind, like this is also a broader topic. There's a difference between being politically engaged and politically conscious. Like when you're politically engaged, you're just kind of angry at the system and you want to just like throw your vote or just talk shit basically. But if you're politically conscious, you have like an ideological framework you're working from, and then you kind of move from that point. So yeah, like to be fair, like what you're just like viewing is like a normal person being engaged with politics, which is like usually the most surface level shit ever.
Operations, and they're going to continue until we in the West figure out how do you inflict consequences on them when it's not always immediately obvious who did it. I mean, 99.9% of these things are either Russian sponsored, Russian inspired, using proxies that paid a small amount of money. There's no big Russian flag hanging off of these things. But we have to figure out how do you inflict some consequences on the Russians for doing these things. If we don't, then they will continue, and our populations lose confidence in the ability of governments to protect them. This is not a good situation.
Ben Hodges, thank you very much for joining me on Frontline here at the Chalk History Festival.
Thanks very much for the privilege.
Given that Russia's special, short, sharp military operation has now lasted longer than the First World War, I think it's safe to say that the last few years of Russian offensives in Ukraine haven't exactly set any speed records. But having ramped things up slightly in 2025, going into the 2026 campaign season, there was a general expectation that, as in previous years, Russia would use the better weather to ramp up offensive activity. And so far, we've seen that kinda. There are places along the front where Russia has concentrated its traditional advantages in manpower and fires in order to make the Ukrainian defensive position extremely difficult and push forward. The city of Konstantinivka, at the southern edge of Ukraine's Donbas fortress belt, probably stands as one of the most important and most high-profile examples there. At the same time, we've seen the Ukrainians fight a very different campaign, almost in parallel, focused on elements like deep strikes against the Russian economy, mid-range strikes against Russian military logistics, and trying to both stabilise the front where possible, while taking the initiative in part of Ukraine's south.
Yeah, that's why I believe if we can set aside the political differences for a bit and come together on what everyone can universally agree on, then we can go back to fighting dumb political wars, like come together and make public transportation more accessible where I live. The only bus stop here is on the other side of the highway, and only comes once every 2 hours. If you don't mind me asking, Holthran, like what state are you in? Just so I can contextualize my answer. California. Oh, damn. I'll give you a bit of backstory on myself, and then I'll contextualize that to your answer. So, like, I'm in New Zealand, and over here we have our centre-right party called National, and our wouldn't be here if I could choose. Okay, and we have our centre-left party called Labour. I have certain economic views which actually get me to vote for the centre-left party, centre-right party of National. But the problem is, like, for me, I believe that I should be voting based on my community. And I want to vote based on what is like the best outlook for my nation and for society. So, like, I'm a Labour voter over here. I'm a proud Labour voter. When you look at California, like, obviously, like, it's just how it is. The Republicans and the Democrats are going to be the parties who are going to be end up taking control. So you have to make a decision on, first of all, like, who do I support? And then from that point, do some local community organizing to try to convince your local politicians to, like, implement or bring up in government the things you want implemented. So, like, for example, if I was someone in California, first of all, it's a Democratic state anyway, so you may as well throw in your vote to a Democratic candidate. Then after that point, email your local guy, because, like, at least I can do it here. Like, I can shoot an email to my local representative, and then I get a response back in a couple days. So, like, start emailing your local representatives, start locally organizing, go to whatever subreddits exist, or go to any online stuff. Like, there are ways of, like, contacting your political leaders because they do represent you. Yeah, I've heard other countries are far better with political debates. You guys have your... I need to tell you, like, every American I've talked to, whenever I see it, you guys, like, because I do mostly New Zealand politics, but, like, obviously I'm a big pro-Ukraine guy, so I'm doing some Ukraine stuff right now. It is actually toxically stupid how normal our politics is compared to you guys. Like, we've got interviews about people talking about the budgets and the deficits and the city rail link we're trying to construct in Auckland, or like, for example, like, the biggest fuck up is, like, the National Party made, like, some claim that the Labour Party was going to spend $20 billion. That wasn't the case, but even that was, like, a semi-factual claim. Whereas, like, your president is just calling the Democrats gay. Those are the political debates you guys are having. But yeah, like, America is a democracy, and you guys have representatives. So, like, I understand, like, being apathetic to a system and being disengaged is very easy, but, like, you can locally organize, and you can, like, start emailing your representatives about certain issues. Especially since they're boomers, they will respond more to email than anything else. Oh, it's not a democracy at all. I would disagree with that. Like, it's very receptive. Like, it's very receptive to people. Give or take. Like, obviously, if I go to California, like, I'm more likely to see a libtard. That's why it's a Democratic state. If I go to Texas, I'm more likely to see an abrasive racist, which is why it's currently a Republican state. It's like, remember, democracy is not about what you want. It's just about how people feel about things.
And especially with regards to the politically sensitive Crimean Peninsula. And so today, as we reach the halfway point in 2026, I want to look at some of the current fighting in Ukraine and what it seems to tell us about the very different strategies being adopted by both sides. Some of the reasons the dynamics might have shifted compared to 1 or 2 years ago, and some of what we might expect to see in the coming months. To do that, I'll set some context for this campaign season and the tactics Russia has used in the past, and ask why the Russian offensive model might not be delivering the same territorial gains in 2026 that it did back in 2025. We'll then look at how the Russians appear to be potentially adapting that model to try and keep moving forward, with the city of Konstantinivka serving as a case study. Then we'll switch over to look at some of what the Ukrainians are doing, including how some of the elements we focused on in previous episodes, long and middle range strike, combined together.
Well, it's more so a system is designed to protect the system. I forget what state it was, but there was a vote to flip the seats to be majority Democrats. It's Virginia, by the way, so I know exactly what you're talking about. But the current Supreme Court, yeah, like, the problem right now is mostly, like, institutions and systems work. Like there's something in history called great man theory, which is basically the idea that it's only like one guy who truly leads history. Like, if you just, like, for example, like, Napoleon's the only reason why the Napoleonic Wars happened. But, like, if you look at a lot of historical research, like, something like the Napoleonic Wars would have happened anyways, even if you took Napoleon out. With America right now, it truly is the case. If you just took Trump out of office, everything would change. Like, this one guy has degenerated your institutions and systems to a degree where no one thought was possible. Like, it's not so much the system is degrading, it's more so that Trump is degrading the system, if that makes sense.
To build up this overall strategic model of Ukrainian defense. If Konstantinivka serves as the case study example for the ways the Russians can make life very difficult for the Ukrainians, we'll use Crimea as a salient example of the way the Ukrainians are trying to return the favour. I'll then bring that all together to try and make some closing observations. But before we do that, I first need to throw to a sponsor. And so welcome back to today's sponsor, provide fee no longer for your privacy in a sometimes very with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So with my thanks to PIA, let's get back to it. So let's start by quickly going back to the start of the 2026 campaign season and a couple of things that have set this year apart so far. When we discussed the situation earlier this year, as in 2025 and 2024, it was pretty apparent that while things varied depending on where on the front line you were talking about, in general, Russia had the offensive initiative. Ukraine was capable of localised counterattacks in some areas and was scaling up its long-range drone effort, but based on precedent from 2025 and 2024, the general expectation was...
Funny enough, the BBB was passed only by one vote, and it was someone who didn't even read it. She was a hardcore MAGA and thought if Trump supports this, and then so do I, only for it to pass. And she learned the BBB killed all of her stocks. And she said, if I knew what it was, I wouldn't have voted against. I would have voted against. Yeah, like it is hilarious. Like how. Like, Trump is, again, this is back to my point. Trump is the best example of people aren't engaged with politics. Because, like, if you are someone who is a MAGA guy, or if you're a Republican, how can you look at Trump's, both his presidencies in his first and second term, and be like, this guy's good at governance? He's only ever passed one piece of legislation in both presidencies, and they were both tax cuts. That's it. That's the extent of his governance. So it's like, I have my own gripes with the Democrats, and I think they can do some stuff better, but, like, I'm sorry, like, objectively as a party, they're just infinitely better than governance. Though, to be fair, it was 500 pages. It was all full of shit, basically, to, like, confuse the average person. But if you just read it, it can be summarized into 5 pages. Also, from what I understand, too, they try to rush that through Congress, too. They didn't even give people time to, like, read it.
Was for a scaled-up Russian offensive. That was both because the weather was likely to improve, potentially making it easier to carry out offensive operations, but also just out of sheer political necessity. Russia is still a long, long way from its stated territorial war goals. Ukraine, shockingly enough, has been pretty adamant that they won't be handing over things like the Donbass fortress belt without a fight, and some commentators have openly theorized that despite the Ukrainian resistance, among everything else, Russian military planning is, to some extent, potentially partly hostage to a pair of factors. The military often appearing to convey the impression, both to the public and potentially Putin, that they've advanced further than they have, and so needing to advance in order to match up with the bullshit, while also making even loftier promises to the political leadership that with just that bit more additional funding, some more time, some more recruits, some more drones, etc., they'll absolutely definitely 100% be able to take these politically stated objectives, thus potentially salvaging this gigantic strategic sunk cost endeavour. Long before the start of this campaign season, though, there were reasons to suspect that wasn't true, and the Russian military just didn't have the resources or capabilities to cash the checks that its leaders might have been writing. And so far, the results we've seen from Russia in the first half of 2026, by many measures, seem to fall short even of what they managed to achieve in 2025. In territorial terms, for reasons we'll get into a little bit later on, Russian infiltration tactics, so far, just don't seem to be regularly delivering the same results that we saw back in 2025. At time of recording, based on just one of the open source mapping tools, Russia's net territorial gain for the month from May to June 2026 was about 10 square miles, less than half the size of Manhattan Island. Another source which tends to be more bearish for the Russians, the ISW, actually had Russia at a net negative for that period. For what it's worth, I'd come down on the side of Russia still advancing, albeit at an absolutely glacial pace, but it's clear, at least so far, we haven't seen any kind of across-the-board sledgehammer offensive. Instead, Russia's military attention appears to have often been slightly more focused. The Donbass is very obviously still a key military consideration, with the fortress belt city of Konstantinivka arguably serving as a bit of a case study. Meanwhile, we've seen Ukraine fighting a very different campaign with different apparent objectives, but before we get to that, I think it's worth examining first why we might see the Russian model having more apparent difficulties now in 2026 than it has in previous years. While things can obviously vary a lot, time to time, place to place, commander to commander, I think a very high-level observation supported by the data is that Russian offensive tactics have gone through a couple of stages of general evolution in this war, especially in the beginning, but also out through battles like Vuhledar and even sometimes around Pokrovsk. Massed mechanized assaults, so columns of armoured vehicles, were fairly common. Those, however, suffered very, very badly because they were easy to spot using observation drones, vulnerable to some of the prevalent systems of the conflict, suffering especially badly from remote laid mines, and they obviously created a very high churn in equipment stores. If you're YOLOing a bunch of tanks on the regular, you're going to lose them on the regular. Putting more focus on dismounted infantry assaults then reduced the vulnerability armor and made these attacks harder to spot. But even relatively early on, organized formations of infantry in the open often proved attractive targets for one of the deadly combinations of the war in Ukraine, the spotting ISR drone and the artillery. Artillery can fire in any weather, and especially with things like DPICM cluster ammunition, it often didn't take that many cannon rounds in order to potentially break up an infantry attack and inflict significant casualties in the process.
For me personally, I'm a bit of a Marxist. I believe that the government should take care of its people in nearly every single way in the prevention of mega corps, though I say a bit because stuff like employee-owned businesses is logically impossible due to authority. Like, I'm going to be real with you. I've been to America. You guys do not know what capitalism or Marxism truly is. I mean this in the least disrespectful way possible. You can have capitalism and state intervention. These two things can exist at the same time. It's not state capitalism. It is literally just interventionism. Interventionism as an ideology in capitalism is different to laissez-faire capitalism. Like, capitalism people don't actually academically understand how capitalism actually operates. You have your neolib economics. You have laissez-faire capitalism, which is like the old like Ronald Reagan era thinking. You've got Keynesian thought alongside interventionism, which I guarantee if you dug into it, you would probably be very supportive of. So like, there's different forms of capitalism you can implement, and it's like you can have everything you want, you can get in an interventionist system. And currently speaking, America is an interventionist system. It does follow Keynesian thought quite well. Like during COVID, it was the best example. Like, stimulus checks were as a way of quantitative easing when the pandemic hit and when a lot of businesses were closed down. So that's like the first thing I want to get out there. And the second thing is like, I understand where you're coming from. Like, you want some sort of, like, the whole point of the government is to give you utility and to give you stability. Not to save money. It's supposed to actually be spending money in the economy to keep it running. And obviously creating laws and frameworks and regulations so that business interests don't just overtake society too.
And anecdotally, I'll leave a source in the description, there's at least one battle I think that demonstrates that effect. Remember those North Korean troops fighting alongside the Russians that for a while many pro-Russian sources denied existed? Yeah, well, we're now at the point of their contributions being openly acknowledged and celebrated by both Moscow and Pyongyang, and we know more about some of their initial fights. Reportedly, in some of the early engagements when North Korean infantry was sent against Ukrainian positions, it corresponded with the Russians, remembering this is over Russian territory, putting up a whole bunch of ISR drones. What that meant is that a lot of the Ukrainian artillery were understandably nervous to open fire, because if you reveal yourself by firing from your hot position while an ISR drone can see you, then that's basically an open invitation for a strike drone to come your way and try and dig you out of it. With limited Ukrainian artillery in play, North Korean tactics didn't generate unacceptable casualties, at least by their standards. Things like bomber drones and automatic grenade launchers could inflict some casualties, but if you have physically fit, motivated infantry on the attack with a high casualty tolerance, then that may not be enough. Reportedly, though, when conditions shifted and the artillery was able to fire more freely, North Korean casualties spiked, results fell off, and their tactics subsequently had to adapt.
Yeah, I just say Marxism because it's one of the most globally known parties. It's easier to say that than but like, to be fair, when I started doing Twitch, I wanted to see what the politics scene looked like. Like, bro, every single political streamer I went to had the same copy-pasted opinion of whatever ideology they had. No one actually understands what the fuck they're talking about, and no one has any clue about what they're... Like, this is a politics stream. I've tagged this politics, whatever. Like, there should be some base standard of you should know what you're talking about, but brother, none of these people know what the fuck they're talking about. But so I don't blame you for generalizing, because obviously you've probably ran into a lot of retards too. But I understand what you're saying, but like, I'm a big center-left lib. As I said, I'm a Labour Party member over here, and I vote for the Labour Party. We just need a strong guiding vision for the country, where we don't treat funding like it's a sin. That's like the first thing. And the government needs to have a crucial understanding. The people who are representatives in government need to have a crucial understanding that they have a very big civil duty to regulate and to keep stable the economic climate. That's like a very key thing.
It's only one anecdotal example and expressed in very general terms, but I think it highlights a broad point here. While we talk about drones being the overwhelming driver of casualties in Ukraine, which they currently are, and artillery having been pushed back to more of a secondary role in terms of casualty generation, I think it's important to remember that partly things are that way in the first place because the combination of artillery and spotter drones was so devastating that tactics had to adapt to counter it. What the Russians came up with to both prey on Ukraine's weaknesses and also try and minimize Ukraine's strength in that responsive drone-corrected artillery fire were infiltration tactics. To oversimplify, instead of sending a platoon of blokes to try and take a position, instead you send a platoon of blokes in ones or twos, one group after another, and you encourage them to try and advance and dig in somewhere behind the Ukrainian frontline positions.
Trench warfare.
The Russians, for lack of a better term, could almost play this like Minesweeper, exploit the relatively porous Ukrainian frontline positions to send a group forward, and if they hit a point of resistance and didn't make it, route the next one slightly differently until they start to filter through. Images like the one you see on the...
To be fair, it's really hard to find the truth anymore, as while the internet has only made finding the truth easier. Sorry, it also made being lied to easier. No Republican news channel is going to say these are the benefits of taxing the rich. They were going to, yeah. So the whole point of media, there's two types of media. All right, there's just news media, and then there's opinion piece media. What I don't understand, it's not just an America problem. This is truly like a global problem. People tend to look at news and be like, why are these people not speaking the facts? They should be giving me the facts. All news outlets, or most news outlets, aren't apolitical. They have a messaging apparatus. They have a messaging system. If you truly want to find the truth, like, I don't want to gas myself up, but it's what I do. Like, go to an actual source, read, like, take half an hour and just read something, and then use your ideological disposition to then translate what that's saying. So, like, if there's a jobs report that's come out, and you've read everything about that jobs report, if you're a lib, and under the Trump administration, say unemployment has gone up, which it has, then you'll be like, okay, Trump's economic policies are failing. But if you're a Republican, you'll look at that and be like, oh, the Democrats are blocking Trump's like epic bills to like solve our unemployment. So like they translate it that way. But if you read, you should be reading direct source or watching reporting coverage like what I'm currently watching in the Ukraine war, which is giving you statistics, it's giving you original links, it's giving you a very detailed analysis of everything. Like, I'm going to put it like this. If you ever go to Twitch and you're watching anybody doing politics and they have any Twitter tabs open, just stop watching them. Because those people do not have a brain of their own.
Right there, which is released by the Russian MOD, illustrates a little bit of how this kind of thing can work. You just have a pair of Russian infantry in that case, being shadowed by a drone, making their way into a building, a sheltered position, where they can presumably be resupplied by cargo drops from other drones, potentially create some havoc and panic in the Ukrainian positions just by knowing they're there, and then eventually if enough Russian infantry manage to accumulate, you have a force that can actually undertake assault actions. This kind of thing minimizes the artillery problem, both because these teams are harder to spot, and also because, frankly, in a lot of cases, one or two guys isn't worth the expenditure in artillery shells necessary to eliminate them. Hence, much greater emphasis being pushed onto things like FPVs and the drone force to try and deal with them. Obviously, handfuls of infantry with small arms don't have a bunch of organic firepower, but the Russians came at that problem from another angle. They still employed significant amounts of cannon and rocket artillery, they integrated glide bombs in ever greater numbers to try and blast apart Ukrainian defensive positions, and they started using longer-range loitering munitions and strike drones to eliminate positions, go after Ukrainian artillery, and also put pressure on supply lines. This was never a recipe for very rapid operational scale advances or limited casualties among the Russian infantry, but for a while it was a combination that seemed to work. We saw plenty of variations, like the integration of motorcycles and light vehicles to get the advancing infantry groups moving faster, and the improved Russian drone tactics of groups like Rubicon also made an impression. The question then is, if Russia still has all those ingredients available, what might have changed? And why the same or improved tactics applied in 2026 aren't delivering the same results they did in 2025, but instead less territory gained and greater claimed casualties? Based on what we've seen reported about this campaign season so far, a couple of elements might be coming together. Ukrainian monitoring of the front line generally seems to have improved, making it harder for infiltration groups to make it through undetected. And in turn, Russia's ability to get reconnaissance and strike drones deep behind Ukrainian positions appears to have gone backwards. We've talked in conceptual terms about the impact of Russia being largely cut off from Starlink or Ukraine rolling out greater numbers of interceptor drones, but to add to what the Ukrainians have been publicly claiming, there's some data from the Russian side that might give us a bit of a clue as to what's happening. What you're seeing here is data from Lost Armor, essentially a Russian version.
Yeah, like, I understand the issue with universal healthcare. Taking a month to see a doctor isn't an issue with the system, but just an issue of supply. Most places try to group all doctors into one mega building and cover a 3-city radius of patients. What if the healthcare organization made more local clinics, like one per city, to handle basic checkups, subscriptions? Yeah, I would agree with you. That's a very good policy prescription. From what I understand, like the Democrats have floated the idea of the public option, which is basically that, you know, more funding to these hospitals, more funding to emergency care units, and, you know, building more local health facilities. Because like because private healthcare is pretty good. It does a lot of good like research, and it's like you may not want to hear this, but like America does lead the world when it comes to medical research alongside France and Germany, because of the private capital and the private healthcare. But the point of healthcare isn't just to be ahead in research; it's also to deliver the utility it gives. So like remember, whenever you're looking at private healthcare, you're only going to find these facilities in places where that can actually have the people who can afford private healthcare. So like in the big cities. So like, you know, if you live in like Texas, you'll only find like good healthcare facilities like Austin, Dallas, and San Antonio, and then like you're just fucked if you're anywhere else. So yeah, it just sucks. But like, Yeah, it's a good policy prescription, you know? And from what I understand, the public option is basically supposed to be that, is to help fund more healthcare stability.
Of Oryx or war spotting. They notably only track visually confirmed Ukrainian losses, not Russian ones. But when we're interested in the claimed effectiveness of Russian forces, they do have a couple of interesting data sets. The chart you see on the right there is for claimed hits month by month of one of Russia's more exquisite loitering munitions, the Lancet. Over time, these things have been produced in greater numbers, usually handed over to relatively elite operators, and also given a variety of new features, better guidance, larger warhead, and also a claimed significant range extension in a lot of models. And so if nothing else had changed, you generally expect technical upgrades and greater production to lead to a larger number of hits over time. And for a while, that is what we saw. The chart you're seeing there doesn't just record hits, it includes damaged, destroyed vehicles, but also misses in cases where there's no footage to confirm the results. But the overall pattern is that apparent usage...
Yummy. Let me think. Yeah, I'm back.
All right, cool. Just give me some time.
Some time?
Yeah.
Grew rapidly between 2022 and 2023, and then again between 23 and 24, and then started to...
Yeah, fuck it. I'll just get on now then.
No, you can take some time if you need it. What are you doing?
Cool.
Oh yes.
I've just got an interesting guy in chat, so I'm just waiting for his.
Oh no, yeah, you gotta stay.
Yeah.
Well, let's do this response.
Hmm.
Yeah, enough. Oh my god, that's what I heard.
Yeah, I also believe that research and innovation doesn't come from profit, but it is speedrun by it like a lot. Yes, it doesn't need a 5 million fund to try and find the cure to cancer, but they are going to do it regardless because it's a serious issue. Just telling them that they will get 5 mil for doing so will just make them spend sleepless nights doing it. Kind of like even if not a single penny went into labs for a whole decade, it would. Yeah, like I agree with you. That's my point. It's like the funding itself with the privatized nature of it does significantly speed up the process. But like you can have both public and private. Like we have this in New Zealand, where it's like you have public and private existing in the same climate, because of our healthcare laws. And like our public healthcare sector is less efficient than private, obviously, because if someone's going to pay you for the service, especially in a more premium, you're going to get access to that very easily.
Public healthcare is always going to be worse than private because private has just got more individual funding. But it's great for everyone who can't afford it because, as we all know, private healthcare is expensive.
Yeah, because again, the idea is to provide stability, not just to provide the service itself.
Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, like public healthcare, they've still got the same goal to keep you healthy and alive.
Yeah,
they're not gonna like just do a bad job if you're like actively dying. They're still going to be there and actually do what they're gonna do, but if it's something, say you got something that's less serious, they might put you on a longer waiting queue.
Yeah, I'm gonna invite you in.
Yeah,
I'm just back from watching mainstream media outside watching a bit more View for a little while. Okay. Also, I also think things would be even better funded if they were government controlled, because you'd skip the middleman of the CEOs and upper management. That all they do is give themselves bonuses for managing managers compared to a control. Yeah, but like this again, this is the argument for the public option. Like you don't, like sometimes people put radical policy positions where they don't even need to be. Like the public option is quite literally that, is skipping the insurance and the middleman and just going straight to funding public healthcare for the average person. Why can't
I am completely ready when you are.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why won't let me invite anybody.
I found out why.
Why?
You invite them in the main menu.
Oh, awesome.
I've invited you then.
Okay.
Let me pull that up. Sweet. My stream has actually started properly. Sweet. Are you in? You're in.
Yeah,
again.
cool. Yep.
Save slot 1. What do you want to name our organization? What's the name?
Fenton Friends.
Fenton Friends? Got you. Alright, we will begin game.
Yep.
Oh,
did you skip the tutorial, or did you do the tutorial too?
I forgot to click skip. And that's single player, the tutorial. We're just gonna...
Yeah, just speed on it.
I'll speed on it.
If you want, we should escape this actually, because this is pretty useless.
I was gonna say I can figure out how to play this. I'm just gonna quit.
Yeah, so just quit. Yeah, quit it. I'm not against megacorps or anything in the grand scheme of things. I'm just against megacorps where they don't need to be. Like Home Depot is a good example of a healthy megacorp, one-stop shop for nearly every construction job you could ever have. But get McDonald's and whatnot out of here. Yeah, that's fair enough. But that's what I mean. Like sometimes people attach radical things where they don't even need to be that radical. Like truly, it is the most like smallest like people like not a lot of our solutions are that sexy. Truly, you just have to turn the dial like left or right like by 2 degrees. All right, so make a new game and then like skip the prologue.
Do you even manage to verify your phone number?
I think I did, but I'm not too sure.
Okay. I will try sending this to you and tell me if you can accept it finally. You should see it on your Twitch dashboard.
Yep.
Well, letting you join or not?
I was gonna say I have to like create my character first.
Oh shit! Wait, I gotta skip the cutscene then. I don't realize you have to create your character.
Yep.
Skin color. We're gonna be the whitest guy on the block. Do this. Eyes.
Wait a minute, Matariki is on a Friday. I'm working. I don't think I have time to get the day off. Kind of 2 weeks. Oh, it's because we're really short-staffed at the moment. We're like really short-staffed at the moment. We are like 12 people down.
Let me see this.
Do-do-do.
All right, it's not letting me do it by the way, so I'll try to figure it out today. But I've attached the phone
Not
number.
letting you do it?
No, it's not. So I'll try to attach my phone number and then I'll see what if I can figure it out by tomorrow.
Okay, all good.
Yep.
All right. I am done making my character.
Cool.
How do you look at me?
Give me a second.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I made the closest thing I could to Walter White.
I see that.
Yeah. So the plan is like the meta is you can get basically like we're gonna go outside. We're not gonna like
go outside.
Yeah, we're gonna go outside. We're not gonna finish the main mission because what happens is the RV blows up. But if we can harvest the buds that are already growing, we can take a lot of that gear.
Oh.
Yep.
So what are we doing here?
So yeah, I just have to collect these cash deposits that's been left for us.
Oh.
And then we can So see how there's like 3 cash deposits?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got 2 of them. We're not. Yeah, there is a map, but don't get this last one because if you get the last one, the RV blows up.
Okay, cool.
Also, if you guys have any
So what
politics
do you need me to
questions
do
for me,
in this
I can still
video?
answer them. Basically, nothing much.
I gotta make sure my stream's actually picking up the game.
Yep.
For some reason, when I was changing my settings, it'll stop picking up for a second. But we are good. We should now still be. Yeah, we're good.
Yep. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go back to the RV. We're gonna quickly harvest these buds because this gear over here is pretty like mid-level gear, so it's pretty good to take.
I'm guessing you've got all the tools. So.
Yeah.
Oh, look good.
one last political thing: if I had full control over our building design, like full on city skyline shit, I would make house-sized bases on need rather than want. In a sense, of make those 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom MC mansions with a 1/4 acre of land. It's cool. Yeah, I talk about a lot of this in stream, so you should follow me. The biggest crisis of the 21st century is made housing from a commodity to an asset. Housing should be purely a supply and demand thing. Like speculatively investing in housing is the worst thing we did. Period. Thank you. Also, you can just chill on stream, brother. Like I can
explore the town.
I can do two things at once. I can answer politics stuff and grow weed at the same time. But yeah, like the worst thing we did in the 21st century was making housing from a commodity to an asset. I talk about this a lot.
That is true.
Yeah. So yeah, what we'll do is Regan. Can you do me a favor? Can you come here?
I'm at the dealership.
Oh shit! I got. Yeah, come back.
What's up?
Yeah, so if you can come over here and just hold right-click on the table here.
Yep, got it.
And if you can hold right-click on these 2 frames. Alright, cool. Now that we have this, now we can blow up the RV.
Let's go.
A second plane hit the RV.
Fuck you.
Yeah, there isn't a housing crisis because there isn't enough homes, but because every home being is fucking MC Mansions asking for like, yeah, again, I agree with, again, housing, like the moment a construction worker leaves a housing site, it stops becoming a productive economic asset. Like, I'm all for private capital and investing, but like investing in housing is the stupidest shit ever. Like, I'm gonna agree with you, any investment firm that invests in housing, I would dead ass like want to have an IQ test on the fund managers. Because like there is nothing productive about investing in housing. Yeah, there you go. Now he's broken.
Look, housing is one of those things that you obviously everyone needs a house to live in.
Yeah.
But once you buy the house, that's kind of it until you're selling the house again, which
yeah, like
you may never do.
Because the value in the house, there's no economic output you get from a house. There's literally no economic output. It is just speculative value that we get put on it.
I mean, look, when you're renting it, honestly, I think landlords and like renting houses.
By the way, I haven't seen nothing about Schedule 1. Is it friend swap type game? Not really. It was just kind of like a. It probably did, I think Schedule 1 came out just before a friend swap was like really like starting to become a thing. It's mostly just like a very small, nice indie game that I've kind of enjoyed for the past year. And you know, my mate, he's playing it for the first time, so I'm sure I'm trying to guide him through it. But it's just like a really goofy ass game, basically. So we do, yeah. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go and start like this is where we start our journey. By the way, is Regan. Now we get to our like first accommodation.
Yeah, now you get to. I'm like, we're running my way over there.
Well, yeah, but I meant more so in the design since party games. Yeah, it's already a party game. Like I think up to 4 people can join up. So it's like a traditional multiplayer game. So it's not exactly like friend swap. Yeah, typical call kind of shit. I like to rent room. Boom.
Give me $5.
Here you go. So we come here, and now we can set up all our shit. Can you like pick up this lamp and move it like to the corner here?
Yep.
And then can you put those frames on these pots?
Can I rotate the frames or?
No, don't. You can just put them straight away. You'll see it. Yeah, like that.
Okay.
I put these lights here. Boom. We're set up. And if you can you move this storage thing somewhere else? Because I'm gonna put the packing station. So you see the little cup, the thing you put down here? Yeah, so I'm gonna put this here. So maybe what we can do, we can trash the TV because we're not gonna really use it.
We'll put that there. And I'll put another.
Yep. So
No,
I'm gonna quickly.
I was smart and I was prepared for the inevitable rubbish that we're gonna have. Can I put the bin outside? What? I can't put the bin outside. Can I throw it out of my inventory? How do I?
No. We need the bin. Don't throw the bin.
The second bin.
I recently learned of a new game I plan to try with homies. It's a bomb defusing game, but it's like 3 Sin Monkeys. The person reading the book can speak. Person defuse. Yeah. I think there's a VR game too that's kind of like that, but like it's like one guy can read the manual, and the other guy has to actually interact with the thing.
You got the one blind, one mute, one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should try that on stream, Regan. It sounds like a fun time.
Yeah. That'd be pretty fun.
Donna, I'm gonna quickly. Sorry, I'm just offering free samples to these people so we can get some customers. So go to the hardware store for me, because one of our quests is there.
I'm making us a quick $3 for a can is actually crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm running over.
Yeah, no, you're in the wrong place. You're okay. Never mind. Yeah, you got it.
You're in the wrong place. Are you sure about that?
So yeah.
What am I buying?
So no, you can't buy anything. Yeah, I'll deposit the cash in the ATM. So buy us. So once I put the cash in, buy us. Actually, no. Like, let me see what the actual like prerequisites are. Yeah, it's on me. So yeah.
Deposit. Buy some soil.
There you go. Wait, I'll put the cash in. So what are that? What are the actual things we need? So buy like 6 soil.
Oh yeah, I see. Anything else? Or just
no, just first buy it first, or the quest update.
Oh yeah.
And then head back to the motel room. Yeah, come
here. What line of work are you in?
I'm a drug dealer. Yeah, you can literally be honest. It's so based. It's so based.
Tell you what, take some of them speed. Oh my god, he just gives us seeds. That's actually kind of funny.
Oh yeah. Did you buy a grow tent?
No.
Oh no, actually no, come here. No, don't buy it. Come here. Though I've come to the point where I don't really play friend games anymore. I'm tired of all this. We will play every day for a few days and then never have our schedules lined. Yeah, you just need you just need like 3 motherfuckers you can take over the world with. Yeah, like
I not around any of the friend games, so I just don't have friends.
Yeah, like a big thing is like I do Terraria. Like it's my first time playing it. And I've got one of my mates, but he's got a life obviously, and so do I. But like I have like an actual job, so my stuff is more like scheduled. But he's got uni and everything, so he's balancing that. So like I've got a Terraria stream tomorrow. So yeah, so I understand where you're coming from.
I gotta go back to that.
I talked to Uncle Nelson. I think now he will get the supplier for the seeds.
Sweet. Oh, I love how you saved the game like the.
Yeah. See here, I'll order a dead drop. Give me.
What you gonna do?
There you go. Boom. So we're gonna in 3 hours. We're gonna get a dead drop for these seeds, and then we can start doing our stuff.
Yeah, I just put the extra stuff on the shelf.
Yeah. So what we can do is, I can be our dealer. You can be our grower if you want to opt, because like this will be another thing of like optimizing stuff and getting automation set up. So if you want to take over growing, you can do that.
No, I couldn't do that.
Yep. Here. So what I'll do, I'll leave the cutting tools for you and the watering tools for you in this cupboard.
Thank you.
So you take, at most now I will play either a full campaign games like how I do a Final Fantasy, I think it's what 17 or 15, or it'll be per mission games like Payday 2, where either the progress is so good that they want to keep dying, or it interests away. None of our progress is lost. Yeah, no, I understand what you mean. Like a lot of campaign games. Like I love playing RDR 2. RDR 2 is a very fun game. I'd come to and spend like a whole month. When Black Flag Resynced comes out, I'm gonna play that game to death because it's absolute nostalgia slop for me. Like, I remember playing as a kid on my Xbox, and it's gonna be a fun time playing that. But yeah, I give you like friends up games are like they're fun, especially for content, and they're fun for like a couple days as you're playing them. But yeah, like obviously stuff like falls off and stuff if you don't have like a tight knit group, or at least a content driven group, one of the two. But yeah, so once we get the dead drop Reagan, I can go pick that up. What I'll do, actually, I'll leave all the weed here so it doesn't get confiscated from me. Oh, actually, what I'll do, actually, I'll go outside, I'll get that baseball bat. There's a baseball bat that's, like, in the court.
Fair enough.
But like, even in this game, by the way, Regan, I haven't played this game for a while, and there's, like, stuff that added that I don't even know how it works. So, you and me are going to start seeing other stuff. It just sucks that all of the party games I do want to play, none of my friends are interested in. Not a single friend wants to play Monster Hunter or Farming Sim. Like, yeah, that sucks, brother. I tried to get into Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter is an interesting game. I love the combat dynamics. I like it's like the spear or whatever. I forget what it's actually called, but like that weapon is pretty sick. And farming.
Farming Sim.
Yeah, and Farming Sim just seems fun. Just in general. Yeah.
Like, I'll set up my will and everything when I get away from him. We'll just spend hours farming.
True.
Well, it'd be really relaxing too. I think it'd be great.
Oh yeah. Here, there's curfew.
And then what was the other one? Honestly, I'm trying to play Monster Hunter.
Monster Hunter's pretty cool combat-wise. Like, the animation's very cool, but, like, I just can't... It's the reason why I don't get into Final Fantasy too much. It's like, I don't know why those games just don't gel with me, but I'll play Wizards when I want, like, a retard, so... I don't know.
You still gotta continue playing Path of Exile as well.
Yeah, that too, yeah. But as I said, like right now, I'm trying to do my Terraria shit and my politics stuff, and then Black Flag Racing's gonna come out, so it's not gonna be until like end of July where I can start going back to it.
I should join your politics stream. Just be there as a guide.
Yeah, yeah. As I said, like if you just see me in the context back room, just join in.
I'll come. I'll start streaming. I'll just go like back to back. You like pull something up. I'm like, well, here's my thought on it. As someone who's got like no education, like nothing, no research on this, and then you can give your fucking research point of view, because he'll.
Yep. Alright, I'm gonna get these.
I feel like the more opinions you have, especially in a stream,
the
better. Especially if you get like four people, like podcast style, like
yeah. And also like having this. Oh, don't worry, I got the seeds. I'm bringing them back. So I'll teach you how to do this. So okay, I'm gonna put the seeds here. So I want you to grab the seeds. So you already put the soil down. So grab the seeds, the watering can, and the cutters. No problem with farming sim is we live out in the countryside, so most of us are IRL farmers. Yeah, funny enough, I'm a farmer also, actually.
Yeah, honestly, I am kind of surprised.
Yeah.
Most people who play farm, hell, even most people who play trucking simulator are truckers.
Yeah.
Like,
so yeah,
it's
now
just that
basically you've planted the seeds now. Now get the watering can out. Now you have to water. Yeah, boom, you've got it.
Nice. I've seen someone play the game. I do understand how it's played.
See what I'll do, because obviously like right now it's very simple, but like the game will get way more advanced. So I'll focus on product stuff and I'll focus on dealing, and you just focus on making supplies like available.
Yeah, again, I've seen people play this. Like I understand how it is played.
Sweet.
But obviously I've just never actually played.
Yeah.
The seed. Actually, I'm gonna put the seeds on this rack. Your package or not. Anything growth related, I'm gonna put on this right rack.
Yeah, don't worry about the growth stuff, because that one, it reduces the quality and there's like no reason to use it. We should actually be selling that to the pawn shop just for some extra cash, because we're not going to actually end up using it. I think we should just go to sleep unless someone's going to message us. Oh yeah, we should just go to sleep. There's no point.
Yeah, we'll save the game over here. I love how it's just the intercom.
No, if you sleep, the game saves by default.
I get that, but I'm just like, I like how the intercom is the save.
Yeah.
Have you gone to sleep?
Yeah. Waiting for you.
What? I have to go to sleep too?
Yeah, we both have to.
I didn't realize. I was like waiting for it to just like skip it, skip it. Put me in a black screen. But
the number one issue with people getting into IRL farming is they always seem to pick the dumbest options. Like short pig, farm pig is one of the smartest farm animals who will purposely fuck you over, or short to get peacocks who will go. Yeah, like I'm not an animal farmer. I'm a vegetable farmer. I grow greens. I'm a green guy, energy wise and farming wise. So I grow crops. But yeah, like people just have a misunderstanding. People think genuinely that farmers are like peasants who are like uneducated and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like farming is like a science. Genuinely, there's so much shit behind the scenes with farming. Like you have to be a plumber, an electrician, and like a botanist at the same time. Yeah.
Like no, like actually, it is so much more than just
like.
Sit there mindlessly sit on a fucking.
As a Magatard would say, these city folk ain't got no idea what farming is. But yeah, okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna go see if we can find some customers to
farming is one of the greatest areas of optimization, because
quite literally.
It's literally how much can we grow in this fucking space we have?
Yeah. Right. Pretty sure this guy's here. I think it's Peter File. No? That's where he's right here. Or is he the back?
That back.
My opinion, the best way to become a farmer is to be a community farmer instead of buying 5 acres of land that you will stop wanting to care after a month. Buy half acre of land near where you live and sell directly to your name. Yeah, that's probably the best way, especially probably in America. Probably like American farming is different to New Zealand over here. Like Kiwi farmers are like some of the most productive of the world because of how free market our shit is. Like if you fuck up, like the government's not coming to help you. Like we're one of the few developed nations that our GDP when it comes to like agriculture is a big share. It's like 5% of our GDP. Because of the free market reforms you did, I think in the 80s, if I remember correctly. So like your farming is probably more communal and much more like down to like community stuff. But like over here, it's like a profit thing. So like we are very market based in that regard. Dude, I'm feeling gaslighted. What the fuck is this car?
I'm just doing the like buying the baggies and stuff.
Yeah. Make sure you're stocked up because I'm just trying to find customers right now.
Yeah, no, you're good. I know you go. Go. I just bought all the stuff.
Sweet. All right, here we go. First customer, Austin Steiner.
Katie squishing.
What do you mean? Oh my god. I need to.
Oh, I didn't get her. Nice.
I set up my one of the chat bots to just post my Discord link in every now and then.
Oh, yeah,
And
nice.
if it wasn't moderated, it wasn't even allowed to put
Yeah,
allowed to put it.
It got caught in spam or whatever.
It got like the link got forgiven.
Yeah.
Should have bought a couple trash bags.
Yeah, you only need one of them. Don't trust me. Just don't bother getting rid of trash because we can get cleaner soon. So there's no point. So just like you need like the one trash bag to the quest, and that's about it. Which I think we've already done it. So.
Yeah, it's literally just $12 for a thing of trash is not bad.
Also, a lot of farmers complain about the wrong shit. I see so many farmers crying on TikTok about, about not getting enough government handouts and how their business can end in a week, literally saying that they're struggling and are poor. Like, bitch, you're not poor, you're broke. You can sell your buildings, your machines. Yeah. It's funny because again, as New Zealand, because of how free market approach our stuff is, our farmers are very like on top of ball when it comes to productivity and not like our farmers we're very proud of not like getting government handouts. Like I'm gonna be real with you, like American farmers are the funniest thing ever because like they'll talk about like don't tread on me and states' rights and we don't want the government coming into our shit. And the moment they fuck up, they're the first ones to cry wolf. It is I know it sounds kind of harsh, but it's the funniest thing to watch.
No, it is. It actually is. So I don't even.
Coolly.
Look, no one likes the government until they're fucking
until they need it. Yeah.
Like, everyone hates the government until they were relying on government handouts.
True. It's the same with any government handout. Yeah. But like specifically with farmers, it's funny as well because I know a lot of farming areas and rural communities are very Republican leaning because they're like, welfare queens and you shouldn't be looking at the government to help you. But the moment they need the government to help, they're like, please, bro, help me. Whereas the government should be involved. Whereas the government, yeah, when you do that. Cool, got another one. All right. I think Ludwig Mayer we didn't get, so I need to go back.
Here. All right.
So Hopefrin, I'm guessing because you were talking about being a farmer in Cali, I'm guessing you're in northern Cali, right? Because from what I understand, that's where most of the farms are. So you should play Final. I've given Final Fantasy a try. I might try again, honestly, especially on stream if someone is willing to backseat game, basically. Because holy shit, my brain, I don't know why I cannot compute that game.
Also, it feels like a game I could get into, but it.
We should play together.
We should play it together. Oh my god! No, it's one of those things I could see myself playing, but at the same time,
yeah,
I've just never really cared for the Final Fantasy series, so I've never really just.
Yeah.
$17. I'm making cash. I've got a bunch of products sitting around.
Yeah, sweet, because I need it because I spent a lot of it giving free samples out to get some customers. Dude, trust me, Regan, you're gonna love the game when you start automating stuff and getting employees because there's also mixes you can make. I think you know about this, where you can value add. So you're gonna fall in love.
I'm gonna be making it's gonna be the worst thing for a person to take, but it's gonna be the best thing for our pockets. Look, I'm gonna mix so much stuff in there that it's gonna be like, look, you want to keep your people high, like really chasing the high, but I'm gonna make it so like borderline kills them. But it will cost like $100,000, so
yep.
Maybe they should have thought about that.
I'm gonna put another 50 in. Also, the way the money system works is that every week you can only put 10,000 into the ATM, and how you get a lot of the buildings and a lot of the actual cool shit, you need to use actual card money, not cash money. So the way you get more cash money is by getting businesses to launder your money too. So there's another there's a whole layer to this game.
I mean, that makes sense, because obviously
Yeah.
if you deposit too much in real life, fucking...
Yes, suspicious, yeah.
Maybe you're gonna have to, like, actually file it with the IRS and whatever. And
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah,
alright,
yeah.
how did you get this money? And then you're gonna...
I'm never paying my taxes. I'm never paying my taxes.
I haven't paid a single dollar of tax in my 97 years of living, and I ain't starting today.
Also, you'll be noticing too, I'm setting up all these deals at late night. It's because you get a late night bonus for selling at that time of night. Obviously, there is the issue of like getting caught by the cops, but I'm an absolute maniac when it comes to juking cops.
So what sort of, like, is that only the one type of drug, or can you make, like, all different
Sorry,
types?
repeat that.
Like, is it only the one type of drug you can make, or is it, like, all types?
No, there's multiple. So there's weed, then there's meth and cocaine, and I think shrooms and stuff is also stuff you can play around with. Final Fantasy XIV, the MMO, will be its best next year, as they're currently doing that all around the tour thing, where they are showing artwork expansion stuff and whatnot. And within just the first one, they've shown that they are dumbing down the game in its best ways. Classes are going from 40 button rotations to 15, give or take classes. Daily and weekly grinds are going away. Cross job grinds is also going away, where the highest level 1 class goes to all your others. Party Finder is going to go from regional to global. Okay, all right. I'm gonna give it a try then. But as I said, like, my thing right now is I'm finishing my Terraria run. Then after that, I'm gonna be doing Black Flag Resynced, and then I'm gonna do some like slop stuff for stream, and then I might give it a try maybe sometime in August. I think, depending on how I'm feeling about RPGs at the time, or like MMOs generally. I also did say next year. Oh, okay. Oh, perfect. Okay, yeah. I'll give it a try then when the stuff gets changed.
We'll have to see. I'm gonna have to go back and buy more baggies already. I bought 60, and I'm like, surely that'll be enough for a little bit. Nope.
Nope.
We're pretty much out already. I was gonna buy 100, but then I didn't have the inventory space to pick all the other stuff up.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's more on the shelf.
Also, if you want to know a really cool trick, Regan, if you want to ever escape someone very fast, just go up to a bus stop, spam space. Oh wait, it didn't work. Wait. Spam space while they're going forward, and you fly.
What? Oh.
Yep. It's also on all platforms and cross-platforms, so you can play. Yeah. Like as I said, I played Final Fantasy. It was pretty awesome, but like I do need a friend to play with me because like those types of games, I will immediately disassociate if I do it by myself. So I'm waiting for this chud to see when he wants to play it.
You're waiting for me?
Yep.
Fuck, man, you know I'm down. Should I buy some jars?
I think it's Final Fantasy. I can just check in my Steam library. Give me a second.
Oh, yeah, should I grab some? Should I grab some jars so we can hold more?
Yeah, you should buy jars. For our bigger customers. I think it's Final Fantasy 14. I believe the IV is a 4, right?
IV is 4, yes.
Yeah, so Final Fantasy 14. That's the one I played.
Oh, we're rich. Well, actually, we got broke, but
it's becoming nighttime.
Going back to my
yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, because but my friends recommended that to me before everything exploded in my life. So yeah, as I said, I'm actually the game is pretty fun. It took me a while to get used to the map system and how like how that shit worked, but like it was a pretty fun game. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, like if those changes are coming, I'm gonna be real with you. I actually will give it a try when they come out.
I know there's like Sunny, Benny, and there's another one. Everyone says Benny's name is Seal, but I'm pretty sure Seal is Sione. And then the rest of it is the shop.
Well, you've got plenty of stuff to work with.
Oh yeah, I'll open it for now. And then once we get access to like dealers and stuff, you can start working with those because then you have to like supply dealers and like set them customers and stuff.
Yeah.
And like you can like there's optimal guides for dealers too, or like what are the best customers to give them so they're like optimally moving and everything.
Right, makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, you've got about 24 products to work with, so.
Yep.
And then soon, hopefully these grow, and then we'll have a bit more. Also, we're out of seeds.
Yeah. Okay, I'll teach you how to dead drop actually. So if you go to messages in your phone, and you scroll down to where you see Albert Hoover.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, so what you do is you just click message, you can say order dead drop. The problem is I don't think we'll be able to dead drop a lot because we need to actually pay him off for the previous debt. So what I'll do is when I make money from my current sales, I'll pay off the debt and then you can make the dead drop.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I did learn over many years of playing games that I hate power trip games as I'm a mechanics player, not a story player, and I don't give a shit if your game story is a masterpiece. If I get bored playing within the first 5 hours, happened to Cyberpunk 2077 before I was even halfway to the point. Yeah, for me it's like a mix. Like I need a good story, but I also need a game that's not dog shit mechanics wise. Like it's a very big mix for me. Like Red Dead, like you can feel like an absolute beast, but at the same time the story is pretty awesome.
Look, if it's got a good story, I can hold on for a bit longer. But like, if the game gets boring, then it gets boring.
Like for example, like I brought this up. Like Wizards 101 is an MMO I play on and off, and it's like story's pretty good. It's got a pretty good continuity for an old ass game from the 2000s. But the mechanics are very good in that game. How things are balanced, how the stats work, how combat works is very good for a game that old.
That's true. I mean, for a game that old, it still actually holds up pretty well. I can't even lie.
The reason why I'm a mechanics player and not a story one is because you can ignore bad writing, but you can't ignore bad gameplay. That's true, actually.
Honestly, I would rather a game have no story and have really good mechanics.
True.
Your story can be complete ass, but if the game is actually fun to play, then I'll play it for hours.
Yeah, that's a very fair statement.
Well, I've been playing Destiny for what, 11 years?
Yes, fucking chud.
And I'm not stopping, alright?
Yeah.
I'm on the, I signed up for the D3 petition, alright? I'm there. I'm ready.
But when both are good, it's peak. Yeah, obviously when both are good, obviously it is a peak
absolutely.
experience. Yeah. Like as I said, like RDR 2 for me is like a peak game. It is like the best game out there, story wise and gameplay wise.
Red Dead is actually a great game. Honestly, I'd play some more Red Dead Online.
Yeah,
I'd play some more of it. Been a while.
I don't really like the online experience. I think GTA Online is way better if you're talking about like a Rockstar Online game. But like, yeah, single player, bro, single player RDR is so good.
Oh no, single player was great. I do agree.
Yeah, like genuinely one of the few games I'll admit it, one of the few games I genuinely cried to. When I got to the ending, like it was so peak, dude. It was so peak.
Fair enough. You run out. There's more back at home now.
Yeah, no, don't worry, I'll be fine. I've got enough to last me this cycle.
Sweet.
Sweet.
And there we go. I love how you got all this and then just get the trash can icon there.
Yep. Alright, over here, here's the rest of this off.
Oh, actually, there's some guys like right out the door I can go deal with.
Yep.
How do you know where the police is?
You'll know. You'll get like a detection meter or you'll see flashlights.
Yeah, I see. This guy wants 3. How do I don't know.
It's over me.
Over. One guy. The next guy is further down. How is it, like there are so many people outside who don't get detected?
Yep. No, it's for some reason martial law only like applies to us.
Yeah, we're the only ones who are like outside.
Yep. Okay. Just hiding. I got detected by the cops. I was just hiding.
Hell, you get that guy who needs two. Put it on the corner. Where is he? He is. I don't know where he is.
Oh, so we can move into the new place, by the way. Got a bigger
Already?
space. Yeah.
Damn. That was fast.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi, buddy. Thanks for the cash. Alright, I'm heading back. You got the you got the last deal.
No problem.
And where is the new place?
It's basically how you say.
What
Well, you can see it with the yellow stars.
I see the
on the
RV.
map.
Okay. Oh, it's literally just down.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. Alright, where's one of these potential customers? There's one right outside the motel room. Oh, they're one of these hotel doors. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Oh. You can go back to bed. Oh. Schizophrenic. Wow.
It's over.
Good customer unlocked. Alright, well. I guess I'll start packing everything up and moving it.
Yeah, that's what you should be doing.
Sweet.
Come on. Let me get it. Let me just escape properly. Alright, I think we're good.
I'm gonna have to grab the shelf separately, but
There you go. I paid up the debt. So you can make a debt drop now.
Sweet.
I'm gonna move into the new place too.
Where is his name at the top? We will do a dead drop of sour diesel seeds.
Nah, just do OG Kush. Keep doing OG Kush until we get green crack, because green crack has addictiveness.
We'll buy.
It's about like 8. If you can buy 8.
Yeah, we can buy it.
Yeah, sweet. Do that.
Wait 4 hours.
Yeah, cool.
Cool. When I got all that stuff, amazing. I'm gonna run down to this new place.
Yep. I'm gonna quickly grab myself a fork. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, is it? This is the one above the place. It is too. Sweet. All right.
Yep.
These can be cute.
Alright, I'm back.
I'm back.
Give me a second.
Yep. Ooh.
Alright, I'm back for real.
Alright.
What was I doing? Yeah, so you just set it up however you want. Obviously, you're in charge of the production stuff, so we'll just go to sleep. There's no point in staying awake unless you want to set up the.
We honestly, let's just go to sleep. We'll just deal with setting it up in the morning.
Yep.
$2,000. Let's go. All right. You wait. Why did that dead drop? Or is it not come yet?
Should have come.
Should be only about 4 hours.
Like it's the Tiffins on TikTok.
When did he say that? Yeah. Ah, there it is. Not too. I'll grab that while I'm here. Stuff. Alright, I'm gonna need you to help move some of the stuff over, by the way.
Yep.
It's just the one shelf that needs to be moved.
Yeah, just give me a second. What was I doing? I just gotta get Chloe Bowers.
Houston probably takes it.
Actually, I can grab the rest of the stuff. I just
Alright.
got my inventory.
Also, once you get to a certain level, you should be able to unlock the electric clippers, which just means if you hold left click, you can harvest stuff. You don't have to keep clicking left click.
Nah, makes sense. Makes sense. Did I bring the bed with me and the bin?
No, there's no point.
I'll leave the bin here as well. Oh. Above the Chinese restaurant. All right. It's down here. Pick you up. Boom.
She got engaged. He got engaged. And then pregnant.
Are you sure you made the dead drop?
I picked it up, yeah.
I picked it up? Okay, I was just making sure.
Yeah. So here. Let's go there. You can come over here. Oh, these. Wait. Okay. Get filled up. I need to buy more soil. Yo, I've got this set up in a way that I like.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, interesting.
Alright, buddy. I'd like to purchase... That's what we have money, actually. I'm going to buy another grow tent. Can I not buy another pot?
Another what?
Another pot.
No, don't buy another pot. Trust me, like the two things we have, it's sufficient as we're gonna get it until we get. So basically, it's kind of hard to explain, but in the center of the map, there's like an illegal shop you can access once it becomes evening. But we need to get a higher level. So that's why. So that gear we have currently, we should not have access to this. This is like mid game gear. But yeah, what I did was basically a bit of an exploit.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Ow.
Sorry, give a little talk in the morning. Top of the morning to you.
My screen is red, bro. I cannot see shit.
I did Loki hit your frontal lobe with a metal pipe, sir.
You did, and it hurt.
Oh, did Mace tell you to do that?
Wait, I'm just gonna grab all the stuff out. Let's stop playing.
But like it's later. Shower or something. I really couldn't drink also in August.
Season. Are you talking right now?
Nope.
No, okay. I hear like something in the background of your microphone.
What are you eating?
No, like people talking in the background of your microphone.
I'll shut my mic down.
Yeah. That's like very faint, but like I
Yeah, it's probably the TV maybe outside.
Yeah, probably. All right, now time to go back to my day job of picking up trash.
My day job is breaking ATMs and cola machines.
Very different. Very different.
Yeah, it's free money, yeah.
Oh, I have. Anyway, I found a baseball bat.
Wait, you found one? Where?
On the basketball court.
Oh, wait. Oh, there was duplicates. Okay, I could only see one, so... Yeah, I missed it, or maybe there's duplicates.
Yeah, let's, throw this trash, if I can actually get it in the bin. Make some cash. Boom, $12, I'm rich.
Even then, I just found out when I was born at like 2058. I was born bang smack
And why do people litter so much? I mean, it makes me money, but like, God. No wonder people buying drugs. This place looks like a shithole.
Yep.
I wouldn't want to be in sober here anyway. Like, evil.
Wait, I'm trying to find the sewer key. But I don't know who
Sewer
has
key?
it. Yeah, it's like a sewer key. It's part of the new content that they added from the last my players. I'm trying to figure out who has it.
Fair enough. Can I whack people? Is that a bad thing?
I don't know. Assaulting people, is it a bad thing? You should do it.
I mean, he just said ow. He didn't really, you know, do anything wrong.
Some people will take out knives and like shank you, by the way.
Oh. I mean, I suppose that's fair. I mean, you know, that's not cool, but
Really?
I saw a range. Can I buy a gun?
You can't buy a gun from the range, believe it or not.
Huh?
You can't buy a gun from the range. You buy a gun from the the illegal shop.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say. You're telling me I can't buy a gun at all? Like, come
Oh
on.
no, it's not at all. But you're like restricted on your options.
I mean, to be fair, like, I'm not surprised.
Yep.
But what if I break the the trash machine?
You can't break the trash machine. It's indestructible.
Oh. What?
Yep.
Oh man, I thought I was already broken this ATM. Can I break fire hydrants? Oh.
Oh, it's in the baseball bat here.
Those renovations. Can I break the camera? No.
Nope, he has nothing.
Lame. Sewer key.
Geraldine, do you have
rubbish.
it? No, you don't have it.
Oh. For a swim.
It's got to be the guy with the knife. It's the only guy I haven't. Oh wait, is this guy?
Dash and
Yes.
dash. We're using this illegal shop.
No, it's not
Loaded
that.
bay? Oh, it's a storage unit.
Yeah, it's a place we can buy.
Yeah, I see that. Okay. Whoa, some guy lives here.
That's crazy.
This is... And I can make him work as a distributor? Wow.
No, he doesn't have a key either. So it's gotta be the guy with the teardrops then.
Man, I'm like running around hitting everything with a baseball bat, seeing what I can break. Probably I can't break into cars.
Yeah.
I guess it's a game about selling drugs, not, you know, Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
It's not crime simulator, but
could be though.
It could be. We like smash a fire hydrant and watch all the water shoot out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just watched you do that.
You didn't see anything. She pulled out her phone and started calling the cops. So. Did you just assault that person?
No. I was just tactically tapping him on the head multiple times before he went unconscious.
Officer, I found the guy.
Oh, so the reason why I did that is because I got the sewer key.
Oh, he had the sewer key?
Yep.
Oh,
Because the sewer, from what I understand, also acts like a quick getaway point. So, like you can access certain parts to hide from the cops in different parts of the area, city.
You're unlucky. Can we just?
See, just come to where I am.
Oh, hold on, I work in ATM. Oh.
We can come to where I am.
I don't even know where you are.
Just look at the map.
Oh, you're there. Where am I? There, I need to take a right, I think. Yeah, right. I swear these corpses on the ground were not me or my friend. We're innocent. We're being framed. I almost got run over by a car.
I'm under the bridge.
You know, I'm guessing we can't go past it. Oh, wait.
No.
You're under the bridge?
Yep.
What's up? Ooh, the sewer. Oh, let's go. Wow. What is this? Oh, mushrooms. I got a gas can. I want to blow something up. Okay, I mean, surprisingly, a lot of cigarette butts into the sewer for being locked.
So did you come out the other side or something?
I've come out a side.
Okay.
Oh, I'm like not too far from where we are.
Okay. No, that's what I meant. The sewer system is like all throughout the city.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I should probably get back to, you know, my job.
Uh-huh.
Yay, hello. Where? There it is. Wait, can I actually beat up a propane tank? I can comment now? Nice. It finally let you do it. Oh. Did you remove the verified number scene? Nope, I did not. Is it? Oh. We'll bring those around here. Stop those in. Grab this. Pop some more. Oh, and the next one. Oh. Sweet. Now plant the stuff. Sweet. Now water it. I'm actually. You fight it out with yourself over there.
Okay.
eggs. Package of stuff. If I can get someone to just package it for me.
You get eventually we get access to that, the handler. But instead of we get employees once you unlock the illegal section, ironically enough.
Wow. Good a guess.
Yep.
He doesn't even notice me. Wow. You're yeah, you keep fine with yourself. Have a great. I mean, not yourself. You the other person. I didn't. I didn't say anything. There's
Not a
no
word
proof
was
of that.
spoken.
You heard nothing, eh? Oh, more product. Well, actually, let me package a shroom while I'm at it. Alright, we got a single shroom to sell as well.
May as well use it because we can't really sell it.
You can use it?
Yeah, you can like eat it. Like same with weed, you can smoke and do like all the stuff you produced. You just hold that click
Yeah. I'm on shrooms.
in the game.
Whoa, okay. Did I beat up a cop?
See what happens.
Well, it can't be a bad thing, but they can take $500 off of me, so maybe it's
you
not.
can do a lot more than that, but yeah.
What's the worst that could happen? They put me in prison for 5 minutes?
Bro.
Like, be real.
Get real.
Look, I'm just taking out the trash officer, alright? Look, I'm just taking out the trash.
Where's this last customer?
That is a police officer.
No, there's supposed to be a customer that comes here. He should be here. What the fuck is he? Did you kill Sam? Is that what happened?
Did I?
He's like a man with like a green cap.
I don't know who I've killed.
You killed one of our customers, dude. I swear.
Well,
Oh no! Here he comes. Here he comes.
I was gonna
I
say,
swear,
don't
I'm going to
mean
break my monitor.
I don't mean to kill him.
There you go. Deal's all made.
I'm still on shrooms as well. I love this.
In the game.
Oh, yeah, in the game. You're so loud. Oh my god. Why did cops walk around in teams of 2?
All right, let's go to Eep.
Like, why do they walk around in teams of 2? Why can't I just jump a guy?
Probably that's why they go in teams of 2 so they can't just get jumped by a guy in shrooms.
Well, they should have thought of that before, you know. Oh, yeah, because they kind of did think of that.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. I just airdropped in. Do you have any more customers, or can I start beating people up?
And go to sleep and do your job. And my job is to beat people up.
Sleep? Why would I want to go to sleep? Yeah, we earned money, actually. That's not bad.
Alright, the mixing station.
Whoa, we got a whole new area?
Huh?
Damn. Alright, let's get it. I just trash the speed grow.
No, don't trash it. You can go sell it.
Okay, I'm putting it down somewhere so I don't have to worry about it.
Yep.
Who's Chloe and Ludwig? People in the game that we don't sell to. Because we don't do illegal. They're colleagues in need is what I'd call them.
Colleagues in need.
Yeah. We're not gonna don't get ahead of yourself. Look, I just make the stuff, okay? I just grow it. my partner here, he's what we like to call the HR representative, right?
I am the one who grows.
He does the human side of this.
Who got this? I'm the marketing team.
He's the actually the marketing team's better. Cool. Anyway, those are growing. Let's chuck this in here. Let's come over here. You know, we'll get some jars of this stuff now. I'm sick of bags. Let's do some jars. I think I'll have to twist the lid. Two, 3, 4, 5. Oh, alright, put that in, put that in. There we go. One, 2, 3, 4. Sweet. Some new product to be sold. And while I wait for this to grow, can I put my stuff? Right. Wait, actually, can you get into the Chinese store?
Nope.
You want to buy something? No.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Don't sell to her directly, by the way. Oh, she doesn't place an order.
No, can't anyway.
Oh,
I have $500 cash from pretty much picking up rubbish.
I'm running away.
Who would have guessed the trash industry is so lucrative?
Yep.
There you go. Let's keep jumping
Kill
around.
me, dude.
What happened? Look, they should actually, you know, the cops should be my friends because I'm cleaning up these neighborhoods.
True.
Right? Like, people should love me. They don't live in a shithole and I got like $20 out of it. It's a win-win.
Yep.
Especially these trash things are so far away. You know, they literally pay for trash. I'm surprised there is so much trash on the ground. Hey, Sam. How you doing? I hear you're a lucrative client. You didn't hear this from me, but you got some more stuff if you're interested. You know. Oh, basketball.
My coolie.
Kobe. Oh, I'm gonna write. Am I in the different part of town now?
Oh, exactly.
I don't even know. I wish I could send to where I am on the map.
Yep. Alright, cool. Let's do a customer run. I think I'm just missing a couple people run.
Oh, it's broken.
I think Kim Delaney actually haven't done.
This is a nice house. Who lives here? Hey, Charles. I have a baseball bat.
That's a very interesting proposal.
He's fighting back. He's fighting back. He's aggressive. All right.
There you
go. I need your help with something. It's very important.
What do you need my help with?
Hiding a body.
You don't need to hide bodies.
I'm gonna frame it on the neighbors.
If it didn't happen in front of someone, it didn't happen at all.
And I'm gonna knock on this door with this corpse in my hand. Oh my god, no one's home? Alright, there we go. The homeowner got knocked out on by the mailbox. And he got knocked out by the trash can.
Uh-huh.
Perfect. Perfect. You? You're too high down. You're too high to know what's going on anyway. Let's get out of here. And that is a successful day. Who are you? You're Lucy. Lucy? Here's a cup of coffee. This is probably yours. You should actually... Look, there's a bin right here. Just put it in the bin next time. God. People never learn. Yeah, we're already running out of soil. Not soil. We're already running out of stuff. I mean, organize another debt drop. Oh, you already went and paid off the debt?
I can do that now.
It's already paid off. There's none.
Oh, okay.
Oh, green crack. Alright, we're ordering some green crack.
Buy green crack, yeah.
I'm gonna buy 6 of it because that's what we can afford.
Yep, I'll pay off the rest of the debt.
Sweet.
Sweet.
Sweet. Oh, alright. We got plenty of stuff. I got a Coke can. Can I drink the Coke? Oh, I can.
Mm-hmm.
Just like real life. I'm gonna be addicted to the Coke cans.
Geraldine with the big order.
Mix that stuff with your seeds.
What's up?
I need to mix the Coke with the seeds.
That's the mixing station, which will be after we do this mission. I think that's the next mission is doing the mixing station stuff.
No, okay. I need to beat up someone else. Who are you? No, I don't care. Oh hi.
Hey.
You got a skateboard? Where the hell did I get a skateboard from?
Just get swag. It's that easy.
Alright, where do I get it from?
I told you, just get swag. Like the games didn't recognize my games, so they just gave me a skateboard for free.
I highly doubt that.
What do you mean?
Oh,
I've got so much swag.
I found it.
Yeah, you want to get the golden skateboard? That's the best one.
I can imagine why be the best one. I'm gonna buy. I can only buy the
broke ass.
No, I'm gonna buy the lightweight skateboard because it sounds lightweight. Sure, give it to me.
You want to? Okay, do me a favor. Can we come around? We'll have a bit. We'll have a bit of a race. I want to show you the difference between the golden skateboard and whatever you got.
You actually could afford a golden skateboard.
Yeah, just come here, Regan. Come around. We'll have a race.
Where are you?
Right, come here.
Oh, I crashed into a cop car.
Yeah, I could tell.
Actually, they're crashing into me. They're reversing. They're reversing.
Just press left click and like this. Okay. All right.
What's up?
So we're gonna go from here to the end of the street. Ready?
All right, sure.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the difference.
That's kind of crazy, actually. What
Yep.
the hell?
So the thing is, though, there is an off-road skateboard too. That one is better on off-road stuff, obviously. So the golden skateboard's really good on like actual paved roads and stuff.
Huh. Can I sell the skateboard for a new one?
Yeah, you can pawn it off in the pawn shop. I'll show you where the pawn shop is. So I'm gonna pass you now.
Grids.
Yeah. Alright, I'll pass you. Just follow me. So you come over here to the left. And it's over here.
I passed, didn't I?
Yep, most likely.
So this yellow one? No, taco store.
You're way past me now.
Huh? Am I supposed to see where you are?
Yep, look at the map.
Oh, it's on the right.
Yep. Right here. Right behind you, Regan. Yeah,
Wow.
so like right in there.
Hey, buddy. I would like to pawn something. I could give Infinite 125 in the original price. I mean, sure. How much can you give me? 420. How about I bought it for 500, so I want 500. And I got it back for the original price. I didn't pay a dime for an experience. I need to get another $1,000 picking up trash.
Also, I picked up your green
Excuse me.
crack.
Excuse me, man. Do you have money on you by chance?
Perchance.
That, I'll leave you be. You, on the other hand, Sherman. How do you like bodies in the middle of the ground? Perchance, did you say you were happy with your current state of?
Friggin', this is unoptimal growing. Your job is a grower, and there's buds ready to be harvested. You're not harvesting them. This is a cringe moment.
I'm coming back. Okay, I'm on my way.
Cringe a
I
lot.
was just man. I was just. Well, this cop's by himself. Oh my god, there's a second cop! There's a second cop! Ow! They shot me! I got one! I got one! I got two! Give me a service weapon! Give me a service weapon! Hey man, I'm in a bit of a tight spot. Ow! He's got a gun! He's coming me! Oh, I got arrested. I got arrested. I'm sorry, it's not optimal, but it's an achievement, so it's $125 fine. My God.
It made you feel any better. I'm the one who profited from that.
That's actually not that bad. How did you profit from that?
Don't worry about it.
Did you just raid their corpses?
Yep.
Good.
I'm gonna sell all their guns and ammo for money.
Oh, what? I wanted to do that.
Shouldn't have died. You know what they say? The vultures always win after two lions get into a fight.
That is true. That is true. I tried to pick up this service weapon, but it wouldn't let me.
You got butterfingers. That's why.
Oh, I see. You've actually like interact with their pocket. They actually gives you a pickpocket option. That makes sense. Wait, so that means you can actually just try and pickpocket a cop. You just pickpocket random people? Oh my god, hold up. Who are you? I don't care who you are. You got $33. Boom. I just stole this guy's 33 bucks. Right in front of Dan. He doesn't even care. Hey Dan. You got a monster. Hey Dan. Hi. Yeah, hi. Come on out. Choose you to summon. I saw like 30 bucks off of a guy. I'm sorry. Am I in the wrong spot? I am in the wrong spot. I don't even know where we live. Let me go back to my job. Time of fun's over. Time to go back to, you know, nice.
The problem is I don't know if my stream deck.
Like,
I don't know if my stream deck also works in Discord. I don't know if you can hear my soundboard if I hit play or something.
I'm not hearing anything if you're pressing something.
Oh, one thing I do wish is we could stop focusing on what is the most cost-effective and prioritize only what is the best. Not so much line in allies with silver shit, but like stop getting plastic infused polyester shit and get 100% cotton breathable. Yeah, but it's a cost thing. That's like the big argument. Is that it's just cost-effective to do shit. If you really want to change that, you got to stop the Chinese from like suppressing their wages and making it so that their labor is cheap as fuck. You do that, and immediately everything will change.
The world runs off literally how much money can we make out of this. If
Quite
you're telling
literally.
them they can do it, if they could do it for even a cent cheaper, they will do it.
Yep.
Like any way to cut corners, they are already trying to do it. They pay billions a year in some cases for this. Do not think they're gonna stop just because it's what's called not getting a good idea, like not ethical.
Yep.
Oh, thank you for the green crack seeds. I'm gonna put it over by my grow station.
Have you used all the OG Kush seeds?
The last ones are planted now.
All right.
What's so significant?
Yeah, reason why I said not the best because ain't no way the average person's got it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I want silk, Chinese silk garments.
That's very therapeutic, packaging drugs. I see why people do this in real life.
True. God, imagine pure silk underwear.
God.
Your nads would be cuddled.
Is it time to make drops? It is. I'm gonna start making drops. Surely we'll be fine, right? I haven't had any recent run-ins with the cops.
That's crime pill right there. Why are you still... Get away, I'm selling. It's my job.
I need the money for a skateboard, man, alright? I need a new
I can
part-time
just give
job.
it to you. I can be your sugar daddy. Like, come on, dude. Also, I don't have enough product, you fucking chud.
Go get more.
Hey, did you pack more?
Yeah.
Oh, we can get Benji as a dealer.
At least I packed more. I put it on the shelf.
There you go, we got Benji as a dealer.
Oh, so that's actually on the drug shelf. You just have to look for it.
I understand how anyone with Heidi's, I bought a pair a few months ago, and I feel like someone was grabbing me from the past. Yeah. Yeah, I don't get the tidy-whitey shit. Like, that shit's so uncomfortable. Boxers all the way, dude. Holy.
Absolutely, I agree.
What was I doing?
I'm waiting for stuff to grow. Grown. Got 6. I need more soil, actually.
Boxer briefs are the way to go. Yeah, completely.
Bro, they're so comfortable. If you like, I've had like really good pairs. I've had a couple really shit pairs in my time, but
yeah,
man,
in your time,
the
fucking
good
grandpa.
pairs so fucking good. They're
Fucking
good.
old ass.
Man, when you're as old as I am,
Hilarious because you're younger than me.
debatable. What are you, like 14?
I'm actually 4,000 years old.
Only 4,000? Come on,
Yeah.
dude. I'm like 8. Get your numbers up.
Well, I'm a 600,000-year-old vampire.
Right. So what's it like being the first gay vampire?
Hold on, I'm not a vampire, okay?
I mean, you said it yourself, right?
Did I?
Yeah, I think so.
Nah,
We're
I don't
gonna
believe it.
pop the clip. We're gonna pull the clip.
Jewish conspiracy, it's not real.
Motor oil. I'm gonna chug this back real quick.
It's over.
What did you get it caught?
Don't worry about it, Choom.
Pickpocketing some kid. This guy had $3. What? Stop calling the cops. Get off the phone. You had $3 in your pocket. Oh, and flu medicine? I bet. He was worth killing.
No, I also wish I could kill the free market. Like, I hate going down an aisle and seeing 20 different brands of car. Yeah.
Pretty much.
To be fair, there is a reason why they call us goy, dude. Like, the fact that there are brands for underwear, like, come on, get over yourself. You don't have to wear branded shit on your, like, genitalia. Okay, cool. Go over here.
Hey, I tried to pickpocket a cop.
You stupid ass motherfucker. By the way, if you get caught and you lose money, I'm banning you from selling anything ever again.
I'm not gonna lose money. I'm just wanted by the police.
Uh-huh.
Like, I'm just gonna go hide in a fucking bus stop. Oh shit, the cops, they found me.
Well, look, I've done all my sales. I'm going home. Okay, I'm a happy little chud.
Yep, fine, I'm coming home too.
Why is there a dead civilian?
They're trying to call the cops on me. They're trying to look. They're trying to call the cops on me. All right.
Yeah,
I just
sure.
did what I had. $3,000. Oh my god.
I know, Huddlum. Yep.
Oh, we can now actually buy the green crack seeds.
This wild part is that people pay for brands and all, and yes, I want to pay $30 a pop for PC fans made from Lian Lee. When I can get a 5-pack of fan. Yeah, right. Yeah. Like, yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, it's kind of a you problem if you fall for branding stuff. Like, things are things, dude. Nothing like the branding doesn't change anything.
Most time the branded things aren't even bitter.
Yeah. The only time brands really affect stuff is like it's like chocolate and like yeah, it's like very specific goods that brands affect, like clothing stuff. Like, I'm sorry, you're retarded. Like, it doesn't really affect that much unless you're like that concerned over like hypebeast stuff.
Like, why would you pay an extra? Why would you pay double the price for something with a basic logo slapped on it? Like that's all it is. It's just a basic logo slapped on a T-shirt.
Oh, so you're
And people pay,
especially
like,
since most of them are resellers. Yeah. Most of them are reselling from like China specifically. But also Regan, you're just green crack now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna change the products up then. We're no longer selling OG Kush. We're selling green crack now.
We still have plenty of that to sell though, so you might as well get rid of the rest of it.
The OG Kush.
Yeah. We still
I don't worry about it. I'll just give it to Benji and he'll sell it. So do me a favor, just
Benji.
search up. Yeah, so search up. I've already given him some product. Search up the optimal guide. So is this game RNG or is it scripted story? It's like the story is scripted, but like obviously like it's a play as you go kind of thing. Nothing is like in place. It's just because the missions are like in place as they are. So Regan, just search up the optimal guide for dealers and just assign the optimal like customers for Benji. Actually, like to sell 5 packs of Coke for next cutscene to happen. Kind of like the milestones are with money. So in the early game, it is a new product, but it's mostly because it's trying to sell you how to do. It's just trying to like teach you how to do stuff. But like to progress the game, you need to buy new buildings, get new facilities, buy new businesses to launder money. It's like that's how you progress the game. And the game is still in early access, so it's not like really a final conclusion. So yeah.
And have that person. Got you. Got you. So we're missing one person for him. Which is, I believe, Donna Martin. No, we got Donna Martin.
Yeah.
Piggy. Piggy Myers is the one person we're missing. So.
Just remember to stay up on your green crack game because we'll need a lot of product now.
Yeah, I'll be doing it. You know. Benji, do that. Alright, cool. Just gotta wait for it to grow. You know how it is. Let's get some jobs.
I was wanting management type games, but they have to be slow ones. I don't want to have a successful store where I have more money than I know what to do with. And within like 3 sessions, I want the grind. Yeah. This game kind of has that. Because you just set up systems and automation and stuff like that. And because of like the cop stuff, because you kind of like sell your stuff without any danger, there's also a bit of risk involved too.
Yeah, it's the new one going in, and this one will be mostly used, but not enough for it to be realistic. But, oh my god. Jill, I'm keen for that. If you have your own way.
Oh, there we go. That's all that packaged.
You already signed customers to Benji, right?
Yeah.
It was the
one person.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. So yeah, just give him all the OG Kush stuff because he'll automatically sell it all. Even though it's not listed for sale.
Mr. Benji. Oh, at the motel sec.
Yeah, so he's in number 2, right next to the room we had.
Oh, hey, Benji. Since you're going out, go take all that. All right, he's now got 44. He is 20% cut. We're giving this guy so much money for this.
Yep, no, trust me, these dealers are like the money makers in the long run.
I get that, but 20%?
Yep. Well, he's using both his legs. It's like 10% for each leg used, you know?
I mean, I guess. Benji, have this hat. Yeah, oh, missed. All right, Benji, did you just make me money? He made me $109. Good job. What about that? I love how you can actually just hold the money in your
I
hand.
find games that take longer for me to do more fun. I not so much like TDM or RNG, but more so even though God of War 2014 is only a 34-hour game, everything happens so slowly that you feel like the game. Yeah, like for example, like I'll never play RuneScape. Like people have nostalgia for that game, but that game is quite literally a sit there and do things simulator.
It is.
Oh, here you go. Now you got the mixing stuff, so you can do the tutorial for that to understand how to do it.
I don't need a tutorial. Figure it out.
But you have to do it anyways for the mission.
What?
Yep.
Alright, I'll go buy a mixing station from the hardware store. Hey, buddy. Yeah. Just give me the mixing station. Where is it? $500. Oh my
Don't worry,
god.
I loaded up the credit card. Oh, for you, baby.
Oh, thank you. Cha-ching. Man, paying for that out of pocket, I ain't doing that shit.
I don't have any drugs on me to like give us free samples.
Go. I put the mixing station over here. Boom. Go to the gas mart. Where the hell is the gas mart?
But even that RuneScape is an automation game without the automation. I've seen people grind skills in that game, and he is the opening, closing. Like, yeah. Give a free sample of a bullet. Okay. Oh, we're trying to keep customers, not end them.
I mean, we're not doing everything they want around.
My brother in Christ, we have no product.
It's growing.
I might steal some from Benji to use as a free sample shit. But yeah, like your RuneScape is like a complete like degen like grind game. Like I respect the people who have like nostalgia for it or whatever, but like I'll never play it.
Alright, we're gonna be buying 10 of this, 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 10 of this. It's like
whoever said it had to be a lethal shot. Just give him a love tap, basically. I think if I go down here, Charles Rowland is over here, right? Oh, here he is.
It's the first lot of
It's still
track. Should be.
Clay Bowers.
I need more shelves. I need a lot of credit cards for more shelving.
Yep.
The green crack is actually growing now.
Yeah, make sure you have because I'm starting to rack up a lot of customers, but I'm not getting enough supply.
Yeah. I'm harvesting the first set. Inventory full. God damn it. Boom.
Finally got it, Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. Assign her to Benji. I'll just do that real quick. There we go. And that's Benji's, all of his contacts.
Yep. Where's Jerry? He's all the way over here.
One. Cut this open.
Where is this fucking homeless ass guy? I miss him.
Sweet.
Oh, he's inside the construction site, okay. Though I don't understand why people buy this shit. They do, in the sense I would see fridges within the click glass of the inside. My guy, do you not know? What's in your fridge and wouldn't kill you, spend a few seconds opening the door? True. Ah, cool.
We're in the first set of spring crack. Being
Nice, I'm
packaged.
coming.
Can you buy me some more baggies while you're running home?
Sorry about that, brother. It's just like a me and my mate are streaming, so it's kind of content thing.
Also, in Satisfactory the other day when I was playing it, I unlocked coal.
Oh
and
shit,
got
nice.
a very, very basic coal generator going.
That's nice.
Boom. Oh, there you go. Your supply is in there.
Sweet, I'm gonna go grab it.
The shelf did have to get moved because of all the mixing ingredients.
Yep.
Actually, I'm gonna start a new mix, so I guess I'll grab a couple things.
Don't actually like start doing mixes yet. It's not really worth it right now.
Okay. Then come grab the.
Yeah, it's not really worth it as of now, and yeah. I'm gonna put that for now.
Is
1911 magazines is crazy.
Wait, sorry, may I hopefully join you? Don't ban me for trying to help you. Not like, sorry, like, you know, it's a content thing, so like the game's gonna be a bit closed between me and my mate here. But like, I don't mind you like just being around. Also, it's wild how smaller doesn't always mean cheaper. I was looking for small ovens since I'm downsizing my family-sized kitchen to one-person kitchen, and I don't need to heat up an entire 12-rack oven for. Yeah, like it's crazy how many people like overspend on shit where they don't really need to.
Put a fuck ton more baggies.
Oh, fuck me. Ugh.
There we go. The sword portion is ready, but I'm not liking the top here.
Smang.
Hey, Cyrus, hey, Harvey. Your bang or dang is looking.
There we go. Just have to do two things. Cool.
Until I understand overspending is the illusion of cost. My brother brought I used exercise bike for 600, while you don't even need to spend 200 for a good exercise bike. It was a 2,500. Okay, yeah, you know what? Fair enough. You can't even fucking pass up on that deal. Damn good deal.
Damn good deal.
Your brother saw that bike and he just went.
Oh, you can charge the bat.
Yeah, you can. You got any more product? Oh yeah, you got this.
Yeah, it's all in there. I just gotta wait for more to grow.
Yep.
We've got 2 more seeds, so.
Yeah, once we keep leveling up, and once you finish up the. Oh, also, oh, sorry. You have to make a single mix. So take one of the buds that you got at the packing station. Oh no, you already unpack.
I'll do it with. No, sorry. I'll just do it when this grows. Does that seem?
No. Like just unpack this one single one. Unpack that.
How do you?
So you click the arrow. Click
it?
the arrow where it says pack.
Okay,
And put it to unpack. So unpack that one and make that single mix just to get the mission through.
I'll use this flea medicine because that's
Yeah.
extra one lying around. Oh, what? Oh. Actually takes a minute to mix.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just back out while it's mixing? Oh, I can. $52 market value. Alright. May you join? This is just between the. This is just the two of us, me and my mate. Two of us are just running this. Yeah.
Though I'm downsizing to an ADU mainly because I'm a minimalist who sees unused space as wasted space. I get mad whenever I see living rooms large enough to fit 2 cars in it, yet the homeowner is one dude by himself, yeah. Like, I will say, like, it's funny as fuck, because, like, I myself, I'm a big hedonist. Like, I love spending on myself and spending, like, things for myself. But I'm also the most minimalist fuck. Like, my bedroom, like, well, you can really see it. There's, like, nothing going on. Like, I've got a painting that I've got up there when I made when I was in school when I was a kid. A fucking clock that doesn't work. And I've got, like, a mirror table. Like, that's about it. That's literally the extent of the decoration in my room.
A clock that doesn't work.
Yep, doesn't work.
That's kind of crazy.
Any more green crack, Regan? Get to work.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm just replanning new ones, right? I just finished one. We need more seeds, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my belief is to upgrade, not expand. Like, if I want to splurge, I just get better things that I already have, not to get more of what I don't need. Like, I'd rather spend $3,000 in a match. Yeah. Yeah, you get it. This guy gets it. See, it's like, you know, like, why buy more Fent when you can just buy better Fent, you know?
Rude.
Alright, I'm gonna go make these sales.
I'm gonna do some packaging. Let me head up. If you get a chance, I'm gonna set a drop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotta get a Breaking Bad blue card, yeah.
Let's stretch.
Did you pack some more green crack, by the way? Because
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Yep. I'm gonna quickly smoke this Aspen smegma you made.
Go for it.
Holy shit, Jesse. This shit's hitting me like crazy. Aspen smegma, bitch.
Alright, here's your next set.
Alright, arigato gozaimasu.
There's 4 more in there. You haven't run off yet?
I already ran off. I got 20 of it, so I got most of it.
Right, you go. Just waiting around. Talk to the real estate agent, talk to the mechanic. Alright. How is Benji doing?
He got like $800 on him, so I took that.
Oh, you just took. Alright, sweet.
Yeah. So that's another thing you should be checking up on the dealers every now and then. I think you can check how much money they have on them when you look at the phones. So you can check how much money. Yeah.
And then I should probably top him up with more.
Yeah. He's got a like, decent amount of product. I think same. You could like look at the phone and check how much product he's actually carrying.
Oh. Well, that is.
Also, you're dead dropping yourself product, right?
Yeah, I did set it up.
Yeah. Which reminds me, I wonder how legalized can we legalize drugs? I forget what country did it by that had no questions asked clinics that offered, I believe, heroin. That was Portugal. It was Portugal that did this.
Really?
Yeah, Portugal made like basically it's not that they gave you heroin. It's like, hey, just use clean needles, please. I think that was the thing they were trying to do because like yeah, like
do it, at least do
no,
it.
yeah, that was literally what they did, and I think they literally saw a decrease in like drug deaths and stuff like that.
I mean,
So,
fair enough.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You
Like
can't outright stop everyone from doing
yeah,
it, so.
because when you criminalize and like even like socially stigmatize people who use drugs like this, because people are already abusing drugs like this, you don't make it harder for them. You know, that's kind of like the
Make it
perspective
easier
you
for
should be
them to get
having.
the help they need.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's literally what the position you should be taking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Whether you want or not, people are gonna do it. Might as well make it easier for people who are ready to get help.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Portugal if you want to search that up, Hawthorne. Pretty sure it's Portugal that passed that policy. So I wonder what drugs can we expand upon because I forget. It was literally heroin, I believe, that they did it with. It was heroin needles specifically because that is like a very addictive drug.
And, well, obviously just using clean needles is
Yeah.
A lot of people don't do that, surprisingly.
I think first of all too, like society needs to move off like THC. Like THC is the least like terrible drug. Like alcohol is objectively worse than THC, and we somehow like are good at alcohol, but not with THC. It's so stupid. Continuing my comment. Oh, sorry. Yeah, because I forget what drug it was, but like more than 1 grain of sand worth can make you. Oh, that's Fent. That's Fent. It's literally Fent. Fent is like 1 grain of like it will like just kill you immediately. I was not ready to go to sleep, by the way.
Okay, so for Benji, we want to just give him either OG Kush or sour diesel, and then mix it with Coke, and then that's what he sells the best.
The reason why green crack is good is because it's already got addictiveness. Addictiveness makes it so people are willing to pay a high price.
No, like I
for the base
understand
prices.
that much. Obviously, if people get addicted, they're gonna be buying it.
Yep. There you go, your dead drop. I'm gonna go do the quest. You get the dead drop.
Yep. I actually need to like grab it now anyway, so hit up.
Yep. Alright, hopefully this guy's alive.
Not automating it. I've got the automate. I'm getting the automation.
Alright, Mick. I know we had problems last time, but remember when weed was the devil's lettuce? Yeah, it's just so stupid, dude. It's the most like weed is truly like a societal stigma. It is like objectively better than drugs. Like I've never heard of a man taking a lot of edibles and then beating his wife. I haven't heard of that.
It is actually safer than alcohol when you think about it. Where the hell am I? I am here. Okay.
Oh, try and cut those
Oh man, America calls himself the free world, yet drugs are banned. It's not very free now, is it?
Give me this gone again. Stop. Come on, dude. Come on.
Fuck you.
Money bitch ass.
What's this last one?
Though we do need to change how weed is given. I had a friend who was addicted to weed that he smelled to... Well, to be fair, that's also a person thing. Like, people are addicted to alcohol, but that doesn't stop society from, like... you know, like, we don't ban alcohol because people get addicted and become alcoholics, you know? Like, so, like, that... It doesn't... Like, there's a conversation we had...
Driving while drinking.
That's a conversation we had, but, like, not in this context. Like, if weed is illegal, but alcohol isn't, I'm sorry, like, that's a it's a stupid standard. But yeah, like what you said is like a very like valid statement, but not to this conversation of legalizing weed because we haven't like banned alcohol because people become alcoholics.
Look, there are a lot of people who like abuse alcohol and just addicted to it.
Yeah,
and they do.
I'm not saying ban it because people get it, but yeah, no, like as I said, like your comment is very valid. What I'm saying is to the conversation we were just having, it means nothing. Because yeah, we should really talk about, because look, it's a drug at the end of the day. We should be talking about how to like responsibly and safely like distribute it, and how to like restrict that in dispensaries and shit like that. Oh, I just have the real estate agent now.
Look, you either legalize it and you can actually make money from it with taxes, or you have it illegal. People are gonna buy it anyway, and then
Yeah, I remember when I was in California, when I was in the States, like one of their Uber drivers was literally telling me when they legalized weed in California, like 90% of the weed farms, like the illegal guys, just disappeared off the map. And I minded my friend comes to my house high as fuck. Okay. There you go. We did that. Talk to Uncle Nelson on the payphone. Okay, I think this is where we get introduced to the illegal shop now.
Sweet. Well, we have more product for you.
Sweet.
You're growing. You're growing. All right. Get access to the warehouse.
Yep. So this is the illegal shop. I think we have to just level up for it. And of course, you would be pro drug like a truck game. Yeah. Look, man, they make me feel funny. I feel so good inside.
Benji is got no money and he does need to top up.
Remember, kids, GTA makes you violent. True. Everyone knows when you play a GTA game, you want to just go. You want to go in the streets and like popping cops in the head, because that's definitely what you want to do. You remember, people don't go to the strip clubs because they're like people who are like infatuated with boobies. Okay, it's because they played GTA that one time.
Look, I wouldn't know it existed if it wasn't for GTA. So obviously.
True. And also, once we get access to the warehouse, by the ways, we can also start expanding your weed. No, we can start expanding your weed facility. We can buy like the pots and the lights and everything.
Yep. Look, I
went to hire a prostitute fucker to be my bad for money back. True.
I'm gonna go.
Okay, cool. We got access to the warehouse now, by the way. So we just have to wait until 6 p.m. Actually, no, we don't. I know a way to like exploit it. Let me just see if it actually works. Yep, it works.
It works.
Yep. So now we have access to like weapons, all this illegal shit.
Sweet. And the warehouse is what, over by you?
Yep.
Hey, buddy.
So tell me when you're at the warehouse door. I'll open it for you. I'm inside.
Where is this warehouse? Oh, I'm literally out the back. All right, so we can turn around.
Yep.
Is it the slider door, or is there like an actual normal door?
No, the normal door. Like it's like a red door. You'll see.
Yeah, I see it. Open it. Open the
door.
door.
Say the secret words.
I got a damn bet if you don't open the door, I'll beat your ass when you come out.
I'm not gonna come out then. These are my new friends. Look, just say the magic word, Regan.
Open the damn door.
No, say the magic word.
Money, drugs.
I do think it's weird psychosis of how the most fun way to play the game is to play it in the wrong way, in the sense of like when you get bored in Skyrim you start slaughtering everyone, but when you get bored in GTA you start following the law. Yeah. You do the opposite of whatever you're supposed to do. But yeah, Regan, if you come over here to this guy, to Oscar,
Oscar.
over here.
Oh, over here.
So he sells like the grow lights and whatever. So don't buy anything yet because I gotta look at it. I don't know if you have the right things. Oh no, we do. Yeah, so you can buy the LED. So buy the LED grow lights, the suspension racks, and the plastic pots.
Plastic pots. All right.
And the LED lights, not the halogen lights.
Yeah. I saw it.
And
How many
then
should I buy?
Just buy 2 more. Don't buy like a lot. Just 2 more should be enough to keep us supplied. And remember, you have to buy 2 suspension racks to put the lights on.
Yeah. I can also get the soil and the spring.
Yeah, so like you can use your cash instead of using like the credit card.
Okay. I mean, those would be nice, but they're not needed right now.
Alright, go back home. You need to get back on the farm. We need more green crack.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going back.
I really wish you could
Well,
hear
I
my
have a
Stream Deck like soundboard because I've got so many funny things here.
Not really.
Because it doesn't go my Discord, I think.
It doesn't, no.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Regan, I'm gonna bring you the Packing Station Mark II. This is gonna help your life out like 10 billion%.
Alright, sweet. Whoa.
Just to finish this freaking triangle.
Oh, we had these grow lights before. I see.
By the way, if you want fun game to play in a group of 3 friends, including you, I highly recommend the Trine series. It's a 3-person co-op puzzle platformer game where one is a wizard who can conjure. Oh shit!
I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
I like
that sounds very fun. All right,
What's
I'll
it
keep the Trine series, Trine. All right, Regan, I placed on the new packing station, so use this instead. Because this one you don't have to like drag. Yes, no. I'll just actually I will swap it out actually. So basically, what you have to do, you just have to press the space button.
Oh my god, that makes life so much easier.
Yes, it's way better. You got some more green. I need more green crack.
Wait, look, I'm working on it. I think that's ready to grow. Hello.
You know, Regan, if you don't get on it.
You would have.
Oh yeah.
You bought a gun.
Yeah, I did.
See, this is why you want to do all the fucking drops, so you have all the money. I understand it now. I need more soil, by the way.
Yeah, I can actually go grab some for you with cash. Like, what I can do, I can buy you the longer life soil. So, like, the way you should basically play this game is there's like 3 types of soil: the single-use one, the double-use one, and the triple-use one. I use the triple-use one because it just makes life so much easier. Because you don't have to keep resupplying like every 2 days.
Oh, I see how this works. Oh my god. That's so easy.
What's the time? 4. 5 hours. 3 green crack. Go 50. Schedule.
Wait, that's actually so much easier. Holy shit.
Not sure if you have Steam Summer Sale over there, but yeah, no, the Summer Sale I think it applies to us because it's not like a regional thing; it's just got whatever the US is going through. So it's pretty cool.
It's a global thing. Just amazing.
Yep.
Even though we're in the middle of winter.
Yep.
Summer sale.
Like peak winter.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm coming over. I've got like 20 soil, like double, and like the 2 life soil too, so it lasts 2 times. I think I got like 40 soil, I think.
And then we got some product for you as well.
Sweet! Okay, Montero.
How are we doing on... I need more of that too, god damn it. Where are we looking?
Alright.
Messages.
Ring, where do you want to put the soil? Right here?
Okay, in that one over there, yeah.
I'm gonna also put it here because I ran out of space.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just because I know summer break is massive in the US, but could be a country that couldn't give a fuck if summer sales supply. Yeah, no, it's global. It affects everybody. Like Steam, like mostly goes through like the US stuff. The autumn, summer sale, like that all happens to us here too, but on your time frame. I benches out a product. And Hoover, yeah. There you go. Cool. Keep getting your dead drops now that you need to, make more and more shit.
One up.
Yep. Donut.
Donut.
Alright, what I'll do, I'm gonna quickly go get me a Dwinkie. I reckon I'm in.
Yep. Go. That's all growing. He bought a lot of soil. All right. I see the vision here. Right, I need to come and look. So you've got nothing. He took all the damn product.
I'm back.
Okay, sweet. I'm back. Just waiting for that more stuff to grow. I think you've got all the product on you.
Yeah, I've got enough products to do this next run. But yeah, as I said, you're gonna specifically love playing with the employees of the automated system stuff.
Oh, I
and like the value adding with the mixes. The problem is I'm just too like ADD to like do it because like I like actually setting it up, but brother, I can never do the value add mixing and stuff. It just takes too much effort. Sales are the only way to buy games now, but not because I can't afford them, because I don't want to spend $6 to try games. And yeah, to be fair, Steam has a very good refund policy.
I've refunded so many games on Steam.
Yeah.
And like you don't even have to put a reason down half time. They just
Like
accept it.
I know it's a meme, but genuinely, Steam is like one of the few like ethical monopolies. Like I'm completely fine with. Give Gabe Newell another yacht.
No, true. Honestly, Steam is the one company I will like actively support without like a second thought.
Yeah.
These guys go like above and beyond. Above and beyond.
Yeah, like Epic Games can give me like a completely free game, and then Steam can offer me that same game with like a 2% discount. And I'll rather buy on Steam.
Honestly, I would rather buy my games on Steam than get for free.
Yeah.
I kind of like if it was offered for free on Epic Games, I wouldn't even install Epic Games for it.
True.
Even if it was a game I've been looking forward to for years, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they get your drops ready. Steam isn't a monopoly. Every other, yeah, true. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, it's like that's why I said like ethical monopoly, because it's not even technically like a monopoly, like the market capture. It was literally just like Steam is the best example of capitalism. It was literally just that good that everybody uses their service.
And now Epic Games going. Yeah, the most recent lawsuit though, with being fucking, you can't play like you have to buy the DLC on Steam if you own the Steam. Like, of course you do. You know how much infrastructure you'd have to do, like, for everyone to have? It's like, hey, I bought it on Steam, but I want the deal. Like, I've got it on Epic, but I want to play. You know,
Hey
buy the
man,
DLC on Steam.
I'm
Like,
doing great, brother. How are you?
But I can guarantee the only reason they're doing that is because they've given away so many free games, but people are still buying the game again and the DLC on Steam. Like, they do the trial on Epic Games, like, oh, this is a great game. They
Yeah.
goes and buys it on Steam with the DLCs.
Yeah.
I can guarantee that is the only reason that
What
they're
kills
actually
a company the most is when you force your stuff on stuff, not even your stuff. Like you can buy Borderlands 4 on Steam, but still, yeah, the EA. I fucking despise the EA launcher. It is the worst thing that's ever existed in the history of humanity. Humanity has never created something so blatantly stupid.
Oh my god, the EA launcher is so abysmal.
Yeah, like I remember I could not play Far Cry 4 for the longest time because I bought it on Steam because EA blocked me from fucking playing it, even though I owned it. It was the most despicable shit ever. Hang in there.
No, it is.
Sugar, you're in the States, right? I think I remember you brought this up. I think I remember if it was Pennsylvania. Yeah. It must be pretty early for you guys right now because it's the evening for us over here. 5 a.m. Yeah, damn. Outright degenning it. Alright, cool. Sales almost done. I'm gonna go do those. Yeah, I was doing some poll before this, but me and my mate just got on to play some Schedule 1 because it's his first time playing, so. 3 gun crack. 1, 2, 3. Boom. I shall go over here first. A bit of a minority on this, but I don't mind the loss of physical and pure ownership of media, mainly because I'm a done one type person. Where once I watch a movie, complete a game, I ain't going back and redoing it like another 3 times. I'm moving. Reflections, my favorite. Yeah, fair enough. Like I don't have a strong opinion on like the physical media stuff either. I feel like that's a very niche position people take. Like I don't really care. Like as long as I can play my shit, I don't give a shit fuck about like the licensing stuff. And that's more of like a rights discussion than it is like a problem for me.
How's it going? How's it going, Panda? Bacon, what do you want to be called? Damn.
Only time I replay anything is when like it's with the boys, like when you watch a good. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Yeah, like for me, like there's very few games I ever play. Like Oddiodd 2 is one of those games. Like I played it the first time and kind of skipped all the cutscenes like a dumbass, and the second time I played it was fucking cinema. I need to play it again and do the bad run, but I don't think I can actually have the like emotional force to like make Arthur go through a bad time. I don't think I can do it. Like, that game genuinely like got me so invested in the characters. I physically don't think I can make Arthur into an evil person, even if I tried. I always skip the beginning of any story, not because I can't be bothered to experience good writing, but I can't be bothered spending 10 hours of speech. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, like as you said, you're more of like a gameplay kind of guy, so it's like it just depends on your philosophy on gaming. You know, it's not like a sin, but you know, like it's the reason why I skipped most of the Red Dead dialogue because I'm kind of that way too. But once I actually paid attention, I was like, this is fucking cinema.
I'm out of baggies already.
Got a baggies, damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait until the morning and buy some more.
Yep.
But now I'm gonna take this and mix it with some donuts.
Once again, it gets past the whole choose one plotline or these are the girls you want. That I pay attention to the story as that is where I divert from. Yeah. Cool. All the cells are done.
Sweet. How am I doing on seeds? I've got 4 left. That's fine.
Fire Emblem is now just hitting Sim Series. True. That's actually so true. Also, Sugar, if you're still in chat, I need to go pick up my grandparents from the airport today, so I'm not gonna be able to stream for late. But like tomorrow, I'll be down to some American Pol. If you want to enter chat, like just link me something. We can react to it together. All right, Regan, I'm gonna go sleep now because
yeah,
I've done all my sales. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm already waiting. I do have more stuff for tomorrow night.
Yep.
Yep.
24-hour stream starting now. Yeah, no, like I mostly do like late night streams on Saturdays because like it's like the one day I drink. I have like my little Smirnoff Saturday kind of series. So that's what I do, like my retarded politics, where I like do all like the drama shit that's happening in your country or whatever. But like, usually in the weekdays, I'm doing like actual like policy stuff and like actual stuff that matters.
Yeah, sure. I should go pick up from my guy.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll give him Give him some of these as well. While I'm
And the problem is too, like, unlike most streamers, I actually am like employed. Like, I've got a life besides streaming. Streaming is something I've just picked up to share my views, because a lot of people on this website are fucking retarded, dude. It's insane. Like, if you go to like any politics stream, I swear people have the same copy pasted opinions, depending on whatever political disposition they say they are. It's the most stupid shit ever.
You've already stealing all my damn money.
All right, Meg. I'm gonna pawn this, and you're gonna accept this.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. I got $1,000 for that. I got 10 grand just sitting in my account right now.
Wow, good job.
Well, I'm gonna deposit this. I'm gonna buy us a business so we can launder our money now.
Good idea.
Yeah, because like, yeah, laundering cash, especially, like, trust me, like, there'll be times where we're just sitting on 50 grand cash and not know what to do with it because we don't have the laundering capacity.
Right.
Boom. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go to the real estate agent now. I purchase a business, laundromat. Property. All right, Regan, I also bought us a new property. I bought us a storage container. So what I like to do, I don't know if you want to do this, but what I like to do is I like to turn the storage container to my weed den where I grow all the weed. And I turn the current place we're in, I use that as the meth lab. Because when you're starting up meth, you only need like one set of an oven and a chemistry thing. You don't need too many, so like that is enough space to get the meth started.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, so like basically, like, to start meth, if you go to the illegal shop, you could buy a chemistry set, an oven, and that's how you get the meth started. And you also need pseudos, but I think we have to get access to those soon.
Right.
Like, what do you complete part of the story? If you want to, oh shit, I don't think I have the cash on me for it anymore. How much cash do you have on you?
Like a grand.
Can you put that in the shelves? I'm gonna grab that and buy the chemistry stuff for you.
Where is an ATM?
No, you don't need the ATM. No. Just literally go to our storage stuff. You can put cash in the storage stuff.
Oh, well, I'm already at an ATM, so I'm gonna check it all in there.
No, I've already maxed out the deposits.
No, it's separate.
It's separate?
It's separate.
Oh, okay, but I didn't need the ATM. I needed cash.
Oh, well.
Oh, what if I'll just take it out? No, withdraw 1,000. Cool. I'll buy you the chemistry stuff, and then you can do with that once we have access to pseudo. Because how you do it, you need pseudos, gasoline. No, sorry, pseudos, phosphorus, and acid, which you get from the illegal shop.
Right.
And the pseudos are like a dead drop thing you unlock once you finish more of the story.
Makes sense.
Oh, yeah, because like the chemistry stuff is like it's $1,000 a pop for the chemistry set in the oven.
Makes sense.
Yep, there you go. Got it. Alright, here we go. I'm putting it in this where the weed is.
Where are you putting it?
Where the weed was.
Alright.
It's in the containers. So you, like once you've moved all the weed shit into the new place, the storage, the stash and dash. Do you know where that is, or do you want me to show you?
I'll find it.
Alright.
So you tell me I've got to pick all this up and move it now?
Once these are grown, once you finish growing, then yeah, move them.
Okay, and it's literally the storage like around the corner.
Yes, they're around the corner. It's a place I think you went into before.
Yeah. I can see it on the map. We're good.
Yeah.
Oh, we can still use the motel room.
Yeah. We can use all the places we've already unlocked. So what I do
Oh,
is
nice.
I end up using the motel room to like, store excess product or ammunition for guns.
Fair. Well, actually, Benji's always in motel room too, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm gonna use the motel room then for Benji's products because I'm gonna
Yep.
give him a specific blend of just OG.
Yep.
So I guess I'll have to start buying stuff for it though.
Yeah. Oh, I can just give him product. I have a lot of product on me, and I don't need that much.
No,
so...
but I'm gonna start giving him a specific product because all those people like are starting,
Oh no, trust me. Like you don't want to make it too convoluted. You want to make like just one streamlined process. You just want to value add. That's the big thing.
It is one streamlined product for everyone.
Yeah. But
So I'm gonna just give.
Look, it depends how much stress you want to put yourself in. But
Look at it's just the basic stuff and.
Yeah. Because the thing is that like if you give someone an effect they like, all that happens is that their relationship with you goes up faster. That's it. They're still like every like, no. So the way the calculation works is every NPC has a set amount of money they can spend. So like for example, if someone can spend $500 on drugs, and you have one thing that's $500, they'll only buy that one thing. So there's no point mass producing that. So that's why you want to like have a certain level of mixes. Like doing too many, it's just a waste of time and whatever. So like 1 to 3 mixes for a product is like where you should stop. So like for example, with meth, there's like if you mix meth with chilies, that's it. It makes a product that's basically like 100% addictive and adds like $30 value.
Right.
Yeah, so like there's some things like later on what I do is I just mix everything with horse semen because it's the most like expensive mix and it gives you the best value.
Makes sense.
I'll smoke this granddaddy piss one. Awooka. Smoking on that granddaddy piss. Hours.
Then yeah, well I'm gonna package this.
I want to see if we can unlock the other dealer yet, or have we not unlocked her?
No idea.
I already know what she is. It's just I don't know if we actually have like got the relationship with the people that she deals with. But let's see. No, not yet.
Is there a better packaging machine?
Nope, the one you have currently is the best one.
Okay, I'm guessing it's because it's automated then.
Yeah, the next step
see
is
if,
automated
like,
with the handler. So
human
once you get
labor.
once you get to the next, so like the thing is, different properties also have a different limit to how many employees you can have. So like this place that we're currently in is only like 1 employee, I think. Whereas the place I gave you, the Stash and Dash, that's 3 employees.
Okay.
So what you'll do it, you'll have like a cleaner, you'll have a handler, and you'll have like and a grower. You'll have the 3. You'll have each one. So the grower doing the growing automatically, the handler doing the handling automatically, and the cleaner obviously cleaning. And then you just gotta make sure that they're all stocked and everything is like streamlined.
Yeah, I mean obviously.
So do you know where the Sash and Dash is, or do you want me to show you?
No, I see it on the map. It's around the corner.
Hey, no problem.
What's a cop? It's a filthy cop.
I know why I did that with, like, so much product on me. Why did I do that?
Okay, it's pretty sizable. Oh. He's down. Sweet. Let's keep bringing this stuff over. Oh, well, you got your product for the day, and probably until we get set up, so.
Yep. There you go. Made it. Stack that up.
Run over here.
Also, make sure if you want to do any supply runs, try not to use the credit card. Try to go to the illegal shop and buy your shit.
Okay.
Just because it's obviously easier, because we don't have to like waste our like online money.
Yeah.
Because later on too, as we get other properties, we can also like deliver stuff, which you have to use a credit card for.
Nah, yeah, that makes sense.
Benji's out dealing. Where is my goat?
Whoa, I thought I was dealing with Benji.
No, I just wanted to give him some product.
Okay, fair enough.
So I have a lot on me.
Okay, stay.
Alright, what up, cub? Also, the reason why too there's an optimal guide for stuff for the dealers is because some guys are big buyers, and you want obviously the big buyers for yourself to get the most cash.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no tap in here, is there? Oh, there is.
Also, now you can probably start making all your shit in jars, so you don't have to use baggies anymore.
Okay.
Because all my deals are at like the 5 range.
Okay. Okay, your expendable time is back. Yes, welcome back. How you doing? I'm doing alright. I miss you too.
Yeah.
Alright, sweet. Chuck that all on here. How's war? You know, it's not gotten any easier. Big better working than this other room. Yeah, you bet it is.
Also, once we level up some more, we can get a better mixing station. And we get the air pots, which make it so the plants grow faster, but the moisture goes down faster at the same time. But if you have a grower, those automatically water it for you, so it doesn't matter.
No, okay. Jordan says hello.
Hey.
Alright. In the storage unit. Sorry, he said hello, Naveed, specifically. I should specify.
Okay, alright. When can I actually like buy guns? Enforcer, okay.
All this. I heard you say his name today, yeah, and you fine. Oh, that's all I have. Thank God. I remember it now. I know it's good. That's good. That's good. All right. Can we open the slider door
What slider door?
for the warehouse?
What are you talking about?
The storage unit. Can we like the slider door on the storage unit? Or do we have to go through the normal green door?
You have to go through the normal green door.
Alright, fair enough. Alright, I need to go to the illegal store actually.
Yep, be careful though, it's curfew, so you want to be careful when you go in there.
That's right. I wonder if Benji's home. I highly doubt he is. No, he is too. Give me your money. It's not robbing, he works for us.
Sure.
Now from here, I actually don't know what I want to buy.
Jesse.
A golden 1911 is 25 grand. Been
It's
doing this
crazy
for a
though.
while?
You get
About
a.
2 hours.
It has a decent like What's the fucking word? It's the how like crosshair. The crosshair is way more narrow with that one. So it actually has some utility. It's not just like a flex.
Okay. The big business in only a couple hours? I suppose. I'll tell you, you have to use cash, don't
Oh
you?
Jesus Christ! Scared the shit out of me.
What did I come here to buy? I need to buy a kind of. I'll buy jars. Buy 50 jars. Sure. Ugh, alright, fine. Fine. Lucky I got water. There you go. Alright. Oh, there's an ATM right here. Oh, it's smashed. Of course it is.
It makes you feel any better, as you said, that I smashed another ATM.
Not surprised.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there you go. You got the pseudos, so yeah, you can start experimenting with math.
Oh. Oh, you need beds. Okay. That's why you need to buy beds.
No, you don't need beds. It's not beds. You need lockers. It's a different ass thing.
What? I just
What do
read for.
No, for the employees, it's lockers. It's a whole. You have to get them to in the general store.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think maybe they didn't update because it is lockers. The update came out a while back. It used to be beds, but the beds were like really annoying to place down. So.
I mean, it could be both.
No, it's not both. Trust me.
Okay. Police are nearby.
Don't tell me you already got
Can't
caught.
go home with these police.
No, you can go home. It's probably are you like wanted right now?
I am, yeah.
Yeah. You can't open the door if you're wanted as police are
More money
nearby.
if you sell a bit. It depends on how much bits.
Making money moves right now.
Like 250 US. So about $4. Oh, I just lost the damn cops. Only? Yeah. Well, for a tier 1 sub, it's not that much. Then, because obviously it's, what's it called? I'd get half of the sub price to give you like context. Well, no, I get half of whatever the price is. So.
Oh, so I got the meth tutorial up for you now, so you can do that.
I'm just running from the cops. You know how it is.
Oh, I actually don't have enough green crack. I need a little bit more.
Yeah, I need to
I'm gonna just grab it off Benji.
Okay.
I gave him like a fuck ton, so.
So you're no longer wanted by the cops, but I'm gonna make it home. $12. Wow. So I'd get $6 out of it. That for a tier 1 sub? That's crazy. Oh, trying to run home. There's another damn cop. It's like right outside the place too. What, 3 months sub anniversary? Damn. You been subscribed for 3 months. That's kind of crazy. Good job. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh well, that wasn't very. Congrats. Congrats. Round.
Alright, so just buy some pseudo from Shelley, by the ways.
Yeah, I'll
And
see you
you're-
in the morning.
No, just like if you do it now, it's a dead drop thing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So you go on your phone, find Shelley, and then you buy pseudos off her. Because I've already got the acid and the phosphorus for you for the meth.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll just do 4 for now.
Yeah.
Actually, have you made heaps of money for this month? Until I hit a certain threshold, I make nothing off of you. Technically. That's up 300. Yeah, that's 3 months. And but this month, I mean, you've definitely given me a fair bit. I won't lie. But it hasn't been enough to reach the threshold. So, like, I'm still well under the threshold. You've done a deal? Oh yeah, I agree.
Alright, Regan, I'm coming back with the acid and the phosphorus, so we'll just have the meth lab in the sweatshop.
Yeah. What's the threshold? 50 US. It's like $70 here. Yep.
Get some more granddaddy piss. Alright, Regan, I'm ready to go to sleep, by the way.
I would say I'm ready to sleep, but I'm packaging product.
Right.
Oh shit, I already need to replant them, that's right. Alright, we need more seeds as well. Call me an investor, that is true. You have been a big investor.
Oh, that's so awesome.
That's true.
No, I can't go to sleep when I'm energized. I smoke some granddaddy piss and I can't go to sleep.
That's actually funny.
Imagine going to a doctor, like, doctor, I can't sleep. Why? I smoked granddaddy piss.
Yes, he is streaming. God, that would be a funny story to tell your doctor.
Yep.
I'm sorry, doc. I've been smoking that granddaddy
daddy piss. Smoking to that granddaddy pack.
What's the cure, doc? Do I have to punch a stranger in the street? I need to organize another dead drop for this guy. We need to meet up.
Why are you a
We gotta
Luxon
meet up
supporter? Because he's an awesome guy. His head is shiny and bald and beautiful, and I can sense this ball energy around you. I love Luxon. I love him. You know, like I'm really close to becoming affiliate. Like I always got the followers for it. Once I've done that, I'll be able to add emotes, and I'm gonna add I decided my first emote's gonna be a bald Luxon head with like a shiny top, and it's gonna be labeled deflection. I knew his head was looking a bit more shiny recently. Must have been you. Yeah, I polished it personally.
Shut up with the fucking. Hello, Benji. I got some more product for you. Right,
Hopefully,
now
like
you gotta sleep.
hopefully the granddaddy piss wears off by the time I get to the sweatshop and we go to sleep. It's just such a wild statement. I'm on that granddaddy piss, so I can't go to sleep.
I'm on that granddaddy.
Bismillah.
It's a statement though. I'll
Oh, still energized.
Still, I'm gonna be right back then.
Does you twirl your stack when you polish his head? Yeah, Zach, that's exactly what happens. I can attest. Man, Jordan, you missed out last night. We were doing some really good NZ poll streams. We were listening to our queen, Kwele Wong of the Top Party. Chloe Shrobrook said some retarded shit. It was pretty funny. You missed out, girl. Oh, I'm sad about that now. Yeah, like, it was such a good stream last night. And I've actually picked up 2 Kiwi chatters. I've got one in YouTube chat. I think he's still actually watching. Simon. He's in YouTube chat. And I've got a guy on Twitch called Maori Medio. Guy from Christchurch. Like, low-key, my shit's been popping up. I've been getting, like, new chatters and new followers, like, every stream I do. Made a friend through your streams. Based? Who was it? Because this is not even like a gas out. I genuinely mean this which chatter because I don't know. The guy that added me on Discord. That know who. Glockwork? Oh, you mean Orange? Glock Orange or whatever. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, I'm in his Discord too. I'm in his Discord group. I just want you to know you're being groomed, okay? He's a 30-year-old American who's divorced. Nah, he's a cool guy. I love chatting to him. I chatted with him and his one of his mates, Scrab, who came in chat actually today when I was doing some Ukraine stuff. I'm interested. Highly. I think about it. If he got divorced, that means someone thought he was marriage material. So you know. If he got divorced, it means he got yeah, true. But yeah, like, Jordan, you need to clock in, okay? I've got I've got Puzzle Future, Shiny, Luxon's Head, yeah. Like, your boy here streams every day, okay? And I need Kiwis, okay? Because there's too many... I mean this unironically. I'm actually getting too many Europeans and Americans. I need Kiwis in chat. Because none of them care about local politics, and then I gotta start, like, watching global shit. Where I see your streams and me to join them to distract myself with crafts. Okay. I reset my phone up with a notification of your streams instead of actually pressing it to watch. Okay, got it. That makes sense. But yeah, like, I'll read it as because I just need more Kiwi chatters. That's like the big thing because I've collected 2 so far. But I swear, man, we're like fucking rare Pokemon on this website on Twitch. There's like none of them alive. Trust, I've got you. Thank you. Because once I become affiliate, I'm gonna make so many stupid ass emotes. You have no idea. I'll watch till my cousin streams and just beg everyone to join you. True. But I will say, like, it's actually funny. Like, I'm getting a decent amount of viewers coming in and like reoccurring viewers too. Like, there's like 5 reoccurring viewers I have. That have actually, like, if you pop up with it, I don't know if you can see all the chat history, but yeah, like I'm getting a decent amount of attention, even though I'm not really doing much. So like, yeah, this was some pretty cool shit.
Wow, I am not a fan of the myth cooking.
Yeah, it can literally blow you up, so be careful.
Oh, that would have been good.
Probably because your title includes a bit of everything. Yeah, probably that. Yeah. Also, like, I was talking to Regan about this, but I think it's also the face cam because it gets people to be engaged with something. Because if the face cam's not here, there are some times where if I'm just watching the video, it's just complete silence. So that probably is another reason why. Also, I'm not retarded. Like, I was going through a couple of political Twitch streams, and holy shit, man. No one on this website has a original opinion. Everybody's a copy-paste of everybody else. It's like roulette. You join and you might get some... Yeah, or local politics. Yeah, exactly. Also, I'm a really entertaining guy, to be fair, also. You should spin a wheel at the beginning to see what you're starting your stream, yeah. Now, like, what I've decided to do, I start my stream with, like, international politics, because, like, what happens when I start my stream, like, my Kiwi guys don't come in first, so I want to keep people engaged. And then once my Kiwi chatters come in, then I start the NZ stuff. Like, it's actually a very good interview series the mayor of Auckland's doing, where he's interviewing all, like, the leaders of the big parties. And I want to finish watching, like, we fit last night, because you weren't here, you missed it. But we watched Kwele Wong, we watched the Green Party leader and Winnie. We watched them. And not today, because I got to go pick up my grandparents from the airport, but tomorrow I want to watch the Labour National one. I'm a really interesting... I am, actually. I'm a really interesting guy. Charismatic, even. Taco 2 music sticker wall. You're getting the dead drop, right?
I didn't realize it was 3 yet. Yeah, I'll go grab it.
Yep, sweet. Mmm. Look, all I'm saying is, Jordan, just check the follower count, okay? Ever since you joined the stream last, okay? It's literally doubled, okay? I've got game. You've got politics too, yeah. That's another thing. It's funny too because like a lot of obviously international people join, and because like I'm pretty aware of geography and like just politics. Like an Italian can join, he can talk about his local politics, and I can actually key in. So like that's probably a big advantage I have is like I can actually talk to people and personalize with them a lot. I think the best part is that you're not an American. Yeah, that's probably one of them. Yeah. Like I cannot explain to you how many times I've had chatters come and be like, "Please tell me you're not MAGA." Like that's the one thing. Not only am I not American, I'm not a retard either. So I've got those things going for me. People from all around the world take interest in what you say because it's real. True, Queen. No, I just realized. I don't know why I haven't done this yet. Where is it? How do I... Well, that and you can name more than one country. Yeah, that too. Oh man, this is nothing you missed out, Jordan. I had I did a test of like getting every country in the world, like a name of the country would appear, and I had to click on where it was in the map. I did that with like only like 20 mistakes, and I got every single country, even the African ones. You missed that. I was on demon time. Like you're missing on so much stream content, Jordan. Bro, I'm pretty sure I was playing that the other day. Holy shit! What was your score? What did you get? How many times did you fuck up? A lot. I'm learning to take more of an interest in Regan's hobbies. True, he is a map retard like I have. Our little map games. Look, that's a W girlfriend right there. Dare I say wife? Dare I say? I'm not American in geography, but I'm not smarty pants enough yet. Yeah, it's just like the best way to honestly learn what like countries are is to learn history. Because like when you learn history, you're like, oh, Greece went to war with these nations. You're like, oh wait, this nation is next to Greece. So like once you know that country, you can like bridge off from that point. So when you like start to learn like general history, it's very easy to like know where set countries are.
There's more product for you, by the way, at the warehouse.
Sweet.
I actually need a storage shelf to put it on.
Yep.
Funnily enough, so I'm gonna go buy one.
Yep. Oh, did you buy lockers, by the way?
No, I haven't done that yet.
You should buy lockers. Buy 3 of them.
All right.
Because you can get 3 employees in
Yeah.
this place.
We get a small storage thing.
I was originally only learning about medieval times and imperial times because Regan enjoys historical geography. Yeah, like if you want to the best history to learn really is like from like 16 to 1900s. Like that's a really decent and like it's a fun part of history to learn too because there's like a lot of global shit going on. But then I started playing that game where they show you a map and you got to name the country it belongs to. Yeah, yeah. Well, I got the one where it give you the name of the country, not even the flag. Like the name of the country, then I had to click on it. Like the only places I fucked it were like the Caribbean islands, and the Pacific islands. Like everywhere else, I got in like one try.
These are also storage as well, lockers.
Yeah, they are, but it's mostly for cash. You put the cash there so the employees take out of them. So basically, if you want to just follow me, come to the legal shop. I'll show you what to do.
Okay, well, we don't have enough money for this.
No, I'm just telling you. I'll show you what to do.
No, I found like the guy you talked to.
Okay, so yeah, basically you got to hire 1 botanist, 1 handler, and 1 cleaner, and then you can manage them after that. I'm even learning German to hopefully take him there. Sometimes since old Germany is a big passion of his. Yeah, he's a big Prussia chud. When you play EU, can I play Prussia? When you play Vicky, can I play Prussia? When you play CK, can I play Germany? It's like, what will Regan play this time around in our fifth like Vicky run? It's gonna be Prussia. Ich spreche Deutsch, aber nicht gut. Yeah, most of the foreign languages outside Hindi that I know how to speak is mostly like quotes and lines. Like there's like only a single thing that I know in Chinese, and it's like a line like Sun Tzu says in like a game. So like yeah, I know a decent amount like foreign languages, but mostly because of memes. I only know bad words in Hindi. Yeah, well, like to be fair, that's like I know a bit of I think it's Samoan, you know, like I know kefe, you know. Like everybody's like, especially when I get a kid, everybody's interaction with foreign languages is always bad words. It's never good things. My workmates have trained me to defend myself against the names. And to insult our much older boss. True. But yeah, like Hindi for me, like I understand all of it. I can't write it for shit. And I can speak it at like a conversational level, but I can't do it like if I actually want to like express how I feel and stuff, I can't do it in Hindi. It's like it's just too complicated. Actually, how much
You just
product
took
does he
the
have?
money from this guy.
Yeah, I was collection run.
Yeah, I was just about to do the same thing.
Yeah. Do you want the cash so you can hire the employees?
That is why I was heading over there.
Yeah, what I'll do, I'll stash it in the thing for you. Calling out Pagal to him, thinking it meaning Buddy was
You wanna
crazy.
stash it for me?
Did they gaslight you into calling him Pagal? Here you go, I'll store it. Here. There you go, that's 2K, that should be enough.
That should be enough. That's 2 guys. It's 1,000
Yeah,
each.
just focus on the botanist and the handler first. The cleaner's like, whatever. Bro, they said that Sister Chod.
How do you glitch
So-
into it?
So what you do is you get your skateboard, you look forward, activate your skateboard, and press E.
Yeah, funny story about the skateboard.
Oh, you sold it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll just open it for you then. Bro, yeah, so Sister Chod, like, I don't even know what kind of Indians you're speaking to, because Sister Chod is not even the word, it's Benchod. Benchod is the actual word in Hindi. Yeah, okay, Regan, I got it open for you. I know, but I asked how to say insist. Okay.
Oh, give me a...
Chief, that's kind of a you problem. Why do you think that the word for sister in Hindi was sister, and then adding a word for it? Sister is an English word. That's kind of a you problem.
And then you said a botanist and a handler?
Yeah, those are the 2 things that's for automation. Like the cleaner is just like to make sure everything's clean, so it's like not necessary now. One of my workmates calls my little sissy, and she's much older woman. Okay.
Can you deal with the math? I do not want to deal with that one.
Yeah, I can do the math. I can do math. How was I supposed to know it? I imagine that. I imagine that, like, white people, they just call each other by their first names. It could be a culture thing. Yeah, sure.
Oh, you get that locker.
Old Indian mean ask to be called uncle. It was not thought about. Yeah.
Sweet.
Did you even get the pseudos in here, or?
Yeah.
Oh, you already got one thing cooking, yeah.
All right, so you're the botanist. You deal with the plants. So, one.
Do you want to learn how to set it up, or do you want me to, or do you think you got it?
I'm already doing it.
Alright, cool.
Supplies.
That was not thought about.
Sweet. Yes. Cool. So you're good. Oh shit, there's your 3 months in a row sub. I just came through. And then what are you? You're a handler. How do you work?
And they can only do like packaging stuff. So you have to assign them stations, but also you have to assign them certain actions too. So like a place from like this place to this place kind of stuff.
So where does the botanist put the goods?
So you have to attach a supply cupboard to them. So you have to make a cupboard where all the supplies are that they pick from, like seeds, soil, all that kind of stuff. And then so what you have to do is you get the supply cupboard, and then you have to also get a place where they harvest the product. They have to put the harvested product somewhere, and then from that place you need the handler to take away, and then put it into a
thing. I
Yeah.
gotta wait till the morning. Okay, I get you. Look at a wizard get the crackheads. Hell yeah. So why aren't you working? I have to put cash in their locker for the damn work.
Okay. Yeah. You gotta pay them for them to work, believe it or not.
Yeah, so you gonna be assigned to packing station. To here from here. Right, we'll do it from here. So from here to here. From here to wait. No, that's the wrong way, right? It is. So, alright, you. Damn it. Yes, you. Route. From here to here. Yep. From here, you're going to deposit here. And now I just need to get somewhere for this man to pick up from. Like, pick up the stuff from.
Also, Regan, there's something I want to post to you. When Subnautica 2 fully comes out, me and Fergus were going to play it anyways. Do you want to join us?
You look pretty experienced. I mean, if I'm able to, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sweet. Because it was obviously...
It's you can... my Steam family, but if they're playing it already...
Yeah.
Does that mean I've made this before? What? No, this is my first time.
This trimmers...
Yeah, let's...
Oh, you don't need the trimmers anymore. If you got a botanist.
Yeah, but do I?
Oh, shit!
Does it just use the I need money to put into the lockers.
I got to follow from one of your alt accounts. For original #1.
Well, my game may just be crashing.
You good?
Oh Jesus, something is not good.
Oh yeah, your game crashed.
Nope, my computer is not having a good time right now.
Your game definitely crashed. If you want, we can just leave it for tonight, like right there. We can just chill for a bit because I need to leave in like 20 minutes anyways. Ugh. You there, Regan? They got him. They got him. His computer struggling. Okay, Jordan. Hmm? Are you there? I can't save the game. My game crashed. Too. Oh, yeah, you know what, Jordan? Do you want to be entertained while we wait for his PC to come back? Because I've got my stream deck and I've got a soundboard in it, so I can do some very funny things.
What? I'm back.
What else did I miss? Nothing much. Also, I was gonna say, Regan, do you want to just leave it there for tonight? We can just chat and stream for a bit because I need to go in like 20 minutes anyways.
Yeah, sure. We can just
Yeah.
chat for a
Right,
bit then.
Jordan. Okay, I'm gonna entertain you. Ready? Watch this.
We'll load in to see how far back we are. To see if it's got a recent shave.
I can hit people with. I don't think I'm sad. Like I've got the soundboard's just so fun. I've got I got that too. Do you have a duck button? I don't have a duck button. I have. Bruh. Don't log in the stream, bro. It's just so fun. I don't think you understand. It's so funny. Because I can just go. I can just do that. And then I've also got like custom buttons. I've got. And I've got.
I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come.
Oh man. Crazy work. I've been telling. I've had so much fun ever since I got my stream deck. It's been the most fun ever. I need to get more like soundboard stuff. Like I need to get like more show on my soundboard. But my favorite button is the. You need some. You need some. Oh yeah, he needs some milk. So yeah, there's one. There's one meme where it's like this bitch done lost her raggedy ass. I need that too. I need that. I remember there's a girl in my chat, Aliana. She comes every now and then. She's like a big gun lover, and she like can't stop talking about how much she loves her guns. And then like at one point I was like, "Do you just like look at your gun sometimes and go?" I just hit her with that, and she could not stop laughing. Oh, this is for Rachel. That's a good one, yeah. It's just this the soundboard. Like it's been the best investment I've made like the past like year. politics and mug. Yeah, it's just so fun because like I have a. Obviously, you don't have the time for it, but there's a VOD. There's a VOD on my stream that's like 11 hours long that I did on Saturday. If you skip to like the 7-8 hour mark, because I get really drunk by that point, I'm reacting to like an American politics video, and I'm just like tweaking the fuck out. I'm using my soundboard. I'm making the best jokes possible. It is peak comedy. And I had a lot of Americans in chat too, so it was like a whole thing. Good title. No, yeah. So like on Saturday, I label my streams Smirnoff Saturdays. It's like a little thing I've got going on. I'm intrigued. Not 11. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just skip to the 7-8 hour mark. That's where like I'm reacting to the like the American thing. Oh, Smirnoff. Yeah. Smirnoff Saturdays. That's like the title of the thing. Double black with guana? No. So I just Smirnoff and Coke. We already have Coke at home, so it's just like the easiest thing to do. Plus, it doesn't taste like dog shit. Oh, you know what, Jordan? I can actually show you. About hating on my drinks. I'm not hating on your drinks. I'm just telling you that I do with Coke. You know what we'll do, Jordan? I'll go through some of my clips that I've done on my previous streams to show you the peak comedy. Okay, the peak comedy I do in this stream. It tastes like shit. You clearly haven't had enough. Let me see. Where's the Terraria one? It's gotta be here somewhere. Like, whatever you... Wait, you ready, Jordan? This is gonna be peak comedy. You ready? You gotta tell me you're ready. I'm ready? Okay. Honest to God, like, whatever your position in the trans issue is, it is overblown how much it actually defines, like, Western politics. Like, I'm sorry, I do not think about girl cock that often. Okay? Like, for me, trans stuff was like... Well, I just don't think about girl cock that often. No, John, I starting to see why I'm popping off now on Twitch, why I'm getting followers every other stream. What is this? A few more bombings of Ukrainian houses in Kiev will bring you guys total victory. You guys are gonna live in Wakanda once the war is over, okay? Alright, there's the Wakanda one. That was so yeah. I'm a funny fucking guy, okay? That's not gonna gas myself up. I am just a funny fucking guy. I like chocolate. That's not chocolate cake though. I like chocolate too, but do you like chocolate cake? Cause I need to know. That's a bannable offense, not liking chocolate cake. I just said now if only you were a Philly or whatever. Yeah, like I'm so close. I'm like 2-3 followers off or something. The fact that we're even having this conversation. Oh wait! Oh my God, Jordan. Sorry. This is from the drunk stream. All right. This is a peak comedy. These next two clips. The fact that we're even having this conversation, by the way, is about a president of the United fucking States is insane. Like Bill Clinton, his entire like political career got nuked because he got some head. The fact that we're even having this conversation. Yeah, Bill Clinton. He had sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky, one of his secretaries. So he got like a blowjob from her, and his like political career was over. Yeah, yeah, and like Trump can be accused of literally raping women and be convicted of that. It doesn't fucking matter. This next clip though this is where I use my soundboard. By the way, this is gonna make you laugh. You ready? You gotta tell me you're ready. Come on. Brace yourself. Doesn't every big politician? Yeah, it does, but like back then, like people had standards. Now the standards are gone. You ready? Okay, we go. What did Trump do to these women, dude? Like, did he just go up to him like, fucking hit him with that and it was over? Like, I want you to know too. It was like 3 a.m. It was like 3 a.m. and I was like 800 milliliters of vodka down. You're a very assessment Guggen. Yeah. He's too orange. The mug face. It's how to work on it. Yeah, but I try to be like, because like the context of the clip was like there were women on that panel who were like one of the guys said, Trump is like sexually assaulted women. He's like, Trump's never done that. Even if he wanted to do that, like every woman would want to be with him anyways. And that's why I paused the video. I'm like, what did Trump do to these women, bro? Did he just go and just hit that and it was fucking over for them? Oh, this is next. It's not about protecting women. Like this party ends at first alongside National destroyed the pay equity scheme. A scheme specifically made to like rebalance the pay between men and women. All these people are interested in is girl cock and like trans issues. It's not about protecting women. Like, all right, I'm starting to pick. I use the word girl cock a little too often. There's an insult to women for thinking they'd want him. Yeah. Well, yeah, it was obviously his own wife. Yeah. Wait, that was the point. I was like, dude, like, what did Trump do? Did he just like mug them like hard or something? Like, what the fuck happened?
No. Good boy. If you could take a sledgehammer to one.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. What's the obsession with girl cock? It's just people don't like these like conservative idiot fucks. Like they just want to attack trans people, so they use women and protecting women as like a shield for it. It's so stupid, dude. It's so fucking stupid. Also, like you missed so much comedy last night. Jelly of girl cock. Yeah, these guys definitely are. But like there was like the Wayne Brown interview. Wayne Brown is such a like he's got that old white man humor, so he just says shit. And it's just the funniest stuff ever. Like, he called Winston Peters good boy to his face. And when he could do nothing about it. I clearly did. I'm actually real sad. Yeah, like watch this.
No. Good boy. If you could take a sledgehammer to one.
It's called Winston good boy.
No.
And then he called Chloe Shawbrook good girl. Yeah, she did. Yeah. Good boy. I think there were so many clippable moments in that stream, but I can't clip too much because it fucks the algorithm. But that's his pitch. Yeah, because like one of the parts of the interview he's doing is like rapid fire questions. So he's like in one word. What will be the best thing for Auckland? And like Wayne Brown like answers at one point for himself. He said the word an earthquake happening in Wellington. He's got a good point. Yeah, dude, I love Wayne Brown. This guy makes me feel proud as an Aucklander. He represents the city so fucking well. Man-made earthquake exists now. Yeah, I think he's honest. Yeah, like Wayne Brown, he hates the ACT Party. He hates Wellington. What else is there not to like about the man? That's like the only two things you need to do. You do these two things, you won my heart over. I like him almost as much as the lady from the Labour Party. Yeah. The finance minister. He's my goat. Like I love him to death. Like I remember because also like sometimes like old white men have like a certain thing about them. Like there was a lot of like talk happening about the iwi councils that are like unelected positions in government, and like people were talking about the Iwi councils, and like Wayne Brown like phoned into a radio show, and he was super pissed and angry. I'm like, why the fuck are we talking about this? Like, you can have your problems with the Iwi councils, but this is not the problem with Auckland. There are so many other things going on. Wayne Brown, Labour and National interview 2 hour, but they're not. Yeah, they're not the party leaders. Yeah, yeah, the one talking about talking about Medicards. Yeah. Where I was fully locked into these political talks, so I was like, nothing down. Yeah. But like, you're missing out on so much content, Jordan. All right, you gotta be on these streams. You follow me on like 4 different alt accounts, okay? Like, come on, you gotta join once at least. Bro, you mistyped like half your shit. Like, bro, I was fully locked into these political talks, so I was like nothing down. I know I'm illiterate in spelling, but God, you read like a 5-year-old. Okay, pause. I'm supposed to be supported. There's another really good clip that I've got somewhere. I'm trying to figure out. This guy's bald not because of anything to do with his hair, but because he wants to strengthen his ability to reflect any criticism. Look how shiny that fucking dome is. Regan is stream, but you're sounding crazy about it. Yeah. I'm trying to remember if there's any like other like awesome ass clips to reflect any criticism. Yeah. I brought this up in stream before, but like how? No, that's cringe politics. It could never be the case that my grandfather. Oh yeah. I can see how proud you are of that one. Yeah. Like I'm telling you, I have some really good clips. You have to change your perspective on taxation. No, cringe. No political party does. No, cringe. Why these things even exist, why the manosphere even took off. Oh yeah, that's whatever. What's that? Alright, cool. That's most of my funny clips that I have recently. Actually, you know what? Let me check my YouTube. I want to see how many views I got on my last shorts that I posted this before I got on stream. No, not bad. Through Discord too, so Regan could hear, but it just sucks that it doesn't work for Regan. Because he's obviously just on Discord. But I use my soundboard quite a bit, especially when I'm doing React content and stuff like that. It just adds a lot. I may potentially watch more streams. You should. Okay, it's your patriotic duty to watch my streams. Like, the main thing too is, yeah, as I said, like, I just want to build like a cohort of Kiwis because like I'm getting a lot of Americans and stuff. So I got Simon in chat. He's a faithful viewer. All right, thank you, Simon, for staying in chat. I know this is boring gaming content, but thank you for your service. Imagine how he feels if he sees you pulling faces in streams, but he can't. Yeah. He just sees me mogging, and it's like, what the fuck is he doing? Don't hurt him now with the mogging, yeah. But yeah, like, yeah, I would have loved to stream some more, but whatchamacallit, like, I gotta pick up my grandparents from the airport soon, so like I'll be on for another 10 minutes. So I'm just basically chatting right now. So this is your time to send me questions if you want them answered. Yeah, I love my family. Like, family man. Have you ever met Luxon? No, I hope I don't. I will actually crash out if I meet him in person. Don't worry, I'm watching other stuff while you're doing. Okay, cool. At least you're not bored, Simon. That's all I want. As long as you're not bored. Have you ever met Auntie Cindy? I think because I only got like into the politics stuff like into it starting like really like last year, the day before. Do you sit in the Parliament talks? No, I don't sit in the Parliament talks. I watch the videos that come out whenever like RNZ or New Stuffs puts out some cool stuff. But yeah, as I said, like when it comes to New Zealand politics, I only really got involved like last year and the year before. I was mostly like into international politics before that. It's the same, but is it really like the same when I became a Labour member too? What are their current what are their current policies or whatever they're called that they're considering them? Which party, the Labour parties or the Nationals? Labour. So with Labour, I do a bit of research on stream. I don't just react. So I made this entire document on stream and I researched and I posted this on the Reddit, and people lost their minds because some people thought I was supporting National with this, which was retarded, and other people said I was using AI, which is even more retarded. I guess both. I'm curious. Yeah, I'll talk about national policies later. But with Labour policy, like the transport one was a big one, obviously, because they're considering trying to shut down people in need and motor. Yeah. So like National made a claim. I don't know if you saw, but in social media they kept talking about like the Labour's $20 billion hidden bill. So I researched the entire claim, and like it was basically bullshit. So like these are all like the figures I did. I researched everything, and like the conclusion I got to is that the actual deficit that Labour's policies had was 1.19 billion, if you're in good faith. And if you want to be really bad faith, it's like 12.19 billion. So like Labour's policies are the transport cap, the free doctor visits, the 3 free doctor visits, the free pregnancy scans, and the capital gains tax. Zach kind of gave me the kindergarten version of all of it. Yeah. So yeah, there's also the capital gains tax, and there's the supporting trade schools, like supporting more trade programs. So like those are Labour's policies. National policies so far have been the national roads of queer significance. I do not want to meet Simon Hughes. I'm sorry. I don't want to meet Chris Luxon. Me and you both, Simon Hughes. Me and you both. I will quite literally physically crash out if I meet the man. And then he mentioned the work Labour put into place for people at National spending more to... Yeah. No, that's literally what they did. Like National in the first year in government spent money to cancel work contracts while our unemployment was going up. Like that's one of the first things that really got me to like start hating the National Party instead of just being like whatever on them.